Okay, I'll do a little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the waving front as well. So if you watch me and watch the stream, just watch the stream basically.
Testing 1, testing 2, testing 3, testing 4, and testing 5.
What's happening there? What's happening there? Yeah.
Nothing's allowed to go through.
Yeah.
But it's yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I can do that. Right,
Fletch does have a lock-up thing, here somewhere.
Okay.
But
Yeah, I got it. I got it. So when I'll count 1 to 10. When I get to 5, I'll put my hand up, and when I get to 10, I'll put my hand up.
Cheers.
Okay, I'm going to put sorry.
Oh mate, how was last night for you? Do you know what's alright? Yeah.
Ready now?
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to be you now.
Oh, mate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Right, I'm going to test the other mic. Okay, I'm going to test the other mic. Mute the phone now.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Yeah, that's all good and all set up?
Yeah. Is that what it was?
Okay, can I just do a quick test of both mics and just figure out roughly where I should advise you guys to hold it, because obviously we've got a cut down set to too loud. So I'm just going to mute you again, and I'm just going to do 2 different rubber throughs with a quick squish. Sit tight.
Up close on the mic here now. Middlesex 252 all out, Hampshire 27 for 2. Second test, lower down. Hampshire 27 for 2, replying to Middlesex's 252 all out.
Which of those two was the best? Okay, so yeah, okay, as per yesterday, better off down here.
Yeah, I'll modulate. I know how it is. Because if I'm down here all the time, it won't give me the freedom to do
No,
just a high note.
fair enough. Right, I'm just going to do a test on the other mic here, which is Izzy's. Going all good? Good?
Okay.
Yeah, all good. I'm just going to do a test for high and low on Izzy's mic.
Yeah. Do you know what the password is?
First test, we're up close to the mouth. Hampshire will resume on 27 for 2, having dismissed Middlesex for 252 yesterday. And test 2, we're down low. Hampshire 27 for 2 in reply to Middlesex 252.
Okay, so Izzy's mic seems to be, the settings are exactly the same. So Izzy might need to go a little bit closer now. Okay, yeah, probably doesn't help if the concept changes his volume on the test. Okay, mate, all good. At least we're working. Thanks so much, boys. there, and the green zone starts over there. So pretty much that side of the ground, you're only allowed into if you've been included in the medical.
But what about behind the bowler's arm at the 10?
I probably haven't got room.
I mean, laterally. I mean, I don't know. It might be completely impossible. But
I mean, I could shove. I could
one
shove
of those
you over
advertising
there.
hoardings. I mean, in theory, you put one of those where that red advertising hoarding is. I know we've got to be careful with touchscreens and so on, but that might be
I mean, I could set you up with some kind of weird gazebo construction. It won't obviously be anything like this, but I could put a gazebo down next to the sight screen for you. And the legs can go to the back. We can attach it to the fence, so at least you'll have a better view.
I'm not particularly bothered either way, but like,
You do adapt a little bit, like we can yesterday.
Yeah.
But it just might make it a bit easier. I mean, there was one you were commenting on yesterday, and part of missed the outside edge. And you didn't
That
want
did
to
really
miss
have
the
no
outside
idea,
edge by
yeah.
4 inches or a head's
Yeah.
width.
I don't know, that's the thing. There's a lot of guesswork involved, and that's just
I mean,
yesterday.
if we could take that out of it, that would obviously improve your comms.
I mean, we'd probably just go for a higher angle and slightly better angle there. I mean, if it's possible, yeah, but I don't. It's a massive ball day.
If it's possible to get us closer to behind the bowler's arm, that will fix some of that.
I mean, if you were at the end of these red,
yeah, I think
if you were at the end of these red advertisements,
That would be a lot better.
that'd be really good.
Okay, that's an easy fix.
Yeah. And I mean, in terms of elevation, that's not going to happen. So at least you got the angle.
Yes.
Have you got enough cable?
I can buy a 50 cable instead of this 30. So yeah, we've got that cable. For the sake of this.
Happy?
Yeah, well, I'm happy. What was going on up there? Don't know.
I think it's putting too much into your system that's not designed to take it. Yeah. I think if you've got a mixer it goes into and then output from the mixer into what you need, it's a better way of doing it because you have a test right away.
Okay, that's what we aim for next time.
Because there's no,
Get through today in the next 2 days.
you've got nothing to tell you where you've got sound and to reconnect. Whereas really you want a mix up there. You want 4 screens or having a cat in you can see it all. And then from there.
Guys, thank you so much.
No, thank you. Good luck. Thanks for doing all the testing, and that's great. We've got line control.
Same script as yesterday, same plugs as yesterday.
Good as gold.
The only thing I was thinking, probably too late today, the only thing I was thinking, obviously there were some people that literally, one guy got around Twitter.
I just spoke to Lucy then about putting it on.
Right.
The reason I got it right was that they putting it archive. So what I said to Lucy just then was tweak and say something like, in the spirit of the competition,
absolutely.
don't Google this. Just give us your guess.
Another way around that would be just to really fuck with their heads and just go, can you tell us what are these 3 players got in common? And we could literally just pick 3 players that have hit 10 centuries in a season for Middlesex. So it's not easily searchable.
That's true. Although his question today again is quite good because it's actually a bit too. Yeah, as we'll see what we said about now, it's a little bit. Yeah, you could cricket archive it, but it's going to take you half an hour to play the ball.
Make sure it's not easily available somewhere.
I always think things like Wisdom Cricketers of the Year are quite good. So what have these 3 Middlesex cricketers got in common?
Yeah.
Anyway, but guys,
you're right though.
Yeah. Thank you for everything.
No, thank you.
I'll ping you an email over just confirming those details with X's and.
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, we'll do all that. No dramas.
You have, I know £5 a day sounds paltry.
It is what it is, right? No dramas. That's fine. Thank you for organising that. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to, when it comes to, I was worried about the 9:45. It's dead here and it gets too much.
That should be fine.
But I'm going to.
Yeah, that was
pretty good actually, but
Interesting.
still they're having to write things that people might not want to do after the holiday commentating. That is the way it goes. Cricket, you separate. Audio into there is fine, video into there is fine,
I've kind of lost a little bit of.
No, I mean, the thing is as well, you have to always remember.
That's
That's the key thing to
Problem is
remember.
with laptops, all the laptops.
So I just remember
They're all going to October to arrive through season. So the new software will play fine. They arrived 2 weeks ago, and within 2 days of them arriving, all these cancelled the Jitsi issue start reading on all the laptops, and 20 plus £2.5 grand laptops are now sitting in the factory in Germany.
We all buy them at half price.
In the meanwhile,
Yeah,
we're
flex.
trying to screen.
Just because you're standing here saying this is the brand spanking new iPhone, you can't give a big screen to somebody who really doesn't like it. There's some sort of glitch. Really?
Yeah, I was looking at
This is brand spanking new, the side post, so whatever. Yeah, take it back.
I was looking at Big Cinema.
On iPad?
Yeah.
Which iPad? What? Are you using Safari or are you using different? Why is that not
I went through, have you gone through our website?
Yeah.
What are we doing now?
on the website? Look, it was only because you were stood there, I thought I'd show you. I can't make that big screen.
Download phone.
Yeah, because last week as well, when I was trying to, 2 weeks ago when I tried to watch your friendly match, I had a nightmare on your website and this, but it's obviously some, so yeah, try Chrome. Yeah. Don't matter.
So fingers crossed, technical issues beyond us.
Yeah, but the easy thing is you just go to YouTube and watch it on YouTube anyway, but I'm
Yeah, of
just
course.
saying, just on
That's
here.
weird. But it works fine on mine.
Yeah, if I go to YouTube, it's fine. So.
It's done. Fine to click that, Andy.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, so live at 55, 56. I think it was 56 on the run order. Live at 56. Quick run through yesterday. Straight into your fun and games for today. I mean, you're capable hands, people. Thank you so much.
No, great.
Which Middlesex player was the not the one you talked about, they've already won it.
Jack Robertson. Robertson, Compton or Edridge. It's got to be one of them.
Robertson.
Yeah, I'm a,
We'll go to Compton or Edric.
they would. I'm an absolute sticker. I reckon.
Good for you.
Yeah, I'm Statman when it comes to shit like this. Yeah, for me it's stuff that I think links between things are key here, because you would say straight away you'd come up with one of those 3 names,
Yeah.
but if you then said what are these 3 players have in common, like Jack Robertson, Albert Trott, and Alan Richardson, because I think Richo got Wisdom Cricketer of the Year one year, as odd as that seems.
Yeah.
So what have these 3 Middlesex cricketers got in common? The last thing you think of when you throw Richo into that mix is Wisdom Cricketer of the Year.
So who was the Wisdom Cricketer?
Jack Robertson. But hey, look, happy to you guys. I'm just trying to make it more difficult for people to get.
Or more difficult.
No, 48 foot. So 47 foot, 48 foot.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go on our website in the About section, there's a link to Cricket Archive,
Yeah.
and that I don't know. There's some of it behind the paywall, so I don't know.
Yeah, I've got access to that.
Oh, you have, good. Yeah, so there's all sorts of, yeah, I mean, I've got so many shit stats in my head. Go well, guys. Thank you. Once you determine your question of the day, if you can ping it through the loose, and you can obviously plug accordingly, hopefully we'll get a bit more engagement on the fans' pictures today. Otherwise we'll be binning that for round 2. But, we'll see how we go. Come on, guys, how are you? Yeah, well, Ben. Yeah. Jeremy.
Artiques in the last 2 test matches.
Sorry?
Artiques in the last 2 test matches.
And
Sustainable.
even
Australian boys and they don't get like an Australian cricketer. Then I'll be broken. And look, not that it's an issue, I'm very happy to be considered. It's been a while since I've done it, and it's exactly the game. It's just that we're all fine things. I've got to take a bit of organising, so hopefully I'd love it to happen. I'd love to see it. Actually, not mine. Yeah, I see.
Is he an ad? Have you guys got water, or do you want?
If there's more going, I'd love some more. Thank you.
Yeah.
Luce have got some in, if that's all right.
Super.
Yeah.
I don't know where the BBC boys have gone.
Yeah, I mean that's fine.
No. Luce, thank you, mate. Jack, when they play interviews.
I need it, but also
Yeah, I think the classic freelance conundrum, isn't it? When push comes to shove, freelancers will say, well, that's money, but shit, but you're not in that boat necessarily. You've got the
sure, but then
same type of career progression.
Yeah.
You need
So
to
that's why
How did you acquire that?
they got rid of me without any.
So what did you?
They got rid of me without any.
When you say they got rid of you, like they said to you then, what
For
they
the
did?
season.
But when you say like
I had a contract with them.
for this season,
Yeah.
and when did they say they weren't going to honour it?
Just before they started to build it. So I said, sorry, the contract's already.
Yeah, in back in April or something.
Yeah, it's already legal. You can't just do that.
And what was their rationale for doing it?
They had a higher recruitment fee. And I only knew about that because I was not having them on email. So I just asked them to
But the recruitment fees wouldn't have necessarily related to you because you'd already been on the books, right?
That's what I said.
And they said,
No, because you come with your contract each side, so it's happened before. They just panicked.
and did you leave it on terms that I know for a couple of years? No, I mean, did you leave it on terms with your editors?
Good, yeah, they told me about it.
And you explained to me, I said, yeah, it was like, you know,
We fucked over.
and I understood that.
Yeah.
They effectively had to pay a contract out.
They did, no, only knew, well, in the end, they didn't even pay what I wanted to pay, but they paid enough to, they fucked up.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, they paid me half the notice fee. There wasn't even notice fee, it's just free shit, but, I'm glad that I went up.
No, I'm glad you did too.
I always didn't because of the whole relationship as well.
The classic conundrum is when you do it, you know, you're paying the price potentially in other ways, and it's not fair for it to be that way. Partly why I want to start a union. I mean, the thing Ali's got me doing is, I haven't started it yet, but I'm going to be on the freelancers thing that Ali's doing.
Yeah.
I'm going to end up doing the cricket rep on that.
Seriously.
Because she said, like, you've got previous experience with this stuff, and I do, of course, so like, that makes sense to me to, you know, be involved, I suppose, in that sense. But and also, I'm interested in it. Like, I think the way that the invoicing process and so forth works is more often than not disgraceful. It might have gotten a little bit better in recent times, but there are some employers of mine. I mean, a good example is Cricket Paper, who I work with column for. There's no expense to paying you month to month on it. There's no reason for it. They just don't do it. They don't, I don't know.
They get rid of it.
And money, of course, is worth more today than it is tomorrow with inflation. I know we're talking about something, you know, pennies on the pound across a year, but still, the money is worth more today than it is tomorrow. With inflation.
It's not quite dealing with all the different screens.
Right. Oh, it looks like Hampshire just started on the stream. Let's see what we get. Okay, it's just up on the screen now. Hey, thank you.
Welcome back to Cobden Hill Radlett Cricket Club. Adam Collins and Isabel Westbury with you here for the second round of the Bob Willis Trophy, Day 2. Yesterday, Middlesex were inserted and bowled out for 252 late in the day. Hampshire had to face 14 overs and they lost 2 wickets late themselves. It's 27 for 2 that will be where they resume. Harris picking up both of the late wickets. Good morning to you, Isabel Westbury.
Good morning. What a lovely day once again. Bit of a breeze out as well. The sun apparently is going to be even hotter than it was yesterday. So as that sun comes over the hill, so to speak, then we're going to have to move further and further back into our tent. But we'll worry about that later. At the moment, it's a lovely breeze and looking forward to a good day's cricket.
33 degrees is scheduled to be today, so it'll be willing. All the more important that Middlesex can capitalise on what was a good start with the ball last night. Tim Murder did all of the work from the pavilion end and wasn't able to get himself in the book, but 2 late wickets for the veteran Harris. I say the veteran, he's not that old, but in terms of his longevity in the game, all that experience he drew upon to remove the opener Felix Organ and then the night watchman Keith Barker. So it'll be Weatherly and Allsop who are walking out now from the pavilion on 6 and 4 respectively. But some work to do, as we saw yesterday, Izzy. There is still enough in this track. There was all the way through. There was plenty of nip and seam and pace, which will encourage the Middlesex seamers early on.
Yeah, it was a funny day's play in a way. I think quite evenly balanced they ended up on. But if you think about the bowling performances, it's quite contrasting between the two sides. I think Hampshire made most use of the pavilion end, really got some pace and bounce. Barker especially, Stevenson towards the end as well. Whereas Harris, both his wickets came from the Salters Field end. So it's funny because we thought that Murtagh's end down there, the pavilion, he'd enjoy that the most, and he bowled extremely well, but for no wickets. So we'll see what happens today.
So Middlesex starting with 3 slips, a third man interestingly, and a man down at long leg.
Looks like it's Tom Helm with the ball down there, down by the pavilion end, about as far away as possible from us.
Well, he's been spun around, so Helm, of course, bowled from the Salters Field end. Play is called. First ball of day 2. Leaving outside the off stump is Weatherly. Helm on the approach from the pavilion end, bowls here, and leaving again outside the off stump is Weatherly. A bit of carry there. That's what we saw a lot of yesterday.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the sort of end rotation for the Hampshire bowlers yesterday. It was Barker that had the pavilion end first up, and he really seemed to enjoy it, getting the early breakthroughs as well. Both Holden and Robson falling at the hands of Barker, and then it was Stevenson later on who was sort of rewarded the uphill end, and he did well from it.
So 27 for 2, Hampshire. Helm to Weatherly, who again is able to leave outside the off stump, a fraction further away on that occasion.
Yeah, Stevenson in the end, 4 wickets for 71 off his 19. Barker got the first 2 for 44. I think, apart from maybe that of Eskenazi, they would have all have been from the pavilion end.
Well, we saw the seamers rotate from that end, and the spin of Dawson used from the Salters Field end for the majority of the afternoon and evening sessions. It's Helm here from that pavilion end, beating the outside edge. Just a fend there from Weatherly. First time he's been drawn into a stroke today, but generous movement off the seam.
You can see how much
Simpson, shoulder height. So again, that carry we talked about yesterday.
You can see how much they're expecting the ball to go behind the bat. You've got 3 slips, very wide gully, and then 2 men down at fine leg, and third man on the boundary as well, leaving just 3, apart from the bowler, in front of the bat.
Helm turns, 3 catches in the cordon, into Weatherly. Bat on ball for the first time today, out towards point, no single there. So the second day of this Middlesex live stream. Thanks for being with us. As we noted on the call yesterday, a couple of gremlins technically there, but we're in good shape today. Looking forward to having your company throughout the course of the 90 overs. Of course, the Bob Willis Trophy is a 90 over competition rather than the 96 you might be accustomed to from the county championship. Helm, tall man, charging in, bowls here, inside edge, onto the pad of Weatherly. End of the first over of the second day, 27 for 2. So 15 overs gone in this Hampshire reply to Middlesex's 252. Weatherly 6, Allsop is 4.
You feel like last night Middlesex had 14 overs just as the day was getting cooler, and there was a point where they were, it must have been about 10 overs in, and there had been no wickets down, and you thought, oh, they've got a whole day in front of them, sun-filled, hot day, and you almost feel, they make up 2 wickets in the end, that the first hour of this session will be that bit where they'll have that energy, they'll have a night's sleep, it won't be quite the heat of the midday or mid-afternoon sun. This is where they've really got to cash in Middlesex.
Yeah, while the ball's still relatively new, of course, James Harris was outstanding last night. He'll get the first opportunity from the Salters Field end this morning. As I said, kind of our end here. We're more on this side than the other pavilion side. We're square of the wicket. We're at deep extra cover as Allsop faces up. First ball from Harris around the wicket. Allsop pushes to cover, knows the call.
And of course yesterday, as a lot of our viewers will have been multi-screening, multitasking, that England Test match coming to quite a denouement. Today is a Sunday, a sort of a more relaxed, restful day. And you only have to follow us, one stream.
Yeah, one stream. There were 10 games going on around the country yesterday. Of course, the Test match and 9 fixtures in the Bob Willis Trophy. But you can stick with us all day today as Harris approaches and bowls to Allsop, who defends into the onside.
I quite like that symmetry of Harris approaching as the train steamed by. It's a nice soundtrack to his run-up. Yeah,
I wonder the extent to which the noise from the train comes through our microphones. Probably equal to the effects mic that's sitting outside here, so it'll be part of the soundtrack of the afternoon. As we learnt yesterday, the train from King's Cross to Sheffield that passes through Radlett, where we are today. Harris. He's around the wicket approach to Allsop, striking him on the pad. They take what will almost certainly be signalled a leg by. That's the first run of the morning. It is off the thigh pad of Allsop. He's down the other end, so his score remains 4. Hampshire advanced to 28 for 2. So their first goal, of course, will be just to get through the first hour. Middlesex need wickets, but it isn't so much about runs in the first stanza when part they need to avoid that set of circumstances. Harris over the wicket to Weatherly. First ball to him for the day is down the leg side.
It feels as though really took a bit of swing going down that leg side. Really good shapes from the 2 Middlesex seamers at the moment.
Yeah, we didn't see spin last night. We thought we might see a couple of overs before the close, but in the end the call was the correct one, giving it to Harris, who's bowling here again outside that off stump, well outside the off stump, Weatherly able to shoulder arms. Waluita we'll see throughout the course of the day with his left arm orthodox. Of course, made his debut last week at the Oval, the 22-year-old. With his left arm orthodox.
I hope we see a bit more of his left arm orthodox than we did of his batting yesterday.
Yes, that was a talking point at stumps, wasn't it? The charge and edge, first ball, that put Stevenson on a hat trick. Harris here, again outside the off stump. Weatherly letting it sail by safely into the gloves of Simpson. It's the end of the over. So 2 this morning, just a leg by from the thigh pad of Allsop. 16 gone in the innings. Yes, we'll see Tim Murder before long. I'm sure he bowled 7 tidy overs last night. Tom Helm getting first opportunity from the preferred end for the seamers, the pavilion end.
Yeah, we saw Helm bowl from the Salt of Steel end last night, and he bowled with pace, with bounce. His line was slightly off, and I wonder if he too prefers that. And tussling with Murta.
Helm, of course, set Harley around the national selectors. But so I wonder if a feature of the feature as well. Second over today, all around the wicket.
Do you really make the batsmen think, play, think? Not have to leave the ball each time. But yes, I think intra-bubble, intra-squad warm-ups. Because, well...
Hill, not intuitive that the hill is preferable for the seamers, but maybe. So Helm bounding in, reaches the crease and delivers. Nicely driven there by Allsop, but straight to the man at mid-off, no run. Mid-on even. That's the perspective from where we're calling. It can be a fraction difficult to identify whether the ball's gone to mid-off or mid-on, I noticed yesterday, but all part of the learning curve of calling square to the wicket.
I think you're safe if you shout, he's hit it in front of square.
In front of square, yes. Of course, COVID restrictions have us put in this corner of the ground. Helm around the wicket, beating the outside edge of Allsop. That's taken off. That's the first one to really go this morning. Had to play.
You can see the way in which Simpson, the wicketkeeper, had to take that like a bullet, sort of searing past his left ear. Good signs there for Middlesex.
Yeah, good track so far. Sporting, bit green. Even today on the second morning, you can see that slight tinge there. Helm. Edge taken and given. Fantastic snaffle that by the keeper Simpson. Had to go nice and high. Timed his dive well. Or dive, leap I should say. But the result is the wicket of Allsop. He's gone.
What a catch.
4, and Hampshire 28 for 3 indeed. I mean, that again, it exploded off the track, didn't it?
Well, we saw the previous ball, the way in which Simpson had to take it over his left shoulder, and it just whistled by, and the impact almost knocked him over that time. But this one, with the edge as well, it was a cracking catch, and an early breakthrough for Middlesex. They'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, just what they needed. An early breakthrough. Allsop's gone for 4 from 17 deliveries. But the delivery before set it up, didn't it? Whistling past the outside edge. And the next ball from that probing angle around the wicket exploded. Caught the edge. Simpson had to leap to take it. Did so expertly. The result, an early wicket for Middlesex.
Quick drinks break. Preparation for a hot day ahead. But a few wickets in this morning session will just make that toiling afternoon a little bit easier. You just think as a batter, that's when you want to come back out. Middlesex will want to come back out before the evening session, certainly. Ambitious, perhaps.
Yeah, you can't really overstate how crucial it is that Middlesex get busy this morning before it gets rough out there and before the ball gets old and softer. But they do open up an opportunity here with Hampshire's captain Sam Northeast walking to the middle with 1 ball remaining in the 17th over. Of course, Northeast, such a consistent performer over a long period of time. In the peak of his career, has a job to do today. 3 slips. Last delivery of the helm over the wicket. Just getting his bat out the way. The nick of time. So, A successful over for Middlesex. The wicket of Allsop in the column of Tom Helm, his first of the innings. 28 for 3. Adam Collins and Isabel Westbury with you on the Middlesex stream. The home side made 252 after being sent in yesterday. And Hampshire have now lost 3 wickets in relatively quick succession. They got through a decent slab of time last night with their openers doing a decent enough job, but one brought 2. Organ, then the night watchman Barker, and now the left-hander Allsop, all back in the hutch.
It's been a good bowling wicket, I think. Or even Stevens.
Oh, I quite like the pace of it. I mean,
Yeah,
we saw yesterday with young Martin Anderson, once you get in,
I was thinking,
yeah, that extra pace is appreciated by most players. Again, Weatherly's able to leave a wider delivery here from Harris.
Yeah, player of the day yesterday, certainly from a Middlesex perspective, was seeing Martin Anderson, young batter, compiling his highest first-class score, 92. To make a first-class ton in, I don't know, maybe edging into the 90s was part of it, but he played a very accomplished innings when a lot of senior players before him had fallen for not too many.
Yeah, he went from 23 when he was dropped to 80 odd in a hurry, and then slowed down a bit and was out for 92. Leg before Harris here to Weatherly, who makes good contact, but Harris does the fielding in his follow-through. Of course, we'll be tracking the moment of the match thanks to Arc Build, that hashtag moment of the match. Drop in a line to the Middlesex Twitter account, Middlesex_CCC. That's where we'll have Lucy in the tent next door.
Yeah, there were a couple of drives from Anderson, I think, that were in contention, but I think maybe the Holland catch.
Yeah, Ian Holland, that was an important moment too, wasn't it, just after lunch? Harris, outside the off stump of Weatherly. Just probing away at about a 4th, 5th, 6th stump line here at the moment, trying to tempt the right-hander into an expansive stroke early in the day. Unable to do so quite yet.
Yeah, Ian Holland diving across, I think, from second slip.
We dived across from third slip.
Into second slip's position.
Well, almost into first slip. By the time he actually caught the ball, he made so much ground, Ian Holland.
Very low, after having dropped a relatively easy touch.
Yes.
A few overs previously to dismiss Max Holden for 36.
Harris delivers outside edge, but just into the ground on the way through. There's a little feather there on the bounce. So Harris to complete his set. On the way here in bowls. Weatherly clipping through mid-wicket. Good diving stop there. That's the veteran Tim Murder who prevents a run being taken. End of Harris's over. Hampshire 29 for 3 with Weatherly 6 and Sam Northeast, the visiting skipper, yet to score from the one delivery he's faced. We've got the benefit today, Isabel, of having the stream just behind our live call from where we're sitting.
A real-time replay.
It's like a real-time replay. So even though we're square of the wicket, it's important to note, so we can't always get a perfect understanding of what's happened as ball passes back. We give it our best shot. We're adapting to the circumstances, but we can correct the record as and when, hopefully, if the stream stays as it should through the day, and pass on the accurate information as and when. Tom Helm starting a new over. Again, that bounce into the thigh pad of Northeast, jagging back off the seam. Encouraging signs from the pavilion end. Well, Northeast has been a player that's been talked up for higher honours, well, probably for the majority of the last 5 years, of course, making that move a couple of years ago
To Hampshire.
to Hampshire from Kent.
Contentious in Kent quarters.
Helm here. Outside edge, genuine one. Down to third man, through the cordon. They take a single, so Northeast is off the mark. The score moves to 29 for 3, 30 for 3 again, the scoreboard just behind us here.
A very purposeful move to go from having captained Kent to Hampshire. His good friend Sam Billings made the Kent captain instead.
Yep, Helm. On the way here to Weatherly, bowls, defending. So Northeast has in excess of 10,000 first-class runs now. He's made 24 centuries, past 50 a further 51 times. I always find that a strange thing with scorecards. We see 24 centuries and 51 50s when really he's past 50, 75 times, but we don't say it that way. We should, I think. But I digress. The Northeast arc, if you like, has had him just on the cusp of getting picked for England or England squads, but yet to get that opportunity. Helm to Weatherly, who pushes into the onside. No run. Last year, Northeast topped the runs tally for Hampshire. 969 he made, with 3 centuries averaging 51, so a very solid season, but it wasn't enough to get himself into the bubble, the extended squads, which would have been disappointing. But has the chance here in the Bob Willis Trophy to keep pressing his case. From Middlesex's perspective, though, he'll be the big wicket today. He's down the non-striker's end as Helm approaches Weatherly, bowls, and Weatherly shoulders arms. There were 3 Hampshire players last year who all had a batting average of exactly 51. So that no decimal points required there. Bang on 51, Northeast, Dawson and Stevenson, albeit contrasting volume of runs. 969, 561 and 51 respectively, but still.
They say if you live and work in close proximity, things start to synchronise. Maybe run scoring does too.
Yeah. Helm bowls here. Half a shout for leg before from the men behind the wicket, but Weatherly's stroke suggests that was going well down the leg side. The end of the over, 1 from it, 30 for 3 the score. We've had 5 overs this morning, and that being the case, Isabel, I'll handball to you for the next 5.
Absolutely. Reminder to viewers that if you were tuned in yesterday, you would have seen that there's a new feature on the stream called Collow's Question, #Collow's Question, brought to you by Knight Frank. And we'll have one shortly, but the question that we put to viewers, listeners yesterday, was answered by a number of people. Spot on, and we thought it was quite difficult, so just scheming a way of making it a little bit more difficult for you. It's nicely played into the onside. Foolish delivery there from Harris.
Yes, the Collow's question yesterday, which was about Toby Rowland-Jones and the number of deliveries he bowled in the 2016 season. My sense is that Google may have been used, or another search engine, from some who answered the question, and I can understand why, because unless you were listening to the feed when we were talking about it, you wouldn't have known that we set our own rules, didn't we?
We do set our own rules.
Which was
the keeper.
You can't look it up, and the spirit of the competition is you've got to guess. It's like, as we said then, guessing the jelly beans in the jar. There's no point. It takes the fun out of it if you know the answer emphatically when you hit reply. It's about guessing and relying on your gut feel. So it'll be in that spirit that we also put today's question.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a way of making... I think I've got some good stats, but I want to make them non-Googleable. Is that a word? Here comes Harris. It's quite wide. Through to Simpson. Just left alone.
Yes, it's called Collow's Question, but so far you've been instrumental in drafting them, I have to note, Isabel. So.
But I feel I've failed, having had the first one answered so easily. I need to... it takes a lot of brain power, perhaps, which I don't have, to try and work out how to make this mathematical question non-Googleable. If you have those skills, please dial in.
Yes.
Phone a friend. Harris again, right arm over. Nicely driven full, but only so far as extra cover.
Well, we did ask yesterday if you do want to get involved in drafting a question, we're all ears. Izzy Westbury on Twitter. I'm Collins Adam on Twitter. Drop us a note if you've got a piece of trivia that you want to put to the Middlesex masses and have solved on the show, on the segment. Of course, Colo's question is in conjunction with Knight Frank, who's supporting the stream this week here at Radlett.
Harris again, and this one, Northeast thinks about it, leaves it. Nice elaborate leave, just getting his eye in.
So we'll be on Twitter all day with Colo's question. Knight Frank, so the hashtag's Colo's question. It's all supported by Knight Frank, and the Twitter account, of course, is Middlesex_CCC.
Northeast, very upright stance, hardly a crouch in his legs. This time he's forward, keeping low.
He was busy in lockdown, Sam, Northeast, with a couple of our colleagues from the press box. Will McPherson and Vidishana Huntaraja, two journalists who covered Middlesex for a long time. Now on England duties, as they say, but they've been busying themselves with a very interesting podcast.
Northeast waits, and this one he tries to turn onto the onside. Fuller delivery, nothing for it. 31 for 3.
Yes, that podcast was called 2 Hacks and 1 Pro, which I quite liked. And he had a natural flair for it, I thought, too. Sam Northeast, the Hampshire captain.
I think that's one of the things that has always been said of him when talking about his elevation, possible elevation to England honours, is that he's very eloquent. He's a good leader. He says what he thinks. Here comes Helm. Left alone. Weatherly at the moment almost playing the same role that Max Holden did yesterday. Sort of opener that stuck it out while those fell around him. Holden managed 36. Weatherly there, still early in his innings. Helm through to the keeper. I think I found a way of phrasing the question.
Oh, very good.
Work it out. The problem now is I need to make sure that it's the right answer, or if there's no one else that's done what I think has been achieved.
You've got time on your side, I think.
Okay.
You can just tease the question now, note that it's coming, and the inspiration will strike you, I'm sure.
I'm dangling the carrot.
That's what they're doing here, I think, with Weatherly. They're trying to dangle the carrot. You notice that they're not really attacking off stump. They're just staying outside the line and hoping that he'll eventually play at one and lose his patience.
Weatherly waits. And this one played not particularly convincingly into the offside, but there's a gap there. Holden coming up from backward point. Nice big sun hat on. A few of those around the field today.
Off the shoulder of the bat nearly there as well in the bounce. So again, that extra bounce that's been noticeable from the pavilion end. Lovely setting here at Radlett, isn't it?
Oh.
You can understand why.
On a day like today.
Yeah. Slightly burnt grass, in keeping with the month of the year. But the track, nice and lively. A tinge of green to it, even now in the second morning.
Northeast on strike. And this one's always an edge, and it's through the slip cordon, or wide of third slip. Big gap between third slip and gully. There's about head height. Someone would be maybe fourth slip. That'd be a nice little take.
Yeah, it was a catchable height, that's for sure, but there's only so many you can have in the cordon when you've got 252 on the board. On the other hand, I suppose the wickets will be such an emphasis this morning. There are 3 catches and a man at, wouldn't quite call him gully.
Wide gully, almost
Yeah.
backward point really. Hold
Good
on.
point.
Here comes home again. Weatherly on strike, this time another big bounce, taken high above the head by Simpson.
That's a lovely feeling as a bowler, isn't it? The carry you get and the keeper taking the ball above their head or thereabouts.
Can't say I've ever experienced that feeling before. I don't know, you twirl your arm pretty rapidly.
There was a time, but it's a long time
Okay.
ago now. Surely you would have had wicket keep with your off spin when you got a bit of extra bounce coming through around
If you're playing on trampolines, yeah.
chest head height.
Weatherly waits a few trigger movements, and this one catches him high on the thigh pad. Nice little follow-up and stare there from Helm to end the over. 33 for 3.
Of course, Radlett is a ground where many of the Middlesex players have played a lot of games. I think there was one stat before the round that collectively played 100 games here in second 11 cricket. Of course, one fixture in the first 11 in 2019, but it's like it is the other home ground, and certainly when talking about the second 11, this has been the preferred venue in recent years, and this is why they're seeing it as very much a home fixture, even though they're away from Lords.
Yeah, it's funny because I think perhaps viewers, even Middlesex members, would not necessarily associate Radlett with Middlesex as much as the players do.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of the sort of behind closed door stuff happens here as Harris is in bowling to northeast. This one's driven back down the track and well fielded by Mercer at mid-on, no run. A lot of training, a lot of sort of pre-season stuff goes on here, a lot of, as you said, second 11 matches. So very familiar feel for the staff, the players around here.
When you were captaining the Middlesex women's team, Isabel, did you play any games here? Was this a venue that they...
Played one up here, but I think we did a lot around Merchant Taylors
Right.
as well, which again is another second 11 venue for the Middlesex men. Harris in, and this is pulled into the onside, 4 runs. Along the ground, just wide of square leg. Slightly erred there in his lines. Harris, and I think a shout from Murta that, yeah, I don't know who's fielding out there, but the ball's raced away beyond the 10th, and of course, due to COVID-19 rules and regs, the fielders themselves have to go and retrieve the ball, and we saw 1/6 fly over into the Salters field end, and that's another cricket pitch around there. So it's fair old ground to make up. I think it was Anderson there. Had to go and do the honours this time round. Did Murta call him Pasty?
We'll keep it brief on that. I mean, I think...
He called him something that certainly had nothing to do with his name. I'm interested to find out what that nickname comes from. Here comes Harris again, and it's driven down the ground nicely. 4 runs. Over pitched there from Harris. A lovely on drive, I think. Adam, you were talking about the nicest, the most eloquent drive in cricket, the on drive, and that was beautiful there from North East.
Well, we saw North East play almost the same shot earlier in the over, but picked out mid-on. On this occasion, he missed the fielder and it really skipped away. And we saw that with the previous stroke as well. Didn't overhit it, which you don't need to here at Radlett. The outfield is rapid.
Yeah.
Not a big crowd to start with, so if you do middle a ball and get it through the infield, it's going to get away. So it's more about placement than power. And we've seen that on a couple of occasions, 2 boundaries on the spin.
Harris in, forward, defending after 2 consecutive 4s from North East. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, how old is North East now? He must be sort of...
He's 30, I think.
Yeah, is he 30 now?
Mm.
He's definitely somebody that certainly the last decade, every season, has been chatted. I think, unfortunately, he had a real thumb injury a few years back. It was about the time when he thought he was most in contention for England. Harris again, right arm over. North East forward, hits him on the pad, thinks about a run. Not this time. he's a good white ball player as well. Northeast, so, and that's what a lot of it is about. Is if your runs all come at the right time and there's a gap in the market, so to speak, and you get your in, and then you might stay in.
Yeah, like a big musical chair selection sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Harris turns, top of his mark. Northeast on strike, upward stance. And this one, again, a little bit straight there from Harris. Tries to turn it onto the onside. So 41 for 3 to end the 22nd over.
It often has so much to do with what you've done in the last couple of weeks, really, to symbolise the form you're in, perhaps more than the broader body of work. And injuries, as you say, always come into it. Think of someone like Tom Wesley a few years ago when he got that opportunity in the England side, albeit briefly. I think he played 3 test matches before he was discarded, didn't make the Ashes trip of 17-18, but he'd made runs in the few weeks before, and obviously had been a long-serving player at Essex, and there he was on the big stage, but within a month it was over.
Yeah, I think of
quite cutthroat.
One test wonders like Darren Pattinson.
Yes,
back in the day.
Indeed, unorthodox circumstances when Darren Pattinson, who grew up around the corner from me.
In Melbourne, yeah.
Not just in like the same suburb next door, more or less.
Helm into Weatherly, and this is full and driven down the ground nicely. Running down the hill, the chase is on. I'm not sure if Gubbins is going to make it. He's a fast fielder. And he's just kept it in, it looks like. Good fielding from the young Middlesex man. Picked up a couple though, Weatherly.
My earliest memories of his younger brother, James Pattinson, the Australian fast bowler, is him running around our club as a 10-year-old with a shock of blonde hair and making all the runs and taking all the wickets and being a complete pest, which he continues to be to this day, James.
Pretty handy cricketer.
Yeah, he was always going to play for Australia. Even from that age, he was destined to. He was just a cut above everyone else. But Darren's slightly different. His story, of course, he was really nowhere near it. He wasn't even playing grade cricket. He was playing park cricket until his mid-20s, and a few years after that was in the England Test team. Crazy old time that was.
Here comes Helm. 4 slips now. This one's left alone. Kept lower. Noticeably lower, that one. I'm trying to think, there was a New Zealander over playing club cricket a few years back who got drafted into the New Zealand ODI team. I'm going to find out who it was. But a similar tale.
Yeah, leaps from club cricket to internet. It has happened. Mike Whitney in the 81 Ashes series was playing league cricket over here and bypassed the official structures, if you like, and ended up earning his baggy green in unexpected circumstances in that famous Ashes series.
Helm again. Tall action. And this one a bit more carry on it. Again. Pushes Northeast back onto its heels. Holds a quick one.
You hear the chat from the slips, we're one away, and I think that what they're really saying is if we can get Northeast here, we can get busy. Tuck right in. If they can have them 50 for 4 with Northeast back, well, the game really does open up for Middlesex in terms of being able to get the majority of their work done before it gets really hot later today. Yeah. So the umpires for this game are Neil Bainton and Rob White. I just found out then, though, who the match referee is. It's a former first-class batsman and then subsequent occasional employer of both you and I in a different life, Alex Swan. Former editor of the Cricketer magazine. Of course, brother of Graham as well. If you're listening, Alec, good morning to you. So may that have been, was that an impromptu drinks break, Isabel, or may that have been one of our COVID breaks? Now they are where the players go and receive some hand sanitizer.
So, yes, breaks every 6 overs or thereabouts. We haven't done 12 today. One break, I'm not sure. I think as we noted yesterday, drinks breaks and hand sanitizer breaks kind of interweave. Part and parcel of cricket in 2020. Looks like a change of bowler from the Saltersfield end. And Tim Murtagh, who had been the favoured pavilion end yesterday, is now bowling down the hill from Saltersfield end. See what he can do with that. So we saw that a lot from Hampshire. A lot of change of ends between the seam bowlers. Working out. Here comes Murtagh. Bowling to northeast, upright northeast. This is driven. Walalita. And John.
Yeah, there's something special about outgrounds, isn't there? That intimacy. You can hear every word from the players out in the middle, close to the action.
Question on social media, why is James Finch not playing for Hampshire? Well, James Finch is part of the England ODI team. Okay. Murtagh's in. Hang on to the onside. No run. As was Liam Dawson. James Finch played, he cracked the bubble. He was allowed to have a rest. And for Dawson to come straight back in. We had initially been told that both Dawson and Willis would not be playing in this match, having been part of the England ODI bubble.
It must have been optional because
Yes.
Sam Billings is playing for Kent this weekend.
Yeah.
So it must have been left up to the players. It was a tough week for Vince as well.
Right arm over, and this is, an inside edge, down to the boundary, fine leg for single. So that, as we understand it, optional choice of which player not to be involved in the ODI squad. Dawson, having not played any of those matches, was perhaps more keen to get back out onto the park.
Yeah. I suppose, in the case of Kyle Abbott. A lot of international players. I suppose he, of course, is here as a Colpack player, but still, having to make the journey over, it wasn't possible.
Murtagh again, right arm over. And this is through to the keeper, no run.
There's been a number of outgrounds used for Middlesex in the last decade or so. I live near one of them, not right near Southgate Cricket Club, which was, I think, last used in about 2009. One of the venues where Shane Warne made a first-class 100, actually, in 2005.
When he played for Richmond?
No, sorry, first class. You know,
First class,
against Hampshire.
Murtagh again, and this is nicely through the keeper.
So that was
Straightening up a little.
in the lead up to the 05 Ashes when Warne was captaining Hampshire and made a ton at Southgate. The last game played there in 2009, Andrew Strauss reached three figures. The late Philip Hughes did as well, in that brief stint that Hughes had with the club at Middlesex before the 09 Ashes, where he was still a boy of 20.
Step cordon very wide here for Murtagh. Appeal for LBW, half-hearted, didn't really have the volume to it that you might expect. Quick shake of the head from Neil Bainton.
I feel like in hindsight that could have been a very good Collo's question, talking about the Southgate outground and the final game played there, but
You wasted it.
I've blown it on just some back and forth on the comms. Now, we said earlier, Isabel, that there's Collo's question. The other part of our interactivity through the day, of course, is Middlesex at home. So the idea of this is fairly straightforward, thanks to Perfect Smile. Wherever you're watching the stream today, we want to see you watching it. Yesterday there were a lot of photos that came in of people watching this, but also the test match. Well, that won't be the case today, but if you've brought your tablet or your laptop or your phone into the garden or into the park or whatever it is you're doing on this gorgeous summer's day, and we're there with you, take a photo, send it in to the Middlesex Twitter account, Middlesex_CCC, with the hashtag Middlesex at home. And thanks to Perfect Smile, who are our partners in this project, it's Middlesex live stream, we will pop your photo into the stream. You'll be part of our coverage today.
Oh, back of a length, punched into the offside there by Northeast. Good looking shot, that. And Anderson's been brought into the attack from the preferred pavilion end. First go with the ball. Have some fun with the bat. Here he comes again, right arm over, medium pace, and this is past the outside edge of Northeast.
Not sure if you've seen your messages while you've been calling, Izzy, but we've just got one of those text messages that you get occasionally in our industry, which leads to lots of speculation. From out of the England camp, there'll be news later this afternoon. There will be news out of the England camp later this afternoon. Could be nothing. It often is nothing when you get messages like that, but it doesn't mean we won't spend the next few hours
Anderson in and pushing Northeast onto his back foot,
pondering what it might be.
Talk about dangling the carrot. There's no
We'll tell you later. That would normally just be the information.
in down the side.
So, I've got a couple of ideas in the back. I'm reluctant to say what my thoughts are on what they could be, because I don't want them to be the case.
My thoughts are bad, which is probably...
Yeah, I reckon if we were to ask a studio audience of 200 people, as they used to on a TV show when we were kids, a lot of them might say the same thing, reluctantly.
Anderson, and this is again past the kind of... past the outside edge of Northeast. He's sort of half-heartedly going into the shot, thinking about defending, thinking about playing, ending up about halfway between. He's overtaken Weatherly. A couple of lovely shots. Anderson again, and this is driven only so far as cover. Nice pick up there by Gubbins in the square, and there is no run. 48 for 3. Coming into the last part of the first hour of the second day's play in this second round of the Bob Willis Trophy on a glorious day in August, early season August. Not going to say that again, I don't think. Well,
no.
Actually, I'm not going to say anything because we don't know what's going to happen next year.
That's true. Do you want me to take over, Izzy, and get us a wicket?
Were you really good at that yesterday? Yeah, right.
I think it worked. We had a couple of changes in commentary which immediately resulted in wickets. So let's give it a try for Middlesex fans. So 48 for 3 the score. Middlesex 1 wicket in the 50 minutes this morning so far, that of Allsop, courtesy of a searing delivery from Tom Helm, caught the outside edge, taken wonderfully by Simpson, high above his head. The opener, Weatherly, still there on 10. He's facing Tim Murtagh, 3 slips and a short leg. Defended into the offside. Barely a cloud in the sky. A bluey-grey sky above us, which is going to get very hot later. It's already quite warm here as Murtagh approaches and bowls. And there's a shout, but it's been turned down. It's obscured by the man at short leg as to whether they were going up for leg before or after his arms were shouldered, or whether they thought it might have clipped something on the way through. In any case, it was given not out, but a little victory there for Murtagh. As Simpson comes up to the stump, so there was a shimmy there from Weatherly before that ball was let go. So Murtagh here to Weatherly, who defends into the gully, no run. We saw that quite a bit yesterday, but more when the bowlers were coming from the pavilion end to mitigate that extra bounce. They were taking a big stride down the track while the Hampshire seamers were in their action. But that's the first time we've seen it today from Weatherly. He's 10, he's been there for a long time. Murtagh on the way and bowls. Full face of the blade here to mid-on. Walalawitat doing the fielding, no run. I say a long time, it's taken him a long time to make it to 10, more to the point. This, of course, just the 26th over of the Hampshire reply to Middlesex's 252. They were all out yesterday in 74 overs even. Martin Anderson top scoring with 92. His highest score in first-class cricket. Murtagh on the approach again. 3 slips, bowls, leaving.
I've pitched my Colo's question.
Oh. Where did you
going
get
through
to?
a vetting process.
Okay, that's fine. We'll hold tight.
I'm going to leave viewers waiting.
With bated breath.
Absolutely.
Murtagh moves in and bowls, and again Simpson up to the stumps doing the work. Very tidy. Ending the 26th over here at Radlett. 46-8 rather for 3 with Weatherly, the man that played out that maiden, on 10. Northeast, the skipper, down the other end on 14. One of the lovely parts of being at an outground is that, much as it is in club cricket, players lap and lap and lap all day long. They just walk around the boundary. I don't know what you were like as a player, Isabel, but that was me. I would just walk miles around the ground. Often, if there was a test match on, I'd have the earpiece in, walking around and enjoy what was going on whilst watching my team bat. Hopefully bat for a long time before I had to come in.
Then that you didn't bat that much?
It suggested I would, bat where the bowlers tend to bat more often than not. Fresh over. Off the back foot, punching. No run there. So this is Martin Anderson with ball in hand.
It always works. I always think about a James Bond film where you just got a sledgehammer.
Anderson on the way from the pavilion end, bowls here, pushing into the onside. He's northeast, no run. the first spell of Anderson's in professional cricket, having a look through the data last year. It may have bowled the previous year, but it certainly didn't bowl last year. On the way. Delivers. Defending into the offside, no run.
Yeah, Ethan Bamber was just doing the boundary rounds with a couple of support staff. He'll get a go soon. Lots of rotation around the squad. There's no second 11 cricket being played at the moment.
To Anderson once more, bowls, northeast, playing with soft hands into the gully, collected by Holden, no run.
It's always been one thing with North East, very sort of industrious batter, but he doesn't like when the scoreboard stops. I think that's always been one of the things preventing him perhaps from going further. Is that when he scores runs, my goodness, they're amazing. And he can do it in huge swathes of runs.
To Anderson in his first over. Shout for leg before. The bowler's more enthusiastic than the men behind the wicket. They rotate 3-4 a leg by, so 49 for 3 the score.
I think our College question has passed the first round of betting.
Has Flex given it the thumbs up?
He is the resident encyclopedia. Because I sort of broached one earlier this morning and he got it far too quickly. So if we can go past his round of betting, then I think we're on to a good one.
So 1 ball to come in this Anderson over. It's a good start from the medium pacer. Did well with the bat yesterday. Bowls here. That's down the leg side though. That's runs and 4 of them. 4 wides. So that'll be 5 runs. He's really given that plenty down the leg side to be signalled accordingly. No chance for Simpson. That takes Hampshire past 50. Little milestone there. And for Anderson's party, we'll have to re-bowl the delivery.
Not what you want as we approach the midday sun.
No. It's been a lively over though. I mean, decent revs as they say. Approaches the crease and bowls, leaving outside the off stump. That's better. So 54 for 3. We're through 27 overs. If the deficit now is inside 200 as well. They trail by 198 runs. Not that it was relevant with the first innings tally of 252, but one of the Bob Willis Trophy tweaks is that the follow-on mark is 200 rather than 150. I was trying to work out why that might have been the case.
I think that's to encourage or discourage enforcing the follow-on to ensure that bowlers can rest out of it.
Ah, right, yes, okay, that makes sense. Mercer starting a fresh over to northeast edge on the bounce taken, collected I should say, second slip.
Yeah, so there's a few things. I think the minimum of 90, slightly reduced from normal times, the follow-on target being increased.
It's a quirky thing, the follow-on number, because it doesn't change depending on the number of days in the game. So 150, of course, is the standard for 4-day cricket, as Mercer makes his way to the crease and bowls to the caps in north-east, defending out of the offside, no run. Of course, Test cricket's 200. First-class cricket with a 4-day game is typically 150.
Yeah.
But when that game becomes 2 days, so if a day is wiped out in a 3-day game, it becomes a 2-day game, which, you know, it's rare, but it does happen. I've seen it in a tour game a couple of years ago. The follow-on becomes 100. So long as the day is wiped out before the first ball is bowled.
Which is really not that much at all.
No, but it nearly happened. As Mercer bowls here to north-east who defends. It nearly happened to Australia. The game I'm thinking of is the tour game I referred to yesterday when they were playing Northampton, who made about 280 odd in the first innings, and Australia were in some strife. They were 140, 150 to 5, and they were at one stage looking like they might have to follow on in this 2-day game. In the end, Pat Cummins bashed an unbeaten 80 odd, and that was that. But
He spared their blushes.
yes, he did. He's good at that, Pat Cummins. It's Murder here though, bowling in North East off the back foot defending. Nothing there.
So they've minimum of 15 overs per hour, not 16, and 90 overs minimum in the day compared to 96.
And to their credit, they got that in yesterday inside the extra half an hour. You can imagine on a day where there are the extra COVID breaks, it was hot, there was a change of innings, and of course that meant it was an 88 over day, but still, sometimes 10 minutes can swell to 12 or 13 or 14 minutes in these change of innings we see. Murta bowls, North East defends. I think the close of play was about 6:15, so both teams did the right thing in terms of getting through the overs. Don't know what it is about Test cricket compared to first class cricket. They rarely get their 90 in Test cricket. Very rarely, maybe once a Test match. When you compare that to the first class game, where the week-to-week professionals can find a way to do the job.
Can we put it down to prima donna faffing? Is that a legitimate reason?
Murta bowls. Edge
Ooh.
into the turf. Down there at gully. Well collected by Robson. End of the Murta over, but on 2 occasions there, North East had to play with soft hands after Murta. He's got the ball to deck away a fraction. Indeed, deck away up the slope here at Radlett, so showing his skill.
I tell you what, that was a hallmark of Anderson's innings yesterday, was playing with really soft hands, because I think with the nature of this pitch, the way in which the bowlers are bowling, which is well, bounce, pace, you are going to edge it.
Yeah, he's bowling here now, Anderson. Getting his opportunity from the pavilion end. It's full, pushed through mid-wicket by the opener. Weatherly coming back for a couple as a misfield there.
And I think this idea that if you're going to edge it, you've got to make sure you edge it along the ground.
Yes.
We saw Anderson do that very well, and similarly in that last over, it was good from...
There's a bit about this Anderson, isn't there? He runs it and really bends his back with the ball. Just 23 years of age, as we were talking a fair bit about his career so far yesterday when he was batting. He delivers here, leaving outside the off stump is Weatherly. There's something about him, isn't there? Certainly the stroke play we saw yesterday. A couple of those off the balls of his feet, strokes through cover point. A couple of on drives as well. There's some very classy batting on show, taking full advantage of the fast outfield and the extra pace. He's trying to generate some pace with the ball here, but that's well outside the off stump. Weatherly able to shoulder arms. So Anderson, this is his 10th match. Yesterday was his 3rd half century. Just got internet back in the box here, is he, so I can see whether he's bowled before. He has bowled before, just didn't get a trundle last year. Anderson bowls here, outside the off stump, and let go again. So Anderson has been used a decent amount, so in the previous season, but not so much for the second 11. In the second 11 he wasn't getting a bowl at all last year, interestingly, but in 2018 he was used from time to time, picked up 13 wickets, very useful average too. 19, bowls here. Oh, that was a cleave, as you say. Was the attempted leave that ended up deflecting down to 3rd man, safely on the ground. Weatherly is now 13. Hampshire 57 for 3. So a good all-round prospect, Martin Anderson. That's Anderson with a double S, of course, which we were talking a bit about yesterday as well. Martin Christopher Anderson, but Christopher with a K and a double F. On the way. to northeast, who pushes to mid-on. Just check this shot there a fraction. Maybe a bit of extra pace. 57 for 3, Hampshire, after Middlesex yesterday made 252. With it being about 5 minutes after an hour played, so 65 minutes gone, the players are taking a drink here at Radlett. The lovely setting of Cobden Hill. So across that 65 minutes of play this morning, Hampshire have added 30 runs, but they did lose the wicket of Allsop, who was caught by the wicketkeeper Simpson from the bowling of Helm for 4. That wicket fell when the score was 28, so adding just 1 run to their overnight tally in the third over of the morning.
If you get an opportunity to watch that again, it was some really beautiful bowling.
Well, you can do that, Isabel, on the Middlesex website. I went and watched back a couple of wickets last night. As soon as the wicket's taken, you can see a quick 10-second clip. So if you want to go back and see how the wicket fell at any stage during the day, you can recap on middlesexccc.com. Of course, that's where the live feed is throughout the course of these 2 home games.
Okay, I think now that I'm pretty confident that our College question for the day...
I'm looking forward to this because in all
ready to go.
probability I will not know the answer to the College question, which might mean I will issue a guess off the top. I'll get people going.
I'm sure we're not allowed to admit that.
Well, it's the way it goes. We work we've always worked well as a team, Izzy, so I'm relaxed. I have faith in you. Implicit faith.
It's always that university challenge. I never think Jeremy Paxman actually has a clue what he's talking about.
Did you ever get invited onto university challenge when you were at Oxford?
Not.
No? I'm surprised. You
average
do
about
well on
6
there.
or 7
No.
every round, every episode.
Right, so starting the second hour will be Tim Murtagh. A packed cordon and a short leg, delivering here. Weatherly again using his feet to come down and defend, which is interesting. That's a bit of cat and mouse with Simpson. So Simpson came up to the pegs in Murtagh's previous over for a couple of deliveries after Weatherly showed a willingness to just shimmy down the track a wee bit before the ball reached him. And now he's gone back, and first ball after that, Weatherly's done it again. Murtagh on his way and bowls. Weatherly defends. Oh, he throws the stumps down to Murtagh. Now, he's comfortably made his ground, but good bit of fielding, really. Pick up and throw, just to keep the batsman honest. That might have a bit to do with the fact that Weatherly is now taking a couple of steps out of his crease as the ball's being bowled, saying, mate, you just stay there, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're not the boss of me.
I think when you've played this much first-class cricket, as Murtagh has, can't see anybody being the boss of him on this field.
So it's Murtagh once more to Weatherly, who defends out towards extra cover. There's no run on offer. The graphic for Colo's question perhaps got as much attention as the question itself yesterday.
You look very serious on it.
Yeah, it is my serious headshot.
Right.
I've got a couple of different headshots that we've done
It's almost as if you get this wrong, you don't...
Yeah, it looks like I'm angry at you already.
Yeah. But yes.
And I'm not angry at you at all. That's just the photo that, you have to get done when you're...
Being serious?
Being serious and have to look like you're, doing your thing. Murtagh to Weatherly. Off the thigh pad. They'll get a sundry for that. Down to long leg. Couple of leg byes. Holden chasing after it.
So this is
ends up getting picked up, I should say, by Anderson. They take the 2 leg byes, moving them on to 59 for 3.
This is College question brought to you by Knight Frank, real estate agents, sponsors of Middlesex. And we'll take you back to the happy time of 1947. Glorious summer.
A very famous summer for Middlesex fans. Ooh, Murtagh. I just looked up at the last moment there before the ball was bowled as I was looking at the question, and did I notice that he might have just adjusted his run up?
Yeah, he does
there?
that. He, now and again, every now and again in his over, he'll just ball off 3 paces.
Yeah.
And I love
I've
it.
seen him do it before, but I wasn't sure if that was
Yeah.
the case. Like last year against Lancs in that very cold, I think it was the season opener. He was doing a bit of that. Murtagh bowls here to Weatherly. He used his feet before the ball was
lovely.
bowled and strikes it beautifully down the ground. Didn't overhit it, but the timing is sufficient to run into the advertising hoardings in front of the Salters Field end, and the over is completed with a boundary. So nice shot from Weatherly. The first time we've seen him really strike the ball with any real purpose this morning. He's been keen to, for the most part, play defensively. So the score moves on to 63 for 3. I reckon I'm ahead of the scoreboard there.
I think you are. Confident.
Weatherly
There you go.
17.
So, college question, brought to you by Knight Frank. Summer of 1947, Middlesex gloriously win the county championship for the first time since 1921. And there was some good batting, you'll be surprised to hear. Dennis Compton and Bill Edrick, as this is just plugged back at mid-on for no run. Anderson's continuing his over. Of course, I think they scored each over 3,000 runs. But there were 2 other batters for Middlesex who surpassed the 2,000 mark. So the first part of this question is, who were they?
Right.
Who were the other 2 batters? And then, collectively, as Anderson is in, right arm over, and this is a big waft and a drop catch, diving catch at second slip. He was in the air, it was one of those sort of dangling images. I wonder if the cameramen have got that. Souter there, stretching, reaching, the ball flying just beyond him. Well, he got a hand to it.
Serious hang time, wasn't it?
It's one of those that will go down as a drop catch, but my goodness, the fact that he even got to it was pretty impressive. Flying away. It's a good effort there from Souter.
Had he pulled it down, it would have been a true arc build moment of the match.
Anderson through, and this one through to the keeper. Just making Weatherly, the Hampshire opener, feel a little bit uncomfortable.
It was a stunning attempt.
Oh.
We got a good look at that from our angle too, where it deep backward point, if you like, from
Yeah, I reckon
a
if I had the
right-handed
camera
perspective.
out, I'd have got a really good photograph of that.
Yeah. Had I had my camera out, had he pulled it in.
Good angle.
Yep.
Good angle that. But there's some photographers behind the keepers here. I wonder if they got it. Here comes Anderson, and it's down leg sides through to keeper, no run. So go back to our college question brought to you by Knight Frank. So 1947, who were the 2 other batsmen, other than Bill Edrick and Dennis Compton, who surpassed 2,000 runs, first-class runs each?
Well, is it, isn't it? Edridge and Compton are the 2 that's obviously are going to be first to mind.
I mean, that, I was for the 2 other batters here because as Anderson is in, and this is played defensive on the back foot.
Well, that was their year, wasn't it? They made in excess. I think they made in excess of 7,000 runs between them, or something ridiculous. But
it was when I think Gloucestershire were second place, and I mean they in themselves took Middlesex out of it. Gloucestershire did incredibly well as well. But Edrich and Compton just wow. Anyway, two other batters who scored more than 2,000 first-class runs each. And the question, therefore, is what was the achievement as Anderson is in, and this is forward, pushing into the offside, no run. What feat did the top 4 batters achieve collectively that no other top 4 had done before?
Good question, Izzy. You've done it well. So the top 4, and you're not going to identify batsman 3 and batsman 4, is that part of this?
That's it, yeah. Oh, well, batsman 1 and 2.
So we know that
Compton
Edrich and Compton, but we don't know who 3 and 4 are, or you know, but we're not revealing that information. But you want to know what all 4 of them did as a collective.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think this is a huge prospect. Edrich and Compton, I think, am I right in saying, came in at number 3 and number 4, so it's openers that really set it up.
Right, well...
Here comes Mercer, right arm over, and this is Peel for LBW. I think there's a bit of battle on that, whether it came first or after the pad, but certainly no Brenton unmoved. I think that's actually because more of the scorecards, but I'm pretty sure that Compton Edge came a bit later. And it was 2 openers that set the platform, as they say. But yes, the batting unit, unlike any other. Murta, right arm over. And this is left alone by Hampshire skipper Northeast. Raises his bat above the arc of the ball.
I was looking at something else in relation to Dennis Compton a couple of weeks ago, actually. It ended up not being correct, but I just had a bit of a ponder. I was trying to work out who had the biggest gap between their first Test century and their second Test century. And I thought that Compton, of course, who made an Ashes ton before the war.
Mercer again, and this is played onto the onside, slightly straightened up that one, no run.
Yeah, but it didn't work. He made both of his first two before the war, and then of course went on to...
Oh, so you were thinking if the war will come in and slice his first and next century.
But no, so it wasn't him. In the end, I did what I always do and consulted Andrew Sampson. He must get annoyed at the questions they ask him on a weekly basis.
Quite enjoys the fact that someone has such keen interest. Murta in full, no run. Murta round the top of his mark, going for that heat of the day here. Northeastern strike, forward, defending, no run. He's on 15, 64 for 3.
Much as it was with Middlesex yesterday, how they were able to consolidate after losing that third wicket. They didn't pile on runs, but they got through the second hour without further loss. Reached lunch 3 down. Granted, lost a wicket shortly thereafter.
Northeast waits. Going forward again, no run.
But via Anderson and Holden, they were able to just calm things down for a wee bit, which then gave them something of a base to work with as it got hot and as the ball got older. So I'm sure that'll be the approach that William Northeast are adopting here as well.
We saw a bit of spin from Hampshire before lunch. Dawson came on, I wonder. One of the Louisa and Souter as well.
Yeah, a couple of good options there. Well, Louisa warming up to our left.
Yeah, I just kind of sparked it in my head, seeing him through the corner of my eye. But then again, I also saw Harris warming up somewhere as well.
Well, Aloita, of course, was the leading wicket taker for the second 11 last year, and they played their home games here, so he knows what it is to operate at Radlett.
In fact, it is Harris.
Well, his first opportunity to bowl from the end that the seamers have preferred in this match so far.
Yes.
Even if it is slightly up the hill. Up the hill on a hot day would typically be the end you'd expect to be choice for fast bowlers, but here we are. Just that extra bounce you get short of the length that we've seen throughout, indeed, which was the catalyst for the only wicket to fall so far today.
Here he comes again, and this is cut shot into the ground, back at a point Holden there, picks it up cleanly.
My little spies suggest to me that the news coming out of the England camp isn't what you might think it is. In other words, it may not be the thing that we're all kind of worrying about. Well, it is, when I say that, I mean, you know, let's leave it unspoken. The thing that the England fans are hoping won't happen quite yet, perhaps.
Here comes Harris again. Wide through to the keeper.
Yeah, it was signalled to wide as well. Must have been very wide. We currently don't have.
We absolutely have no idea of the angle.
Yeah, we don't have this. We don't have the stream up at the moment at our end because we don't have the Wi-Fi in the box, but just judging by the way it was taken by Simpson, and of course it looked quite wide and was signalled accordingly.
So we've had the 5 wides a few overs ago. Another wide here. Tighten up those lines. Here comes Harris again. Taken above the shoulder by Simpson.
Yes, just to end that thought. So when I said before that we'd received word there'll be news out of the England camp later today, and I think as one we thought, oh, is it that news? Is it that particular big announcement, that celebration of a mighty career, or what other conclusions we might have drawn? The hot tip is that it's not that. So
has someone been naughty? Here comes Harris.
If one's being naughty, they wouldn't telegraph that. They wouldn't flag ahead of time that someone's been naughty. We'd receive a statement, as we did when Jofra Archer got in trouble the other week. It would just, bam, hit us in our inboxes. But yes, I suppose we'll find out later today, and we'll of course report it to you immediately when we get word, and we'll all know what's going on together.
Harris again. This is pulled into the onside, 4 runs. I think, yeah, it's going to beat the fielder running around from deep square leg.
Well, that's the second time today we've seen pull shots race to the rope in front of square, and different sides of the wicket, different batsmen, but the approach was the same. Don't need to overhit it. If you make any contact on the pull shot into the gap in front of square, it is going to run away. It reduces the risk element, I suppose, especially when there's a man out at deep fine leg, deep square leg, and indeed third man for the top edge. It takes them out of play when you're hitting down on the ball in a controlled manner like that. The outfield's quick enough to get full value.
Weatherly waits forward in his stance. Just watches it forward. 69 for 3. 33 overs bowled, and Middlesex, having made that break, you've got that 3rd wicket really quite early on in the morning session. I've gone over an hour now without a wicket. I think that would be frustrating if I was sat in the field.
Yeah, they put on 41 for the 4th wicket, unbeaten 41. They lost the 3rd in the 17th over. We've now had 33 go, so they've batted for, as you say, over an hour.
Murtagh from the Salters Field end, and this one left alone by North East.
The one chance from Weatherly, if you can even call it that, where Souter made an enormous amount of ground with his well-timed eye in front of us here. Wasn't able to quite pull it down. Certainly saved 4 runs.
I'm sort of almost reluctant to put it down as a drop catch, but I guess in following the idea that if you can hand to it, it was Murtagh again, and raps North East on the pads, trying to play it back down the ground.
Yeah, that happened to James Vince the other day, didn't it? There was the suggestion that he put down Paul Sterling at mid-wicket. Well, had he managed to pull that catch down, it would have been an absolute classic and a blinder. But the way we report these things is that Sterling was put down by Vince, full stop. Usually not a lot of room for nuance in the finer points of those matters.
North East forward, pushing into the onside.
They would have loved watching that the other night, wouldn't they? The Middlesex boys, Paul Sterling, even though, of course, England lost, but that strong connection between Irish cricket.
Sterling, Morgan, Balbirnie, bang, bang, bang. And it was also, of course, the same day that Murtagh had picked up a 5-for and they'd just beaten Surrey.
Incredible, yeah.
So that was a pretty good day all round from Middlesex perspective, even also if you're an Irish Middlesex person, fan, player.
Of which there are a fair amount, as I understand it. There's been that
strong links.
Link back there.
Murtagh in, and it's through to the keeper. There's an appeal. It's caught behind, but I don't think anyone would have been able to tell you what they were appealing for or why, or just came a bit close.
I think I thought there was a feather there, but again we're sort of obscured at this end when there's a right-hander on strike.
Just brought his bat there northeast inside the line of the ball. Swung nicely there from Murtagh. Here he comes again. Have another go. And he's back on his back foot there northeast, just cutting it down back at a point, and a good diving stop there from Holden. Big sun cap on. Again, goes back to show the soft hands from northeast. He knows it's going to be edges, but he's keeping his hands really soft, making sure it doesn't fly through. That one more of a controlled shot. Still a probing line there from Murtagh. Here's Murtagh again. And this one's driven nicely, only so far as extra cover, no run.
So 34 overs bowled, no spin as yet.
While Louisa is definitely doing warm-ups.
I wonder whether that's signalling.
Is that telling the captain?
Yeah, I wonder if that's more an exercise in just making sure that the Captain Eskenazi knows that he's ready and willing.
Harris
much
continues.
We've all done it as bowlers, haven't we? It's the arm windmills to just make sure that the skipper knows that you are dead keen to get on, whatever it takes.
Yes, there are days when you really want to get on, and then there's also days where you absolutely have no intention of bowling whatsoever. I remember one of my last matches for Middlesex, and I think we were playing. It must have been. Who was she playing for? Was it Sussex? Sophie Devine. As Harris is in, and this is forward, no run. The very explosive New Zealand batter, I think she was playing for Sussex. I think I'd bowled to her early in her innings and thought, okay, that's fine. A few dot balls, figures all right. Kept her under the lid for a little while. And I think I got brought back on when she was about 70 or 80. Short leg side boundary. That was not a fun day.
No, the hardest hitter in the game.
Oh my goodness.
Did you see during the week there was some news about Sophie?
That she's captain.
Moving clubs.
Harris is in, no run.
Yeah, Sophie Devine's off to the Perth Scorchers in the Women's Big Bash League, leaving
a bit of movement there.
Yep. Quite a lot of movement in the off-season of that competition. Of course, a comp where a lot of the England women have had a big say over the proceedings in the 5 seasons it's been in operation.
Harris again, and Weatherly forward. Try to whip it off his legs, no run. Australia, of course, hoping for a lot of cricket, domestic cricket at least, come the summer season, the BBL, WBBL.
Yeah, I think there'll be pins in place to get them played in a bubble type situation. Yeah. Closer to home, though, Middlesex women are playing in what is effectively the final of what's been dubbed the London Cup or London Championship, I should say, on Thursday at Guildford.
Harris to Weatherly, and this is pulled into the onside, in between the fielder, long leg and backward square, both on the boundary, but that one was right between the two of them. And Murtagh's going to go and have a look and find it.
Tim Murtagh did not move a muscle there. I'm not sure whether he didn't see it or whether he just realised that there was no way he was stopping that, and he just was bracing himself to have to climb into the hedge to find the ball, which he's about to do now.
Possibly a bit of
There's nothing dignified about a man of 39 years who's been playing for so long having to climb into a hedge to find the ball, having played at all these venues around the world and been on the global stage and been such a wonderful contributor at county and now country level.
Well, Ethan Bamber, who's I think 12th man today, has got a yellow high-vis vest.
That's better.
Has climbed over the fence to go and get it.
No, that's the right outcome. Send the 12th man. Don't let Tim Murtagh do that job. It's unbecoming.
I mean, it's quite a difficult part of the ground there because it's a locked gate. I think I tried to enter already, and it's quite high. So, I mean, climbing over it is not in itself the easiest thing to do, and then he's got to go and find the ball beyond the hedgerow. So
So a brief delay.
I think so. Good luck to them all.
Which gives me a chance to finish telling you about what's happening on Thursday at Guildford. So
Please.
there's been a 50-over competition between Kent, Essex, Surrey and Middlesex women over the last couple of weeks. So there was the London Cup at the Oval between Surrey and Middlesex. You were, I'm sure, dismayed, Izzy, that Surrey won that for the first time.
First time ever.
After Middlesex won it 5 times on the trot. Of course, you
Wouldn't have happened in my day.
captain for a couple of those. But this week, on Thursday, Surrey are playing Middlesex in the final of the London Championship, the 50-over comp. Or effectively the final. It's the last game of that.
Harris again, they've got a ball. Retrieved the ball. Bamber doing his duties as 12th man. Extended duties.
And the good news for the Middlesex women who've been picked up by the Sunrisers, which is the new regional setup of this year for 50-over cricket and 20-over cricket at domestic level. They'll get an opportunity later in the summer as well. I think they're still working through the finer points there, but there will be more cricket for the women than perhaps they expected a couple of months ago.
Yep.
And the England women, as far as the international side's concerned, Heather Knight's team will be in action against South Africa, subject to government approvals and so forth, which is, as I understand it, still in the pipeline. But once they've got all the check boxes ticked, they'll be playing a lot of cricket against South Africa to account for the fact that India aren't coming. So there'll be a lot of T20s and one-days. I'm not sure how many exactly, but more than you'd normally get in the bilateral series. That'll be sometime in September.
Yeah, I think there's talk of three T20s, 4 ODIs. I mean, the problem with that, though, is that they'd also, I think, heavy loaded the ODIs with the view to playing in the World Cup next year.
They did. There was going to be 4 one-days for that exact reason, because the World Cup was meant to be in February and March in New Zealand, which I was going to be at, and I was really looking forward to, but the ICC decided at their board meeting the other day to delay that by a year. Probably the less I say about that, the better.
Yes, just popped up on my screen that New Zealand has gone 100 days without community transmission of COVID-19, and it would have been a lovely bubble to play a World Cup in.
It would have been the perfect place to have played a World Cup in the current circumstances, but not to be. The decision was made on the basis that 3 teams had yet to qualify, which, well, yes, if that's the hurdle. Anyway, we're going to see spin for the first time today as well.
We are, and it's not the man that was eagerly warming up while Louisa. It is Nathan Souter.
I'll try and bias a wicket. How's that sound?
By all means, by all means.
All right, let's do this. Nathan Souter, starting from the Salters field end, appropriately. Souter was 72 on his back. Relatively new to first-class cricket. An interesting journey. How he arrived here at Middlesex with his leg breaks. Bowls here, first ball of his spell and his match, pushed to cover by Weatherly, no run. Souter bouncing in and bowls. Defending from the crease is Weatherly. Souter again, starting over the wicket. Leaving this is Weatherly. Fuller, he was watching it all the way into the gloves of Simpson. Souter, of course, made 18 yesterday. An important contribution there, partnering with Tom Helm. They got Middlesex up to the 252. In the end, they should have done a fraction better than that. This next delivery defended into the onside. When Souter and Helm were advancing the score towards the final hour of play, we thought they might crack on and bat all day, but as it turned out, the last 3 wickets fell in a flurry. A swing and a miss there from Weatherly. Half a shout for caught behind by Souter. No interest from the umpire, but again, that slightly fuller length. The second time he's really put it up there and offered Weatherly the opportunity to drive, but no contact made. Souter again. Respectfully played by Weatherly. The end of a maiden over. 74 for 3 remains the score after 36 overs of Hampshire's reply to Middlesex's 252. The opener, Weatherly, is 26, and Sam Northeast, after getting off to a quick start with a couple of lovely boundaries, has just wound it back a wee bit. He's 15. But yeah, Souter's one of a number of players in this game, indeed, who, well, are born in Australia or grew up in Australia. He's been around for a while now, of course, as part of the Middlesex setup, especially in short form cricket, but he represented New South Wales under-23s before coming over to play for Middlesex. He has an English passport. His mum's from up in Northumberland, so he didn't need to be registered as a overseas player. First ball of this new Harris over is turned into the onside by Northeast for a single. That was nice and full in the block hole, but Northeast had the presence of mind to just flick the wrists and get a single for it. Of course, Stevie Eskenazi.
Yeah, same. Robson's obviously...
Sam Robson, Stevie Eskenazi, Ian Holland. There is a strong Antipodean flavour here this week.
And you're here, Adam.
And I'm here as well. Harris bowls. Edge and put down at second slip. It's Souter who's put the chance down. That was straight in and straight out. And he's most frustrated, smacking the ground. Now giving it a kick as well. And there was the chance they've been striving towards. Just enough movement away from Harris to find the outside edge of Weatherly's bat. But another chance goes down in the cordon. There's been quite a few in this match so far. Harris, again, to Weatherly, who takes one to mid-wicket. 76 for 3. Izzy, that stings on a day like this especially.
It stings in the hands, but it stings more so just in the heart more than anything else, because it has been a hot session. They got that early breakthrough, but it's been, an hour and a half with nothing. The heat really is pretty scorching right now. And with Harris bowling, trundling up the hill, just he needed some kind of reward, something to keep them going.
So Harris bowls here to the skipper, Northeast, who shoulders arms. Yeah, it is quite an interesting quirk of the system, how easy it is to kind of play as a passport player, if you like. Sorry, easy is the wrong word, but you see more of it than you would think. In Australia, for example, there would be really no knowledge of this. There'd be no sense that there's as many Australians playing in county cricket as there are, and not as overseas players. I mean, as registered locals, as it were. Harris approaches the crease and bowls. Outside edge found again, this time along the ground through about fourth slip. Walla Luita does the tidying up, throwing into the keeper Simpson. They take 177 for 3.
Well, I mean, Walla Luita is the unregistered player for Middlesex in this match.
Yes.
He's qualifying for British citizenship, but having moved here from Sri Lanka when he was 12.
Yeah, I found that interesting looking through as well. He's been here for 10 years and he's not.
Yeah.
Weatherly, but straight to the man at mid-off. End of the over, 77 for 3. A big chance goes down though. Weatherly, who's 27. Edging straight into the hands of Souter. In and out it went.
So he, of course, is another one that wouldn't have had the opportunity to play in a match like this if he had Peter Hans come here.
That's right. Yes, and it works the other way as well, I suppose, in terms of qualification for England. I mean, Eskenazi, despite having been born in South Africa, grew up in Australia, of course, but played WA under-19s, all the rest. He will be, if he's not already, eligible to be picked for England at some stage. There's a few quirky ones like that. There's a chap by the name of Ryan Sidebottom, the other Ryan Sidebottom, who plays for Warwickshire. Souter The leg breaker continues his second over. First ball pushed into the onside by North East. Takes one at 78 for 3. And Ryan Sidebottom, the other Ryan Sidebottom, played for Victoria, came over to play club cricket 3 years ago in Birmingham, ran amok. He got roped in to play for his county, ended up, I think he made his county debut at Lords actually, against Middlesex in the summer of 2017. Souter here, bowls. Pushed into the onside carefully, away from the man at short leg by Weatherly, at 79 for 3, Weatherly's 28. And then the period of time that one would need to play to qualify for England, it was 7 years, now it's 3 as Souter bowls. Slightly shorter, pushed into the offside by North East. There's a man at deep point, does the tidying up, 79 for 3.
Which of course corresponds to the ICC rules on qualification, but also rather handily for England's perspective.
With
It
Jofra.
changed at the time to allow Jofra Archer to play.
Yeah, it did. And look, you know, there's a lot of cynicism around that, but as you say, it did bring it into line with other nations. Souter to Weatherly, who pushes into the offside, again, coming a long way forward. They're enjoying this spell from Souter so far, the men around the bat. They think they're in the game. Sam Robson under the lid at short leg at the moment. Souter, flatter, Robson parries it away, no run. Yeah, so Ryan Sidebottom came here as a club player. Bowls quickly, bowls at in excess of 90 mile an hour on his day. He only played one game for Victoria many years ago, back in 2012. Didn't really expect to get a chance to play first class cricket again. Pushed into the onside here. Weatherly takes one, 81 for 3 at the end of the Souter over. And instead of, I mean, you know, the idea of him qualifying for England when he first got here was preposterous. But now, so long as he spends the right amount of days in England per year, which I haven't got close to hand, it's about 240 days a year in the UK for 3 years. In theory, he'd be eligible now, as would Mark Cosgrove, another player who's been playing for Leicestershire, courtesy of a British passport, and Eskenazi's another. So it is interesting who is eligible and who is not. By contrast, Duane Olivier is not eligible, despite when he came over here talking about wanting to play for England. Well, he can't do so without a British passport, which he hasn't got.
It's one of those things that I think is the constant debate about the structure of the first-class system in Australia versus England. Australia, of course, only 6 first-class states. England with 18. You know, what are the merits of either? As we're going to see a change of bowling here. Walla Luita is going to come on from the pavilion end. So spin from both ends. You know, some say that having 18 first-class counties kind of dilutes the quality, but equally it does also give professional, decent-level cricket to people coming up through the ranks who have ambition to play with high honours. And cricket's such a weird game. You know, you do tend to mature a lot later in one's career than other sports.
Walla Luita, his first delivery of the game from the pavilion end. Left arm orthodox around the wicket. Weatherly defends into the onside. There's no run there. Yeah, that's right. And, I mean, Steve McGoffin's another celebrated example. The former Sussex and Worcestershire seamer. Walla Luita around the wicket. On the back foot defending is Weatherly. But that just hurried him up a little bit. Went on with the arm. He has a short leg and a slip. The captain Eskenazi, the catcher behind the wicket. Walla Luita defended off the front foot, albeit with the back pad nearly kissing the turf. Into the offside, no run. Yeah, McGoffin, who went on to take in excess of 500 first-class wickets. I mean, he finished up playing Shield cricket. His late 20s. Walla Luita again. Turned around the corner this time by Weatherly, and the timing's so good, and the outfield's so quick that it just races away. Murtagh had no chance of hauling that down, so he just walked down to collect the ball. 4 runs for Weatherly, who's had a productive last half an hour or so. He moves to 33. 85 for 3.
Just seen the suns creep into
85. What have we got here behind the bowler's arm? Is there a concern about the side screen possibly? Is that what I'm seeing? I think it is.
Looks like it.
You don't see that very often in modern cricket, do you? Can you please move the side screen? Of course, that was part of the game for 100 years, and then now with these gigantic side screens at international venues. Wallaluita staying around the wicket, pushing into the onside is Weatherly, stopped by Robson at short leg on the bounce. Yes, the old move the sight screen from left arm to right arm and sort of signalling to the sight screen operator was a big part of the professional game. Wallaluita just going a fraction shorter to finish, but Weatherly up to the task, coming forward and playing with soft hands. The end of the first over from the left arm spinner here at Radlett, 85 for 3.
So alongside the college question that we were plugging yesterday, there's another feature that, especially on a hot day like today, wherever you're watching Middlesex from, if you tap into Twitter account, tag the @Middlesex_CCC with the hashtag Middlesex at home, all one word. It's brought to you by Perfect Smile, and the idea is that you take a picture of, well, hopefully you smiling watching cricket, your live stream.
Souter, so it's spin twins here now, into the covers. First ball here from northeast on the bounce.
Got a few sunny photos yesterday of people watching it in various places, a lot of people streaming it from phones and things.
Yes. Yeah, all part of the process now, isn't it? Souter, it's full. Turned around the corner, nicely there by northeast. Times it really well. Down towards the rope. This time it's cut off.
So it's the hashtag Middlesex at home. It's brought to you by Perfect Smile. Send in your photographs. A Twitter account @Middlesex_CCC.
And get creative. Get your face in there. Put the selfie mode on your phone on and show us where you're sitting. Where have you pulled up? Where in the world are you watching from? That's the other question. Are you watching from in the middle of the night somewhere? Shorter there from Souter, off the back foot. He's northeast punching out to extra cover. Takes 1, 88 for 3. Northeast now 22.
Got a paddling pool on your balcony and you're watching a stream indoors. That could work as well.
This is the day for a paddling pool, isn't it? If you've got a paddling pool, and you can just prop your computer or your tablet or whatever it is up on like a little stool or something like that. Have a drink next to it. Souter, full, driven, out to the sweeper at deep cover by Weatherly. Another single added to the total. They advanced to 89 for 3. Very good partnership, this.
Yeah, really frustrating one from a Middlesex perspective. That early wicket had two drop catches. Nathan Souter, one flying to his right, got a hand to it, and then a more straightforward one in and out, just a couple of overs ago.
Souter has a short leg and a slip. His 2 catches close in to northeast. 2 drives to mid on, no run. So yes, Middlesex at home's the hashtag. Middlesex is the Twitter account you send your photos to. All of that thanks, of course, to Perfect Smile. Big supporters of the stream this week. Thank you to them. Souter on the back foot, cutting is northeast. Weight on is the call, but there's no run there. Diving stop at backward point. End of the over. 89 for 3. So we're nearing lunch. 11 minutes until the interval. With Weatherly, who's batted through the session. He's 34. He's faced in excess of 100 deliveries now, 109 to be precise. And northeast, who's 22. This partnership, yes, it started when Hampshire were in a lot of strife at 28 for 3, and we were saying at the time on the call, Izzy, that we were 1 wicket away, and certainly the fielders were saying one more here, and we're right into it. But
yeah, that was the call, wasn't it? Get to that 5 wicket.
Wallaluita around the wicket, defended by Weatherly to mid on, no run, and they've had 2 chances, one straightforward, one very difficult. Both Souter at second slip. Weatherly the beneficiary on both occasions. Wallaluita bowls, Weatherly defends. The diving Superman effort was a quarter chance at best, but the second one off James Harris was straight into the breadbasket, and
yeah, I'm afraid
he was very upset about that, hitting the turf. Can they find a way through here before the break? Wallaluita nice and full, bit of air as well, defended by Weatherly, no run. Of course, the young spinner from Sri Lanka. Topped the pops for Middlesex, second 11 in terms of wickets taken last year. The majority of those here at Radlett. Sweeping is Weatherly, and sweeping well. That'll be 4. And they need to chase after that. It's byes, so nothing on it. He shaped up for the sweep, and it was down the leg side, and Simpson wasn't able to glove it. So 4 more to the sundries column, moving Hampshire into the 90s, 93 for 3.
Adam, I think we're going to have to brush up on the times and times of the trains that go by, because apparently between overs the cameraman now and again pans to a train that's going by.
Oh, lovely.
So we need to be pretty firm in whether it's the 11:10 from King's Cross.
Wallaluita turned around the corner by Weatherly, but straight to the man on the 45, Tim Murtagh, who picks it up and throws it with one leg in the air. Most aesthetic.
I have to look up the timetable and try and guess which one it is. So what are we? I don't know.
Here's one here.
20 minutes.
Looped up by Wallaluita to finish. Left by Weatherly into the gloves of Simpson. So that's the end of the over. They should get 3 more in before the break, although maybe not if we're going to have an impromptu drinks break here, which it looks like we are. Maybe this is the sanitisation break.
Yes.
Yes, I see sanitiser being squirted into hands. Quite efficient, actually, watching the way it's being done. It's all they're doing is sticking out their mitt as the sanitiser. One of the substitute fielders can't quite see who it is from here, but they're doing their job well. I
had quite an in-depth conversation with somebody about whether hand sanitiser could ever be used to shine or make the ball do different things.
Right. What was the advice?
The problem with hand sanitizer is that you rub it in quite quickly. It disappears quite quickly. It gets absorbed quite quickly. So it's negligible. The effects on the ball was the outcome. But I like the idea that we could have sort of a new element of first-class cricket with not reverse swing, not conventional swing, but
sanitised swing.
Absolutely.
I see we've got a tweet in from Brian R. Kane from the trains. Brian's an interesting character who actually shares something in common with Ian Holland, who's playing for Hampshire this week. Nathan Souter. Held before he starts this fresh over. First ball is pushed by Northeast, just behind square. A little bit of interest from Robson at short leg, but couldn't quite get his right mid out to that angle. 94 for 3. Yes, Brian's a dedicated member of the New York cricket community who loves the game, evangelical about cricket. Came to it later in life in his 20s, or maybe even his early 30s, and loves it so much that he flew over a couple of years ago to watch a test match. Souter bowls here, deep in the crease. It's Weatherly pushing to cover. But he flew out to watch the weekend of the Birmingham Test between England and India, and as I'm sure you recall, Izzy, you were there as well. It was over an hour into the Saturday. It was over in 3 hours and 3 days and 1 hour. So he came all this way. Souter, full, pushing. Is Weatherly, no run.
One of my favourite novels, sporting or otherwise, is a book about expats playing cricket in America, in the United States, in New York.
All right.
It's rather oddly called Netherland.
Flatter delivery from Souter, pushed back to the bowler, no run. Have to lend that to me.
It's a fictional account of playing cricket in the expat communities of the US.
There is not enough cricket fiction, which we can segue there in a moment. Souter bowls turned around the corner by Weatherly for a single. I'm sure you would have read the Test a couple of years ago, which Nathan Lehman wrote, the England analyst, wrote quite a beautiful novel actually about the rigours of Test cricket and his subject's final Ashes series and all the pressures around that. Not quite sure who that was modelled on exactly, but it was a composite of a number of players, I suspect, as Souter bowls again. Off the back foot, goes northeast, but straight out to the sweeper. Deep cover. Takes one. Moves on to 96 for 3. Retains the strike with that single. He's 35.
I think Netherlands was by an Irish writer as well, Joseph O'Neill. Of his experiences growing up in Holland and then moving to the US. and playing cricket over there. And it's a gorgeous book if you like
Yeah.
reading and you're a cricket fan. Even if you're not a cricket fan, it's a lovely novel.
That's what I mean. There's such a massive crossover between literature and cricket that you think there'd be more novels dedicated to the game. But yes, so I must tell you that Brian, I have a lot of admiration for him. A lot of work he does in the cricket community in the US. And obviously he's watching our stream at the moment, taking screenshots of the trains going by, which is lovely. Pleased to have you with us. Walla Luita about to start a fresh over, but pulls out of his first delivery, puts a bit of sawdust on his hands, and or maybe not sawdust, just the turf, I should say, to dry it up and go again. His grip, bowls to northeast, 2 defends. He came back last year, so after the failed attempt the first time around, only seeing an hour of Test cricket, but he didn't come for a World Cup game. He didn't come for an Ashes Test match. He came to Lords because he wanted to watch Ireland play a Test match at Lords. So he came over for
brilliant.
that week. He's a bit of a cricket hipster,
He
loves
got
Ireland, and
the full match.
he was. I think he was there the full week. The
Brilliant.
Full 3 days. Walla Luita around the wicket, defended. No run there. So yes, welcome to him, and he's there watching in America. Or if you're in the States, or if you're in Australia, tuned in. A lot of Australians playing today. It'll be about, I think, about 10 o'clock at night there now. Walla Luita goes again. Defending is northeast. 3 minutes until lunch. Hampshire 96 for 3. Have done so well since losing their third wicket when the score was 28. That's flatter and shorter from Walla Luita, and it's pushed away by northeast. So he's really mixing up his lengths and his trajectory here, the left arm ortho. 97 for 3. Slipping a short leg. Bowls and leaving. Close to the stumps there is Weatherly. And Middlesex at home is the hashtag. Perfect smile. If you're watching anywhere around the world, do let us know. A photo of your screen. Tell us what you're doing, and we'll take that photo and we'll pop it up on the screen. Thanks to Perfect Smile. And while you're there, why don't you answer Colo's question?
Yes.
Knight Frank. That's on the Twitter feed as well. All on Middlesex_CCC. Colo's question, thanks to Knight Frank, will be a segment we run every day of these home games of the Bob Willis Trophy. Walla Luita's defended into the offside by Weatherly. End of the penultimate over of the session. 12:58. They'll get one more in with Weatherly 35, the captain northeast 25. They were going to have another little drink there, I think, but the 12th man we shoot off saying, no, don't come out now. It might mean that the clock strikes 1 o'clock and we won't get this last over in, so they'll have to wait for that. Might just remind us of Colo's question, Izzy, before we go to the break. You can think about it over a sandwich and a glass of cordial. Souter, the leg breaker, has the responsibility for the final over of the session. Can Middlesex break through? Oh, this is a flatter delivery.
It's a bit low.
Maybe, I was going to say maybe it was the wrong one. Hard to tell from our vantage point, but the way it was played and the U's and R's around the bat. Eskenazi and Robson, the catches at slip and short leg respectively. Simpson, ready and waiting as well, wearing the helmet. Souter, shorter. Oh, flicking around at the corner is northeast. He's done a couple of times off the leg. Look for 2 and they'll get it comfortably. That's good batting. Bisecting the 2 fielders working out there, Harris and Anderson. Nice hard running in the heat. On the cusp of another milestone, 99 for 3, the visitors. Souter delivers. Fuller. Good stride in from northeast to defend.
So that Colo's question, in 1947, Middlesex won the county championship. I think most Middlesex fans will know that. And it was the batting of Compton and Edrich, which was...
Souter bowls on the back foot.
Fondly remembered, both scoring over 3,000 first-class runs each, but there were 2 other batters who also scored more than 2,000 first-class runs in that season. So if you can name them, alongside Compton and Edrich.
Souter, full, flicked carefully through the onside for a single. And that brings up the Hampshire 100, just on the stroke of lunch. We're nearing that break. Northeast, who's on 28, has done an excellent job alongside Weatherly, who's 35, in advancing the score from 28 for 3 to 100 for 3. Last ball before the break, Souter bowls. It's full, driven through the offside by Weatherly. He'll be very happy to walk through a single knowing that he is off for lunch. Souther kicks the turf in frustration, whether that's to do with not being able to take a wicket or perhaps the drop catch before.
Catches, perhaps.
Yeah, probably the latter. In any case, that is lunch on day 2 here at Radlett Cricket Club. 1 wicket to fall. A disappointing session for Middlesex. They did pick up Tom Alsop in the 3rd over of the morning, caught by Simpson from the bowling of Helmer. Lovely delivery that spit and jumps off a length, edged through to the keeper, taking the catch well above his head. An excellent leap. He fell for 4. It was 28 for 3. But since then, Isabel Westbury, it has been smooth sailing comparatively for Hampshire. A couple of chances, both in the cordon, but they're 101 for 3. This partnership unbroken. Weatherly 36, Northeast 28. They're in very good shape in pursuit of Middlesex's 252.
Yeah, really difficult session for Middlesex, and another one coming up, and you think it's going to be really hot. They haven't had the wicket, the break that they're wanting. 100 up now for Hampshire as well, that partnership. Really frustrating them. The last ball of wicket was at 28, they're now on 101. I think early wickets are very much needed for Middlesex in this afternoon session, and please do join us back in about 40 minutes or so at 20 to 2.
Sounds good to me. We'll talk then.
Nope, I'm all good. Sure. Yep. Do you want me to move from the other side of the sun? Leave it.
Why don't we just like
Can we move
just
it?
move everything here if we can? I think actually I think yesterday we were literally sitting either side of this table by the end. So if we're going to do it, we're going to go the whole way.
Make sure that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be very mindful of that very much here. Go that this way if we can. We will work it out. I wonder what culinary wonders will be available to me in Radlett.
There's a test bit there. There's also, I don't know.
I had 6 pints and 14 cigarettes last night at Subway.
Oh my god. Like,
I wasn't on the piss per se, it's just like I was sitting there, it was tight, I was sitting there, I was tired. You know what it's like.
oh yeah.
I was skins on some weird, you know, like look it up.
Trevor. How you doing?
Well, very well, you?
Not so bad, thank you. So well, let's do that question.
Yeah, very well.
So well, so well.
Very well. Also really sort of get rid of it down the back.
Yeah, so well. So your coffee's doing a bit? Not as much as yesterday, but
No, I mean,
still doing a bit, I think.
yeah, I mean, yesterday morning would have been good over and stuff, but green tea, yeah, so it's a little bit, but nothing.
No, nothing turned yet, as of yet.
Are you watching a bit on the live feed, or?
Yeah, a little bit. When,
Yeah.
interrupted you, a bit of that.
How's things here?
Yeah, not so bad, thank you. Yeah. It's alright.
You get to cover these quite a bit, or?
What, like refereeing?
Well, yeah, just, now sort of doing games, or just
Yeah, I was at Worcester last week,
Right.
Langston, Leicester,
yeah.
but Worcester for whatever reason, and then Northampton, Worcester next week. I just they try to keep everything regional, all the empires are happening on the day, but I'm not going.
All right.
Where possible, yeah, they're all travelling on the day, and they're all in regions rather than travelling around the country. So I don't know whether it's Durham or Suffolk or anything like that, it's all fairly regional.
One there in the hotel I'm staying in, it's going to be that quiet, I think, on that Saturday. So,
Where are you at?
same as you do it, it's like,
Yeah.
quite a big hotel, but obviously no bars.
Yeah, and the Hilton just up the road.
Oh, what's the no?
If they are, I didn't see them last night. Might be. And this is the people themselves.
Yeah, well, I think they're supposed to sort of somehow so some sort of
Well, that might be the case. Yeah, I didn't see anybody.
but there's hardly anybody staying around. It's a ghost. It's that weird feel there, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I sat in the bar. The bar. Surreal.
Yeah. They're a little bit more relaxed about it. I mean, it's still open to staff, so it's still very much
Hampshire get to play when they play any of these games at them?
No, it's
no,
Arundel.
they're practice coming up.
Yeah, the next two are Arundel.
Of home fixtures there?
Yeah,
Right, okay.
they've been training there, so
Alright.
and they're sort of, they're quite good down there. They're looked after, they're looked after, and I think they're doing well. Good training, yeah. They're getting well looked after. It's not that far. I mean, they could. I mean, may not be a big one, but it's about a 40-minute trip. So you can actually go there back in the day. Well, I mean, if you left at sort of 8 o'clock in the morning, sort of thing, or half 7, it would take a bit longer, but on a clear run, you can sort of get something near Hampshire in about 45 minutes. So it's not actually that bad. So I think they just thought, so it's not really far from Hampshire. No. There's not even like Hound Crown or something. I mean, the Isle of Wight would be the only other one. So of course that would be the distance. So that was the only other one. I think they might have thought about playing at Basingstoke beforehand. Well, they thought about playing there last year, but they didn't like it. So it's just all the...
Before,
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, good to again. Yeah, all right, do that.
So for Mr. Remainder of the series of family reasons, the week we have temporary view on it was respect family courtesy by the wife that says like, oh man, must be 60. You don't live in New Zealand, must be there.
Yeah.
Alright. Actually, Fargo is 145, I think it's pretty much less than that. I went out in the middle. And after sitting around sitting there marking my guard for a while, I thought, you know what I'm going to do? I went and stepped out my long run to the top of my mark and ran in.
Like where?
The backyard.
Oh, right.
It's like really quite effective.
Oh.
Something I did for 20 years and can't do anymore. Like physically can't do it. Cannot ever do it again. My shoulder cuts and certain things. But doing it, the process of going there and lining up and getting quite incredibly natural. The whole thing was like clockwork when I started marking my run up now. Yeah, 15 long strides, then an extra foot at the end. And then kick off on my left boot. And like fresh step, like all the stuff that I used to do is all kind of second nature. Talk about that. Right, there. Yep. Joint leaders off.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon session of the second day of this round 2 clash of the Bob Willis Trophy between Middlesex and Hampshire. And I'm afraid to say for Middlesex fans, Hampshire have had a rather good morning of it. A partnership between their captain Sam Northeast and their opener Joe Weatherly, putting on in excess of 80 runs, leaves Hampshire 101 for 3 in their first innings. Middlesex having made a total of 252, thanks in most part to Martin Anderson's knock yesterday of 92. And so a big session ahead for Middlesex. They'll need some early breakthroughs. It's really, really hot out there. I went for a walk in the afternoon during the lunch break just to stretch the legs in between commentary stints, and I tell you what, I could barely put 2 feet in front of each other, so having to bowl up a hill will be quite a feat. But it looks as though Tom Helm will be the man to do it. To start with, right arm over, and this is full, and no run. Adam Collins besides me. I'm Isabel Westbury. We're your commentary team for the duration of this match. Afternoon, Adam.
Good afternoon, Isabel. Yes, it's hot and it's uphill, and that's a challenge, but it also feels lovely to be in the middle of a hot summer and at a cricket ground after all that's come before it. I just spent some time on the back oval myself here.
Nostalgic memories. Here comes Helm. Forward goes by the Lino run.
Yeah, and it was to an extent. So I went out there and marked my guard for about 5 minutes, thinking how beautiful this is. And once I'd had enough of that, I went and marked out my old run-up, all very much like it was second nature, which I don't do anymore because I can't bowl because my shoulder's falling off, and did a run-through, and it felt lovely. I think after missing so much cricket this summer, just the rhythm of that was quite affecting.
Here's Helm again. It's too straight and down the leg side, and it looks as though we'll pick up 4 runs. Murtagh there on the boundary at long leg is not going to make it. It's too wide. The first runs of the afternoon session to Weatherly. 4 off the bat. Out to square leg, 105 for 3.
Once again, the spade work in the hedge is being done by the veteran Tim Murtagh. That can't be fun for the 39-year-olds, but that's his lot in life today, taking his position in front of the hedge, which looks like the toughest part to retrieve the ball from. Once it gets in there behind that fence, need a search party at different intervals, but he's been able to get the job done on his own there.
Here's him again. It's taking a while to get to the top of his mark. Conserve the energy. Right arm over. This is wide, and Weatherly has to think about flashing at it. Give him the benefit of the doubt. We've moved his back at the last moment.
Yeah, he needn't be flashing at that again. We saw this morning how willing he was to just take his time and play himself in, Weatherly, and that underpinned his success through the course of the session, wasn't it? He made no more than 2 or 3 runs in the first 40 minutes, which was perfectly acceptable after losing that early wicket. He needs to do the same again here, I fancy.
Weatherly on strike, high back lift, and he's forwards and just putting it into the offside, no run.
Yeah, maybe not for as long as he did this morning, but he's the in-man here, and we know it's going to get really tough for the Middlesex bowlers. It won't get at least the next 3 hours. All the way through this session and probably the first hour of the final session will be hard work, and they'll turn the pressure dial up if they can still be 3 down in an hour or 2. The runs will start flowing. That's when he can truly cash in. But occupation's the key right now. Don't let Middlesex back in, will be the message from his captain, Sam Northeast, I'm sure.
Helm again, and struck him high on the thigh pad. Absolutely no chance of an LBW there. You'd need to have maybe 2 sets of stumps on top of each other. Good probing line, at least, from Helm. He's the one man to have taken a wicket for Middlesex in today's play. Got out Tom Alsop reasonably early. Made just 4 from 17.
We have a message in from the ECB, Isabel. So before lunch, we mentioned that there was going to be some news coming out of the England camp, and that statement's just been released, and it's an official statement on Ben Stokes, and it reads as follows: the England all-rounder Ben Stokes will miss the remainder of the Razorbat Test series against Pakistan for family reasons. Stokes will leave the UK later this week and travel to New Zealand. He will miss England's 2 Test matches against Pakistan at the Ageas Bowl on the 13th of August and the 21st of August. The England and Wales Cricket Board, along with the Stokes family, request that all media respects the family's privacy at this time.
Here's Murtagh from the Salters field end and driven nicely back down the ground. That's a beautiful shot there from Sam Northeast. That's his first shot after lunch. Slightly overpitched there from Murtagh, but absolutely timed it. Sam Northeast, the Hampshire captain, just 21 and 2 in his first couple of innings in the last Bob Willis trophy match, and that was gorgeous. Straight back at you. And only a fraction over pitch from Murtagh as well. Northeast settling into his groove. Slight appeal for LBW. Just outside the line.
So that's sad and significant news from the England camp with respect to Ben Stokes. Just repeating again, missing the rest of the Pakistan Test series for family reasons and returning back to New Zealand. And the family and ECB have requested that the privacy of the family be respected, so that would suggest that it's a tough time ahead for Ben Stokes, but from a cricket perspective, he won't be around for the last 2 tests of the summer.
Murtagh to Northeast and thin inside edge. Picked up by Wallaluita at square leg.
So we were saying before the lunch break that if you're watching today, wherever you are around the world, send in your photos. We were corresponding with Brian Arcane before the lunch break, and he sent his photo in. Of course, that's thanks to the good people at Perfect Smile. He's got a perfect smile in his photo here.
Murtagh to Northeast, full.
It'll be popped into the coverage, into the stream, these photos, and Brian says it's 8 a.m. in New York when he sent this through just before lunch, so closer to 9 a.m. now. He wants to know when the Middlesex Cricket Club County Cricket Club will receive the greatest season that was treatment. What he means by that is that's a documentary podcast series I've been involved in where we go back and explore historical events over the years. And
I think
that's a
in
good question.
1947...
I was going to say, the
county
1947
champion.
County Championship season, there's a nice little link back through, isn't there?
Murtagh. Northeast onto his back foot, just punching into the offside. I think from a Middlesex perspective, Northeast is the one that you just look on and you think, oh, is it onerous signs? The way in which he stabbed that ball back down the ground to arguably Middlesex's premier, his most skillful bowler, straight after lunch. I just worry that that sets the tone. Murtagh again. And this is driven nicely. A couple of bounces before it's picked up at mid-off, and that will end the second over after lunch. 109 for 3. Just the one wicket to fall today.
Yeah, it's a very healthy partnership, isn't it? The drop chances on the cordon from Souter before the break. One easier than the other, both from the blade of Weatherly, or the outside edge of Weatherly. It'd be impossible to put that out of his mind, I'm sure, the leg spinner. We saw how frustrated he was at launch kicking the turf.
Helm from the pavilion end. Tall figure. Left alone by Weatherly. Just on that Stokes news, it goes to show how important it was that England did win that first Test match. You think about their tendency to bounce back from first match defeats, and a big part of that has always been Ben Stokes. Often it has been his innings, his spells, to get England over the line. And now England will just have to consolidate, build on that first win. No more bounce backs, no more thrills. Helm in, and this is through to the keeper, as some of the Middlesex fielders feeling as though it may have taken an outside edge, but just a thoroughly good dot ball.
Yeah, watching that back on the stream, that generous movement off the seam, but also it's that bounce, isn't it? We keep saying it. That's the end where, if you can bring the player forward, it really does bring the cordon into play, benefiting from both the slope but also that bouncy bit of track there, juicy part of the pitch.
Helm again, Weatherly forward, thinks about playing, leaves it.
Yeah, that was taken again right in front of the eye line of Simpson. Fingers up. You love that as a fast bowler. If the keeper's taking the ball with their fingers up, you know you're getting it through. Helm, who's picked up the one wicket this morning with that extra pace and bounce. Of course, a serious prospect for England consideration as well. What he would give for a nice big bag here to get the hosts right back into this afternoon.
Stepping there. Big stride from the Middlesex bowler. Well, if Middlesex fans need cheering, Surrey is struggling. 39 for 3 against Essex's total of 262. It almost feels as that game is just a session or so behind ours here.
Yeah, one remarkable situation that Surrey found themselves in with unavailability this week, combining injuries and injuries. I think 12 players they couldn't pick from.
Weatherly, again, watches it go through, no run.
Which meant that they've sought a couple of temporary loans. Of course, that's permitted in Bob Willis Trophy playing conditions.
1 week minimum.
That's right, yeah. So they've drawn down that in order to field the team of 11. Round of Rocks, I think, was a county would need to call upon the reserves for the second round like this, but it's an unconventional season. But we're thrilled to have one forward to field.
Weatherly on strike. Crouch low. Another dot. Meanwhile, Sussex having made 332, Kent a 111.
The FPF Thompson I saw at lunch.
Oh yes, I think that game's going to be over by either tonight or
Yeah.
tomorrow midday-ish.
Well, 21 wickets yesterday, and the good times have continued to roll now for Northants. You got the card in front of you?
I have 166 for Somerset's first innings total, and reply Northants 67. Somerset currently 187 for 9.
Wow.
Helm in, and this is pulled into the onside. Almost flat battered it through mid-wicket area. It's going to run away, and the fielder's only carrying on running to the advertising hoarding because he has to go and collect it. So well struck shot there from Weatherly, and a little bit short. Too straight as well from Helm, and as we said, maybe a pace a little bit down because of the heat, because of up the hill. Moves Hampshire to 115 for 3.
Yeah, it's certainly been the pulling strategy today, hasn't it? In front of square, straight into the turf, and just back your timing and back the pace of this outfield.
It does feel as though the wicket slowed a little bit, just holding up
Yeah.
and allowing them the time.
Yeah, interesting in that over alone. We saw 2 balls really go early on, which prompted a third slip to be brought in by the skipper Eskenazi, but then that slightly slower one to finish.
Murta in, through to the keeper. No tickle on that one.
Yeah, he just pulled out at the right time there, Northeast. He was about to offer the bat and just withdrew it, and there wouldn't have been much space between the ball and the blade at the crucial moment. As another train whizzes by. I quite like that.
I think it's lovely.
Yeah,
It shows that we're really here.
Yes, yes. No calling off tube for us on the Middlesex stream.
Murta in, forward comes Northeast, no run. Worcestershire 455 for 8. So they declared on 455 for 8.
That might have been compulsory closure, 120 overs possibly.
Might well have been. Glamorgan 8 for nothing in reply.
Just that Somerset game, I think I'm right in saying that in their second innings they were about 60 for 6 earlier, so even the fact that they got to 180 for 9 suggests a bit of lower order walloping.
You're right, 120 overs, a compulsory end to the innings for Worcestershire. Murta again, forward, and an appeal for a catch behind. It felt as though it nicked something there. Possibly the bat on pad. There was definitely a little tickle, but it wasn't the bat.
He's done everything right so far, Murta, but yet to get in the book halfway through his 15th over, none for 24. But it's not been through a lack of deliveries that may have caught the edge or slipped through past the inside edge. He's been at his accurate best.
And again, and this is driven nicely down the ground into the hands of mid-off, no run from Northeast. Jake Libby and Basil D'Oliveira both made 184, 174 respectively for Worcestershire in that match against Glamorgan. Nice deck it sounds like over there. And then I'm just having a look for our final central group. Gloucestershire, having made 210, have Warwickshire 65 for 3 in reply. Murta again, and this again is driven. Rising delivery. Another dot. In the North group, Durham were bowled out for 180, Lancashire 119 for 3 in reply. Yorkshire were all out for 264, Notts 117 for 4 in their first innings. And then finally Leicestershire having made 199. Derbyshire having a cracking start to the season, 210 for 2 in reply. Murta in, and this is pushing Northeast onto his back foot. Again, another dot ball.
I note that you called Brett D'Oliveira Basil before. That would be useful. Imagine Basil D'Oliveira, obviously.
Beat Oliveira, I know.
An easy mistake to make, but it does train the mind back to the former great of the game.
Sort of, you think, I'm sure it was the same when Nick Compton was playing here.
Yes.
You think Middlesex, you think Worcestershire, and suddenly bang.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brett.
No, not at all. But
happens with Broad as well.
Sure does.
Here comes Helm, and this is inside edge, just on an angled bat down to backward square leg, no run.
It was only last year,
two runs
I tender out for a couple, yeah. Only last year that I saw Stuart Broad called as Chris
Oh, I've seen. I think I see it each match.
Yeah. To think that Chris Broad played probably, I don't know, a quarter of the Test cricket that Stuart's played, probably not even that.
It's one of those. I think that at the start of his career, it was very much, oh yes, Chris Broad's son, and then absolutely, I think Chris Broad now, he does a lot of third umpiring or match refereeing. He's referred to as Stuart Broad's dad. Helm in, rising delivery, dot ball. You often find him in international matches, the match referee.
Been doing the job this summer, of course. Slightly odd circumstances where his son's playing in the same Test match, but hasn't had to reprimand him formally yet. I thought he may have to after the brilliant celebre appeal, or terrible celebre appeal, depending on how you interpret these things, in the third Test match against the West Indies a couple of weeks ago. When he picked up, I think it was Shamar Brooks, wasn't it? He really gave it big before the decision was given, leg before.
Helm. Foolish, but rising. Weatherly happy to just watch it. He's there on 46. One of the perils of outside broadcasting is that it's lovely to have the back of the tent open, a bit of a breeze coming through on this hot day, but it also means that papers go flying around. Weatherly waits, watches, leaves. A familiar sight of the first couple of overs so far. Helm to Weatherly. Full and taken above the shoulder. A lot of encouragement from the outfield. Harris down here at third man boundary. Trying to G up.
Yeah. I mean, it's most cliche to say they're all important hours, but some hours are more important than others. I mean, plainly, and this is one of those, because if this partnership isn't broken, and I should add, it's nearing 100 now. They've put on 91. Sorry, put on 89, I should say. If they're still together there in an hour from now, then well, this could end up being a day in the dirt for Middlesex, and they can't afford that after being bowled out for 252. They have to find a way through some way.
Yeah. Murta continues from the Salters Field end. Left this one. Yeah, I mean, this is set to be the hottest day of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Having scored perhaps, I mean, I want to say a pass score on this week. It's difficult to tell, having been inserted into bat, looked a bit green, maybe a little bit below par, but two wickets in the evening session, and then to be a whole day in the field will be pretty demoralising.
Yeah, I think that's right. The bargain was that Middlesex needed to knock over Hampshire today, somehow.
Murta. North East going forward.
And look, they may very well go in and do so, but to not do that, to be staring down the barrel of a sort of a hefty first innings deficit, will really transfer a load of pressure back onto the batsman on day 3, and it'll be a hard scrap back. The pressure really is on the shoulder of the bowlers when it is hot like this, and it's not fair and reasonable given that they weren't the ones that didn't make the runs yesterday.
North East forward again.
Between overs we had some Middlesex at home photos flashed up on the screen. We had War Dog 1990, Elvenon, and Sammy D 767, all with their screens up. You can send in your photos, of course, and we encourage you to send your photos in of where you're watching, and we'll pop them up on the broadcast. Middlesex at Home, that's in conjunction with Perfect Smile, that hashtag. Pop it in there, Middlesex at Home. Send it to the Twitter account. Enjoying getting those photos in through the day.
Big flash of the bat there from Northeast. Didn't quite time it. Out to mid-off. Just sapping the energy of the Middlesex bowlers at the moment, these two. Softening the ball. We saw spin from both ends just before lunch. Wallo Lawita, Nathan Souter. Neither of them could make an impact either. Souter, in fact, probably the most frustrated of the lot coming off at lunch. Dropped 2 catches, one rather harder than the other. Murta again, and other one outside off.
So 16 runs added since lunch. A couple of boundaries in that. Yes, I do wonder how long it'll be until a sustained attack of spin.
But no run. 117 for 3.
Here comes the hand sanitisers break again, I think, between overs. I think that's what the umpires were signalling for. So they'll come and get their blob of goo, rub it into the hands. I must say, I hadn't had much experience with hand sanitizer, with the exception of when I had 2 at India. It just wasn't something that was part of my...
Psyche.
For whatever reason. I've never had used much of it, but now it's just second nature, isn't it, that we...
I must say, I think, yeah, the hand sanitizer that I did possess pre-COVID all was from travelling.
Yeah, yeah.
Or from tours, or from whatever. Not sure if these things have a sell-by date, but...
Well, I hope not. Okay, I'll get us a wicket this time. I know I've said it the last 2 times I've taken over on comms, but my pledge to you, Isabel, is that I'll create an opportunity for us.
All right, I believe you.
It's all about visualising it, and it's about the positive energy around what we're doing here.
On days like this, where, I mean, it's hot just standing, do the umpires have to wear black trousers?
Yeah, well, we've seen uniforms in the past to be modified because of heat. When I was a kid, famously, for one season, the Victorian men's team decided to wear shorts instead of trousers. They only did it for 1 year. They won the competition that year as well, but they decided to revert back.
About grazing one's knees, which was a common difficulty for women playing in the era of the skirts.
Ah, yes, the culottes, wasn't it? Helm starting a new over. Bowls here to Weatherly, who lets his sail through to the gloves of Simpson.
Pre my playing days.
Yes. When did the culottes get
1994, I think.
No, actually, it must have been post '96 because Charlotte Edwards made her debut in culottes.
Yeah, maybe it was very shortly after that. 1998, maybe. It was in the 90s at some point.
Yeah, the 2000 World Cup they were wearing trousers. I remember that.
But yes, grazing exposed parts of the body just seems horrible, especially on sort of dry outfields. But
not an issue for the umpires, as you say. So they should have the shorts on. Here's Helm to Weatherly. He's able to shoulder arms once more. That nice carry to Simpson, though.
It's not even that. It's the fact that they're wearing black trousers. I mean, okay, partly I'd like them to wear shorts because I think for them they need some sort of something to bit of breathe. But it's the black as well. They're wearing black trousers. It just looks... And also, they are both wearing long-sleeve shirts.
That might be to protect their arms from the sun, though. You don't normally... I don't think I can... It's been a long time since I've seen an umpire wear short sleeves, come to think of it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Umpire Steve Bucknell used to wear short sleeves, didn't he?
I'm just getting hot looking at them.
Helm, on his approach from the pavilion end. Bat on ball this time for a single out to cover. Weatherly ticking the board over to 118 for 3. He's 47.
So I know it sounds ridiculous, but I think that standing in one position for a very long time is one of the most tiring things you could do. When you're not allowed to wander around. I used to, as a kid, going to church at Sunday Mass and having to stand in pew at exactly the same stage, but I just get so tired. Maybe it's just me. But just, they can't wander, go from at least as a fielder, you can wonder a little bit.
That's your inquisitive mind, I think.
Yeah, I just feel a bit sorry for them.
Trying to think, is there any other umpires that wore short sleeves routinely? Maybe tweet that into us as Tom Helm bowls his next delivery to Sam Northeast, defending into the onside, no runners. Another train whizzes behind us. Umpire Venter Cardigan, who was prominent in the 1990s, he used to wear the short sleeves in India, I recall. Well, obviously, he wasn't umpiring that often in India. He was on the international panel, but I can't, in my mind's eye, I can't see any English umpires in the short sleeves. Maybe umpire Sharp in the 90s, if I close my eyes and think about it.
I think you must have been a lot more observant than I was.
Certainly the Australian cohort, they've always worn the long sleeves for red ball cricket. Bit different in the one-dayers. Helm goes again. Edge through the cordon. Through about bit slip on the bounce down to third man. Just a moment of excitement from our angle. It's hard to tell whether the ball is going to end up in the hands of one of the three slips or through that big gap, and it was the latter on this occasion. So Northeast moves to 34.
I think the ball's just teasing the Middlesex fielders here. I mean, we've seen a few of them fly into sort of vacant fourth slip gully position.
Yeah, there's been a third man in position all afternoon, or all morning indeed, and now into the afternoon. Helm pushes off and starts again. Bends that back of his here, leaving through to the keeper, Weatherly. It's been a long innings from Weatherly now. Just consulting the screen in front of us, he's faced in excess of 140 deliveries. Northeast, the better part of 100 himself. It's been as important as the runs they've scored for mine has been the way in which they've blunted the attack of the home side, putting themselves in a strong position. Helm on the way, bowls again well outside the off stump. Weatherly able to commit to his leave nice and early. The end of the over, 1-2-1 for 3 is the score. They came together at 28 for 3, so the partnership 7 short of 3 figures. That was the partnership yesterday between Anderson and Simpson. They put on 93 for the 5th wicket, which came an awful lot quicker than this, but was in that middle session where they were putting Middlesex into a pretty good spot until they lost 3 wickets the either side of T I should say, which was really the theme of the opening day, wasn't it? There were clumps of play where both sides really were dominant, and it was perhaps just with the honours after those late 2 wickets, courtesy of Harris in the final quarter of an hour. Murtagh starting a fresh over, bowls here to Northeast, who is leaving.
It just felt like a really sort of proper day of county championship cricket.
Yeah.
It seesawed a little bit. It'd been pretty hard work in the field, and you felt it was almost evenly poised, but now...
No, I agree. I went home last night thinking that was a seriously good day of entertaining cricket from both sides, and we saw a good contest between ball and bat on a fantastic surface. I'm really enjoying seeing the ball move around, but equally it coming through nice and high and fast, especially from the pavilion end. Murtagh flicked through the leg side, down out towards long leg for 1. That moves the skipper onto 34, 1-2-2 for 3 Hampshire.
You know what I'd recommend the umpires wear is a nice skirt. I'm wearing a skirt today, and I'd say it's always preferable to trousers on a hot day. I always used to feel sorry for the boys at school who weren't allowed to wear shorts above a certain age when it was really hot. It just seems so... It's in the office as well. Men aren't allowed to wear shorts and formal attire, which...
It is strange, isn't it, that... you see this... by Weatherly back to the bowler. You'll see it flare up about once a summer, where there'll be a very pointy op-ed in one of the newspapers saying, liberate the legs of men, allow them to wear shorts, and so on.
This campaign. I like
and
this.
But then you'll see the counter-view put equally as forcefully say, no, it's just not the way things are done. It's unprofessional. and then people will take sides and nothing will change, as is the custom.
Yeah.
Murtagh running in here and bowling, using his feet before the ball arrives, is Weatherly, and he misses on what was an attempted pull shot. Just watching back on our screen here to see whether he was through the shot before the ball arrived. We see him there shimmying forward, again a feature of his innings, especially against Murtagh. We saw Simpson bring himself up to the stumps in Murtagh's first spell this morning to deny Weatherly the chance to do that without taking a fairly substantial risk of being stumped. But ever since, Simpson's been happy to stand back to the veteran who bowls here, using his feet before it arrives again. A checked pull shot, if you like, into the onside for a single, the easiest of singles. They walk it through, 1, 2, 3. The 3's the score.
That's a lovely breeze now coming through the back of the box. One
Yes.
of the things that seems to be denied the fielders, the toiling out there in the sun.
Yes, it's well appreciated, isn't it? As Murtagh bounds in from the Salters field end, delivers inside edge onto the thigh pad. No run, end of the over, end of 52. Hampshire 1, 2, 3 for 3. With Weatherly 2 runs away from a half century. The captain North East is on 34. The partnership is 95. And this is just drifting now. Just get a sense that that first half an hour after the break, it's been 35 minutes since the resumption now, that something needed to happen. Granted, the scoreboard's not been ticking over too quickly either. Only 22 runs have been added, but nonetheless, it's just drifting a little bit. Who's going to provide the spark for Middlesex? Change of bowler at the
Yeah, looks like Harris is
far
going
end.
on.
Yes, indeed it is. So James Harris, responsible for 2 of the wickets so far, 2 of the 3. He's bowled from both ends. His spell this morning was... His second spell this morning, I should say, was from the pavilion end, where he continues here. First ball of it, pushed into the onside by Weatherly. No run. He's got 2 slips, a gully. A long leg. Tim Murtagh doing the job there in the shade. He'd enjoy that in front of the scoreboard.
Oh, yeah.
Wawaluita at third man. He bowled a few overs before lunch. Looking around the corner here, seeing if I can spot a deep point. Don't think I can, so we've got a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, in a nice ring on the square as Harris bowls outside the off stump. Left alone by Weatherly, but plenty of support there from his colleagues. They like that length and line. Of course, coming into this game with 487 first-class wickets, Harris. He knows what he's doing. He'll have been in situations like this many times over his long journey in first-class cricket. On his approach, he bowls. Using his feet before the ball arrives is Weatherly, defending out to mid-off. So, just building in confidence, Weatherly. He's on 48 now, but he's been batting for an awfully long time. There was an hour last night, or the better part of an hour last night. 2 hours this morning, 40 minutes now, going on 4 hours at the crease. Way in, bit of a tough hour or so, which means just to, well, there's a little bit of the ground that's out of our line of sight, which is I'm currently cutting off deep cover. So if it does go over there, I'll just jump out of my chair and race around. Harris bowls here to Weatherly, who leaves a ball that really zips through to Simpson, again taking it with his fingers up, the keeper.
Just wonder what's going through Eskenazi's head. Young captain, stand-in captain, I guess. We saw some imaginative changes and to ease out that Surrey win. I'll need something different now.
Harris bowls. Weatherly takes a quick single to mid-wicket. The throw goes to the keeper's end. It's a direct hit, but Northeast is comfortably home. The Hampshire balcony enjoyed that. Good positive running to end the over. Weatherly retains the strike. He's 49. Hampshire 1-2-4 for 3.
Yeah, that was good running between these two. Nearing the 100-run partnership now, just 4 away. And this is more than a thorn in the side. This is a sort of innings-building partnership.
So Tim Murder will continue. He might have 1 over left in him here, I reckon. And the keeper, Simpson, is up to the stumps now. So they're trying to deny Weatherly that the extra half pace downs is to shake up the length of Murta. Such an important part of the Murta bag of tricks, I suppose, isn't it? It's the length. It's how he can subtly change it ball by ball. So 2 slips in a gully. He bowls here. Weatherly on 49 is beaten outside the off stump. So Simpson's taken that well. Gee, it's done plenty as well. Watching it back, that was pitched on the line of the off stump and
really quick hands.
Yeah, passed by the shoulder of the bat. So Simpson had very little time to react. He would have been obscured somewhat by the shape of the batsman, but gloved it perfectly. Murta goes again from the short run, 3 mid-wicket. That'll be his half century. Beautiful shot. All the way for 4 in front of us here at deep mid-wicket. Weatherly brings up his half century from 158 deliveries. Batted for the better part of 4 hours. He's been patient, he's been creative, and he's put Hampshire in an excellent position. 128 for 3.
Yeah, 2 opportunities put down at second slip. One a really difficult one a more regulation one. You just feel that second one, which went in and out for the man at second slip, Souter.
Defending here out to the offside. Only 8 boundaries across his long stay at the crease. 159 deliveries now, but that may have been the best of them, clipping through mid-wicket.
You just feel since that drop that went in and out, he's really looked quite accomplished at the crease. So there was a period, I think, when Northeast came in and you felt, yeah, senior batter right here.
Yeah.
But now Weatherly is sort of, having been overtaken by Northeast, has kind of reclaimed that crown. And Middlesex will sorely want his wickets.
Weatherly just defending into the offside behind point. Along the ground, soft hands again. So Weatherly, just his 34th game. He's 23 years of age, but along with 1 century, he's passed 50 on now 6 other occasions. Of course, he was the captain of the England under-19s to Australia in his generation, so through that era had a good opportunity in professional rank. The overall average game, so this will be a confidence builder in the Bob Willis Trophy. Murta to Weatherly, defending into the onside, no run, remains 128 for 3. So we've been saying through the last couple of days, Isabel, it's the opportunities that players that aren't so senior are getting in this tournament on account of the fact that there are no Colpack players, well, not many, should I say, Colpack players, not as many as there otherwise would be, might be a better way of putting that, and far fewer internationals floating around as well. So it does mean across these 5 group games that fringe players become very much part of the main frame. Murta bowls, and Weatherly, as he's done so many times across his long stay at the crease, defends to mid-off. That was the over where he brought up his half century. He's 53. The captain Northeast is doing a good job riding shotgun, not having to face many balls at the moment. The opener doing the bulk of the work. He's 34 Northeast, and the visitors are 128 for 3.
Yeah, just 19 and 2 in that first match against Sussex for Weatherly, low-scoring match.
We're seeing pop up on the screen here, Isabel, between overs. Colo's question. That's my daily question, which ends up being written by Izzy. Confidently, but straight to cover. No run there as a consequence. But on the front foot, hitting the ball hard.
So the Collow's question for today was going back to that 1947 championship winning season for Middlesex, remembered mainly for the batting feats of Edrich and Compton.
Bowling here, Harris defending his northeast.
But there were two other batters that individually surpassed 2,000 first-class runs during that season. So can you name them, A? And then B, with those two batters alongside Compton and Edrich.
Quite remarkable when you consider Compton and Edrich that year
Even.
famously tallied 7,000 and something. I know it's crazy figures, and they, the golden summer for that famous Middlesex pairing. But the fact that two others went on to make a couple of thousand each as Harris bowls, northeast defends.
I mean, they played far more, I guess, long-form cricket.
Sure, but even so, it's just we're talking just mountainous.
Oh, crazy,
numbers.
crazy runs. And just to round that question off, collectively, as a top four, what did those batters achieve that no other top four had done before? And I'm pretty sure no other top four has done since. So what did they collectively achieve?
Yeah, a real golden era of championship cricket after the war. Middlesex in 47, then the drought breakers at Glamorgan in 48. On leg stump, turned around the corner here by northeast for one. And one is all they'll get, 129 for three. The captain, northeast, is now 35. A lovely piece of writing about the Glamorgan win in 48 by Paul Edwards, who is just a tremendous writer on the domestic game. I think he wrote it during lockdown. Just running through all the different touch points of that season, the first time that they won the competition. Harris here, using his feet before the ball gets there is Weatherly. He's done it not all the time, but there are different parts of his innings where he really likes to. So it's not a charge, it's not a trigger, it's just a shimmy. It's just the extra back foot then front foot, almost a skip, that gets him an extra foot, maybe foot and a half, as an exercise in breaking up the length that served him well. Two slips. Eskenazi and Souther. Holden at backward point. Bowling here is Harris. It's pushed into the covers where Gubbins does the fielding. At the end of the over. 129 for three. We're seeing Walla warm up again, although that was not necessarily an indicator of him bowling in the first session. He was warming up for the majority of the 30 overs, I think, or the 2 hours. I don't think they got 30 overs in, but the session, and only really got a chance in the final 20 minutes. I wonder how long before we do see spin. Looks like we're going to see a change, though, at the Salters field end. It's going to be Martin Anderson, who was used for a spell before lunch from the pavilion end. Certainly had the pace. Certainly bends his back. The radar was a little bit iffy a couple of times. One sprayed on the leg side for 5 wides. But they do need to break this up. The partnership went beyond 100 in the previous over as well. They've put on 101, these two. From 28 for 3 to 129 for 3. Anderson bowling with 2 slips here to northeast. Driving at this first delivery. Doesn't get all of it. Ends up spilling out towards mid-on, no run. Anderson bowled 4 overs, none for 11 in that initial shift at the bowling crease. Of course, made his highest score in professional cricket yesterday, 92, a well-made 92. But decent bowling figures from when he did bowl in 2018. Here down the leg side. Picked up his wickets at better than 20 when he did bowl. But last year He was making his way back from injury, so he's playing primarily as a batsman, or exclusively as a batsman, I should say. Mostly in the second 11. Got a couple of games up in the ones. And
umpire Neil Bainton, just having a little chat with him, maybe following through onto the wicket.
running on the pitch, yeah, could be. Over the wicket he goes. On leg stump. Turned away easily there, down to fine leg. Northeast for 36, 130 for 3. Yeah, quite a useful option for Middlesex, having a player come into the first team in a more consistent way this year in Anderson, but also able to bowl some overs. Gives them that flexibility to have the second spinner, which they've got this week. To the bowling crease, he delivers. Weatherly leaves.
Yeah, it's one of those that sometimes they can be difficult in order to break in. You know, are you a bowler, are you a batter? You've got the sort of the fast bowling stocks that Middlesex possess, then you're getting in your batting, and it's a luxury really. I think sometimes keepers have had that problem of trying to get into sides when maybe they warrant their position as a batter alone, but are judged on their keeping when there's only a better keeper perhaps.
Anderson bowls. Weatherly defends. Yeah, you often see it, don't you? It's the keeper-batter problem, if you like, where trying to build a case for both, and maybe the way they're interpreted through one discipline affects the way they're seen in the other. Occasionally spinners as well. I mean, how often, it's hackneyed and cliched as it is, but spinners needing to be able to hold a bat and contribute handy runs. You never really hear it about fast bowlers though. Anderson bowls. Using his feet down the track again is Weatherly. Gets there in time to clip through backwards square leg. They turn for a second. More good running. 1-3-2 for 3. 55. Northeast 36. I think we're going towards another break. It's going to be a formal drinks break on this occasion, I think, Isabel, rather than the sanitiser. I'm just trying to set... It's hard to work out which is which, actually. Maybe it's a sanitiser break because the substitute fielder in the blue singlet seems to be giving out the gel, so that might be how we can identify what's what.
But there do seem to be drinks, so I don't know. I think they get intermingled.
Yes. I'm sure as a fielding team you wouldn't be anti an extra drinks break or two through a session.
No, quite. I think it's all perfectly acceptable. Hands on hips from the two umpires in the middle. No respite. No. For them to go.
They don't get any sanitiser or any drink.
Apparently we're on the live stream, in which case we should be giving a wave.
Hello there. I can't see us on our own screen because we're running behind a little bit, but I'll take your word for it, Isabel.
I'm waving, but I see a scorecard. We might be obscured by much more important things.
So we've been going for 53 minutes in this middle session. Hampshire were 101 for 3 when they had a sandwich, and now they're 132 for 3, adding 31 runs without further loss. This pair have put on 104. Weatherly passed his half century in that first stint back.
I think Walalawita wants to have a bowl. He's just been imitating his action on the side of the strip.
Yeah, from the other end as well. He's just making it clear to his skipper, I'll bowl at either end. Just the ball, I'll do whatever's asked of me. But just had a brief go before lunch.
To be fair, I think some of the seam bowlers, the long run-ups, might not be that annoyed by the idea of spinner taking the burden for a few overs.
I'm sure you can hear through the effects mic. Very enthusiastic group of fielders here. Let's get things going was a strong message there. Harris starts a fresh over. Bowls to Northeast, who clips through mid-wicket. Didn't time it that well. There's only one. They consider a second. Northeast calls himself through. He stepped back, and rightly so. Had Weatherly elected to go with his captain there and had the throw been even close to on target, he would have been in a lot of trouble. But the call to retreat was made in the nick of time. But yes, Northeast was coming.
Yeah, I'm afraid that wasn't the tidiest piece of fielding by Mercer there at mid-on. It was a fumble in the outfield and then, as you say, a pretty poor throw. A slight bit of miscommunication. The two batters out there in the middle.
So Harris again, on the way, bowls to Weatherly. It's a short ball. They've got the field for the short ball. Deep square leg, fine leg, third man. Wallaluita, who's been there for the majority of the day, but if there is a top edge, they're ready for it. Anderson down at fine leg in the corner of the ground that has some shade, some respite, just beneath a big tree in the small scoreboard. Harris makes his way to the bowling crease and delivers. Weatherly pulls in front of Square. Square leg has plenty of work to do and he won't make it. That's a lovely shot. So 2 men out for the short ball, but as we've seen a few times today now, Isabel, Weatherly's happy to play the pull shot in front of Square, and he's not overhitting it because he knows the outfield skips along past the first 20 or 30 metres. It's very unlikely it'll be cut off.
It's very rare that you say that pull shots played watchfully, but you do feel that was checked. Sort of no need to go through full throttle.
Yeah, that's exactly it, isn't it? So mid-wicket again. That's a lovely shot. Clipping off the front pad. Hasn't had to do much with it. Times it. Out towards the pavilion. Back-to-back boundaries for Weatherly. He moves into the 60s.
Yeah, that's
63.
Beautiful shot. Consecutive boundaries. And again, neither of these were sort of the full force of the bat on it. Just timing. Checked both shots almost. Placement. Huge gap there in the field. A lot of work for the man at deep square leg to do.
Yeah, clever batting, isn't it?
And just to really add to the frustration for Middlesex, really.
On the way again, Harris, the veteran. How did he bounce back? Outside the off stump. Just one slip now.
It's almost taunting, isn't it? It's sort of saying, look how horrible it is to field and look how much fun I'm having with the bat.
Yeah.
You could be here too, but
Yeah.
not.
Yes. You could have cashed in on this lightning fast ground, but it wasn't to be. How they'll crave a second opportunity today, but a long way to go before they can think about that. Just 3 down and 3 mid-wicket again. Racing away, it could be another boundary. It'll be just cut off in time. Deep square leg. Making it there just in time, but still 2 more added. A big over for the visitors. 10 off it. 143 for 3's now the score. Weatherly 65. He's moved quickly there from his half century. And the Captain Northeast is 37. Isabel, I was unsuccessful in my pursuit of a wicket.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
As you're just finishing off a piece of fruit there, maybe I'll do one more over before I call upon you to try and get us a wicket. How's that sound?
That's very kind.
Martin Anderson. Getting that opportunity here. He did so with bat. But we said about 20 minutes ago, Isabel, that it was drifting, and that's certainly how it feels now. It's drifted yet further, with the board now ticking over as well. Before it was just the fact that nothing was really happening. Now it's that nothing's really happening, and they're starting to score in boundaries. Anderson delivers. It balloons off the pad of Northeast and ends up at mid-wicket. Wallaluita running around and tidying up, no run. Bowling here is Anderson. Inside edge onto the pad. No concerns. But again, a little bit of encouragement for the medium pacer.
that stage of the match where you get sort of those lone calls from the outfield. Bit of encouragement, but almost a hint of desperation in their voice.
Bowling again. Ooh, Benny get that one. Northeast, not far away for Anderson.
It's when they sort of shout, "Oh, come on, come on!" You wonder whether they're saying it is encouragement, "Come on, bowler," or they're saying, "Come on, get your wicket." Possibly a
Two
bit
slips still
slow.
in place. So they're still backing in Anderson to get that movement away from the right-hander, and he did so then in beating the bat. Anderson to the northeast. A miscued drive out towards mid-on, but there's a single there. Out to Tom Helm. He moves to 38, 144 for 3. Interesting that northeast really, after reaching double figures in as many balls, is wound it back and happy to almost play second fiddle for the opener. Just going along at a gentle pace, which is fine. As we said before, they can really open up the afternoon, these two. They're on track to doing so if it continues to trend this way. Well outside the off stump there from Anderson, left by Weatherly through to Simpson. A lot of overs left today. Two slips to backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Anderson bowls. Weatherly moving before the ball arrives to get down the track a tad. Meets it on the half volley, but pushes straight to cover. No run, end of the over, 144 for 3. So Weatherly 65. Northeast 38. I promise you a wicket, Isabel, when I took over
In vain.
20 minutes ago, and I've done you a mischief. I've not got you to where you wanted it to be. So
I feel like every time you say, "I promise," I'm going to get a wicket, I'm going to promise you to do something, it doesn't happen. So I've lost faith.
yeah, well, back to you. With that in mind, can you find a way to get us there? Which note, of course, as always throughout our coverage, that we love the interactivity side of it, which we're doing in conjunction with Perfect Smile. Hashtag Middlesex at home. The Middlesex Twitter feed, Middlesex_CCC. Send yourself a photo of where you're watching this second round of the Bob Willis Trophy here at Radlett Cricket Club.
Well, changing commentary and a change in bowler as well. Nathan South looks like he's going to come on from the pavilion end.
Yep,
His leg break.
So he was bowling from the Sultan's field end before, getting a chance from the pavilion end. A bit of extra bounce perhaps for the leg breaker.
Yeah,
Also, that Perfect Smile, of course, is supporting Middlesex, I must say. Easy before handing over to you. Get your photos through to us. Middlesex at home. Where are you watching? Send us your pics, and we'll pop them up on the screen through the course of the afternoon. Over to you.
One of the Weecher was the spinner that had it that end beforehand. So they're changing it up again, both seamers, both spinners. Souter over the wicket, full and driven down to the man mid-on. It's blowing in a different direction to what it was yesterday. North-easterly direction. Souter again over the wicket, and it is wide and full and lovely square drive through the covers. And the man out on the boundary, but they'll come back for a couple. Am I right in thinking that Northeast is wearing a sleeveless jumper still?
I certainly hope so.
I know that he likes wearing that when he bats, but it seems extraordinary as this is Souter full and Northeast just turning it the onside.
Yeah, I hadn't picked up on that, but I think you're right. You often see that, don't you? Players who won't take their sweater off no matter what the circumstances. I can think of a couple of players from yesteryear who were in that boat.
south into northeast and then edge along the ground, the left-hand side of 1 Louisa, down is the Cry, and then coming back for 2. I think they'll make it safely. He's thrown to the right end, but it's just too far away to get the ball there in time, and that's a good, well-run pair for these two at the crease, bringing northeast up to 40.
Yeah, Brian McMillan,
Two even.
the New Zealand batsman from the 90s, would always wear his jumper. Of course, Mark Ball very rarely took it off when batting in Test cricket as well.
Souter into northeast, quick single. Easily enough. Well placed. I think is the remark there.
I think in the case of War, I don't think he ever took it off. But back last sort of 5 or 6 years, he would always wear his short sleeve sweater.
That's crazy, considering the amount of cricket he must have played on the subcontinent, which is just... Whew.
Yeah, he's one time he passed 150 in Test cricket. He ended up in hospital in Bangalore in '98. I'm not sure if he was ready to jump the whole way through that, but very taxing conditions in that series.
Souter into Weatherly, drawing him forward. Good length that. Well defended, big stride forward. 149 for 3. 58 overs played. 59 overs played. Need to have more faith in being quicker than the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think I've just accepted the fact that we're a few seconds ahead of the scoreboard. Just got to go with it. Do your own arithmetic, and the ball will catch up. Not quite like when we're at Lords, and they're right on us, and they've barely completed a run before the ball ticks
Yes.
over.
And they have to go and amend it. They jump the gun.
Yes.
Anderson's just having a chat with his skip. What's he got in store for him? Top of his mark. Anderson in. This is full, driven to extra cover, no run.
Obviously watching Anderson bat yesterday underneath the helmet, he walked over here at Stumps to do his interviews with the written press, who were working diligently to our right, and the other different groups of journalists who are covering this week.
Anderson again, and this is, played nicely. Down to third man, quick whip of the hand there by Northeast. Guiding it down for a single. I think that's the 150 up. 150 for Hampshire.
Nice little applause from the Hampshire tent.
Only 102 runs behind that Middlesex first innings total of 252. Anderson again. Forward comes Weatherly. Partnership now 121 runs, 260 balls.
This is when Anderson was out here last night. You're struck by how young he looks. Has the baby face going on. 23-year-old?
Well, that's allowed from a 23-year-old.
Perfectly fine.
And he goes again. Big waft of the bat, and the keeper thinks he's got to catch that. It started off quite loud in their appeal, but it was aborted pretty quickly. I don't think Anderson knew much about it. I think it was a lot of air.
Well, a lot of shape as well. That's moved quite a bit in the air and then off the track, and he just followed it with his hands there, Weatherly. Not a lot of footwork to speak of. Tried to steer it through the cover region, but fortunate not to nick off really.
Yeah, he just plumped his front foot straight down middle stump and then flew his hands at it. And this one's nice looking shot.
Yeah, the good news there for Middlesex and Anderson is that he's still able to generate that movement through the air. It's not just off the track, which we've talked a lot about, but maybe that was a little bit of reverse swing. I mean, these are the right kind of conditions to get one side roughed up. It's hard to tell from our vantage point, but yes, it was swing rather than seam with the play and miss.
Anderson, And this is another nice looking drive, timed really well. Only so far as extra cover. He's picking out those fielders. 150 for 3.
Funny old thing, reverse swing, isn't it? It was almost the most important thing in Test cricket for a few years there, and now we don't really talk about it an awful lot after what happened when we were in Cape Town a couple of years ago.
Indeed, the incident that must not be named. I don't know.
Yep. Yes.
But you do feel, I mean, it was almost, yes, it was an unwritten rule of how do you achieve a reverse swing, and nobody was able to really explain how they did it. And the reason was because everyone was doing it, and it was probably slightly not allowed.
Well, yeah, there was a fascinating piece of writing. I mentioned Vidushna Hantaraja earlier today with the podcast that he and Will McPherson do with Sam Northeast, the Hampshire captain, who's batting at the moment.
Souter in, and this is pushing Northeast onto his back foot, out to deep extra cover for a single.
But Vish wrote a piece about a year before the Cape Town Farrago, and it was a deep dive on reverse swing, the origins of it, but its application across domestic cricket. And, well, yes, as you pointed to before, there was a sense that this was prioritised as one of the most important things for any fielding team, and he explained some of the ways that players have achieved that, shall we say.
Souter in, and there's a man under the lid there at short extra cover. It bounces just before him. Yelps of catch, but you feel Souter could create a chance here.
But yes, the 60 over mark, actually, this is really when, historically, reverse would be a factor.
Souter again. Bit of footwork there from Weatherly, trying to turn onto the leg side, doesn't manage it.
But with so much attention on the ball, of course, in the COVID climate as well, of course making it harder to load up one side as teams would when saliva was permitted. Of course, that's not the case in the Bob Willis Trophy for obvious reasons.
Souter to Weatherly, big expansive drive into the covers. Evasive action taken by a man at short extra cover. Comes through for a single, 152 for 3. And your irony of reverse swing is that I thought it really enhanced the game.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be anyone disputing that. It was, you know, when it was hooping after 60 or 70 overs.
Souter, loopy delivery. Just a little bit too straight for extra cover, tumbling to his right, while Louise there at mid-off picks up the drive, another single.
It would often be as exciting as the new ball. You know, you'd wait, you'd almost earn it. You'd get to 50 or 60 or 70 overs, whatever it is, if the ball was going to go, as they say.
Souter into Northeast, driving it square of the wicket. Out to James Harris there at deep extra cover. They just seem comfortable here, Hampshire. These two batters marching onwards from there. Well, in between the 100 run and 150 run partnership.
Well, they're within 100 runs of taking a first innings lead here now, aren't they? And when you consider they came together in the third over of the morning and Middlesex very much with their tails up, 28 for 3. Yeah, it's a very different game now, isn't it? But, as we said yesterday a number of times, it doesn't take long for a game to shift either. If Middlesex can find a way to break this partnership, then suddenly they'll be well placed to get stuck into the middle order. So we just had the Collo's question graphic flash up on the screen again, Isabel, which of course is our daily segment.
Anderson continuing from the Salters field end, and this is turned onto the leg side for a single.
If
Yeah,
you're,
they'll come back for two
come back for a
because of the
second.
man.
Yeah, good running.
I'm so used to saying either dot ball or a single. This she's just ticking it over. Come back for 2.
You might be wondering what that Collo's question hashtag is all about. Well, it's fairly straightforward. Once a day, thanks to Knight Frank, we will ask you a Middlesex-related poser, and through the course of the day,
Anderson again. Not quite timed there from Weatherly.
we will encourage you to find the answer to the question and send it to us on Twitter at Middlesex_CCC. And big part of this is not looking it up, no search engines, no Google, no spreadsheets, just what you
Absolutely
think
banned.
it might be.
Those are banned, not allowed to do
What
it.
you think it might be, to take a punt and see how you go. And if you're nearest to the pin at the close of play in the last half an hour, thanks tonight, Frank.
Turned onto the onside by Weatherly. A loud call of wait.
And we will announce the winner, who will receive a pair of tickets to a Middlesex Vitality Blast match at Lord's next season. So the incentive is there. Get your guesses in, get them close to the pin, get yourself a pair of tickets for Lord's next year when the Vitality Blast returns to HQ.
Anderson, top of his mark. Helm doing some warming up there as the ball sails through to the keeper. Well, the question there is relates back to the 1947 championship winning season for Middlesex. First time they won it since 1921. I think it broke the back of a bunch of northern wins. Southern counties had a pretty dry old time of it around the time of between the two world wars. Middlesex, Bill Edrich and Dennis Compton, of course, had prolific seasons with the bat, both scoring 3,000 runs each or more than. So in comes Anderson again through to the keeper. But two other batters for Middlesex also each made more than 2,000 first-class runs, so we want the names of those two batters. And then the second part of the question is, between the four of them, Edrich, Compton and batter X and batter Y, how many first-class runs did they score in the 1947 season?
It's a big number. That's your clue.
Turn with the onside for a couple there.
Yeah, so the key thing there is, what is unique about that achievement? The four Middlesex horsemen that year, in that famous season of 1947, ended the over there, so 156 for 3. What did they do that year that no one's done since, and no one certainly done before? Where do they stand alone from 1947? Compton, Edrich, and their two fellow travellers at the top of the order for Middlesex. So that's all, of course, thanks to Knight Frank. The hashtag's Collow's question. It's up there on the Twitter account, Middlesex_CCC. Jump in there in the replies and win yourself a pair of tickets to Lord's for the Vitality Blast in the season of 2021. Having another break here between overs.
Looks like absolute carnage by the Overton twins down at Somerset. Between them, in the third innings, Somerset actually against Lance, they got 26 of the ball and 121.73 bats.
Oh.
As Somerset having posted 156, bowled out Northants for 67 in reply. 222 was their second innings for Somerset, and Northants currently 39 for 1, trailing by 283 runs.
They had a weekly opener, or big fortnight I should say, both signing contracts, Jamie staying put and Craig departing, moving to Surrey. I've got that right, haven't I? I'm 90% sure I got that right. And as I said the words, I'm like, I probably should have checked that first. So easy to...
They are difficult to tell apart.
Yeah, well, yes, but yeah, they've been in the news for those that love chasing down the county cricketers.
That is going to continue from the end. Right arm over, loopy delivery. Wesley striding forward, leaves the ball.
Big Tom Helm warming up in front of us. Hasn't been used in this session.
Souter again, another loopy one. A big stride, just prodding it back at the bowler.
So Helm will get an opportunity. Well, I want to see bowl again soon. He certainly wants to bowl. Warming up.
Wesley trying to turn it down the leg side, but picked up cleanly by the keeper.
Of course, they've got another spin option as well.
We know that. Souter in, and this is down the leg side. Just trying to turn it, help it on its way there.
That wasn't far away, that was the top spinner, I think, judging by the way it was played. Maybe even the one that goes the other way.
Men round the bat, slip. Square leg on the lid as well. Pushed back at the bowler. Yes, I wonder when we'll see Sam Robson unleashed on proceedings.
Yes, the second wrist spinner.
They want to make that unexpected breakthrough, as he did in the last match. South down the track comes Weatherly as an appeal for OEW, but he's well far down the track, so difficult for the umpire to really give a wicket decision.
It really was an exercise in contrast, the Robson wickets last week, the first of which was from a lovely delivery, the second which was from a quarter tracker, which got tapped straight back to him, a safe caught and bowls, which put him on a hat-trick, didn't it?
Yes, it is.
We were getting the scores in then at the Rose Bowl. We were doing the England-Ireland one-day international that day, and as those games all came to an exciting close, not least Derbyshire's win from the penultimate delivery, there was a sense of, wow, what's going on at the Oval? That's unexpected. The opening batsman getting a chance. Of course, he does bowl from time to time. It's not completely without precedent for him to come on and take a useful wicket, but it was the dramatic nature of his bowling figures, 3 overs, 3 maidens, 0 or 2 for none, which turned that final afternoon on its head and got Middlesex on the scoreboard in the first round of the Bob Willis Trophy. Here is Tom Helm, started a fresh spell, bowling from over the wicket and first ball let through to the keeper. I just preemptively took over there, I think it's... I think it was the over, but I should have at least acknowledged that I was about to, and that's rude of me.
I think we can chop and change, and we're pretty easy here.
We've got this down.
Just the two of us.
Yes, that's right.
Best song now.
All yours. Tom Helm, the longest of the run-ups in the Middlesex quartet of seamers, on the way here, passing the umpire and bowling, and pushing nicely. Well-timed drive by Weatherly, but only goes as far as cover, cut off. I think it's Gubbins doing the work over there, although we're a long way from it. Remains 158 for 3, so 57 runs collected across the session so far. A session where Weatherly, the 23-year-old, made it to 50, now he's 71. Helm bowls, and Weatherly leaves, as we've seen so many times today. Perhaps too often, Izzy, that we've seen this Hampshire pair let plenty of balls go.
Yeah, and that's something we saw even early on in the Middlesex bowling innings. From Helm was guilty of it. This end actually, shortest field ends. Just, although it was a lot of dot balls and really slow run rates, it didn't really trouble the batters as much as perhaps he'd like to.
He's got 2 slips, Helm. Bowls here to Weatherly, who leaves again. Good carry. Consistent feature. Of course, coming from that height as well, the tallest of the Middlesex seamers. Mentioned yesterday on the stream that he was capped by the club before play yesterday. Special moment for any county player. I love the idea of how arbitrary capping a player is too. You see some international players capped after 1 season with the club. They've had a great time of it. Here is Helm, bowls here, leading outside the off stump. Here's Weatherly.
Yeah,
I say arbitrary, that's probably the wrong description. The idea of it just...
inconsistent, maybe?
Yeah. I quite like that. I think it's,
not in a negative way.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's much as it is in many things in cricket, the summing it up is more than just putting up spreadsheets. The contribution you make to a cricket team can be far more, or indeed far less, than what numbers alone will represent. One of the joys of the sport. So Helm delivers here to Weatherly, who again is able to leave outside that off stump. A fair way outside the off stump, I suppose you'd say, for the stage of the innings when they might be looking to get the ball to reverse a little bit, if indeed the ball's in that kind of state. Hard to tell again from where we're sitting, but 158 for 3 is the score at the end of the 64th over. Weatherly 71 from 195 balls, I think it is, and Sam Northeast, the Hampshire skipper, who's not had a lot of work to do this session compared to his partner. He's on 46. He's been very happy just collecting singles, often in the first half of the over, and then Weatherly deals with the rest. It'll be Southett, the Aussie leg spinner, to continue. He has a slip, there's a short leg. He's bowling his Northeast, who cuts in the direction of Helm at point. There was a little bit of commotion as the ball left the bat. It was in the air for a time, but it bounced a couple of times before reaching the fielder, the tall man Helm. Shouter bowls again. This is well outside the off stump and left alone. Deep backward square leg. As the man out, we've got a man at mid-off for the week to 3/4 of the way back as well. Shouter bowls, Northeast defends. Can't quite see from my angle, maybe you can as well, whether there's a deep point out there or a deep extra cover.
Good question.
Shouter once more. This is again left comfortably outside the off stump.
There is indeed James Harris out on the cover point boundary.
It's a controversial position, isn't it, the deep point for spinners? It's become a real talking point in recent season amongst pundits and former players and indeed former spinners, talking about its value or its negative points as well. Sweeping his Northeast, sweeping hard in the direction of deep backward square, all the way along the ground. It's well struck though. He almost hit that upright. He got down nice and low, but adjusted as the delivery reached him. So he's 47.
Yeah, it takes his score over nicely.
Of course, that was your discipline, wasn't it? The spin and the deep point.
Yeah.
I mean, it can be really interpreted as an attacking move or a defensive one, as his next delivery is left from Weatherly outside the off stump, the end of the Southern over. It's 159 for 3 with the opener Weatherly 71 and Northeast 47. I mean, by that I mean you can see having a deep point out there as a move that encourages one style of play, and you can sort of see it on the other side that you want to see players trying to thrash through the infield.
Yeah, I think in this situation where these two are knocking it around quite nicely, it's quite a negative position in this stage of the match.
Between overs, we're seeing some of our photos from Middlesex at home with perfect smile. That's the Middlesex at home hashtag. We're seeing Wardog 1990. I like his setup there with the headphones and the stream. El Vernon, who's watching two screens, double screening with a phone on one game and a television on another. That works for me.
I wonder what he's watching. Somerset match? Seems to be a bit of carnage there.
Yeah, that'd be fun. We said yesterday that a lot of people were watching us while watching the test match. Of course, if you want to get your Middlesex at home photos on the screen in the coverage throughout the course of the day, it's pretty straightforward. Middlesex at home is the hashtag. Middlesex _CCC is the Twitter account. And that's all thanks to Perfect Smile as Helm starts the second over of his spell with 3 slips, and it's left outside the off stump by Northeast.
Just
His partnership now worth 131.
Ben Stokes going back to New Zealand unavailable for the next 2 test matches. Who are you going to draft in?
Well, first things first, they can't draft anyone into the bubble, so that's an interesting consideration about how they might set it up. Helm again, pulling to mid-wicket, but they don't get a run for it.
But I think we've got, 20-odd players already in that bubble?
Yeah, and I suppose there's precedent too, isn't there? Stokes missed the test match in 2018 at home, and that was the test match where Curran and Wokes both played in that series against India.
Yep.
Wokes made 100. Curran was important with the ball, as he was throughout that series, and they balanced it that way. And when Stokes... Well, Curran did play with Wokes and Stokes. All three of them played the second test match against the West Indies, and all did well there. On the approach, Helm bowls, pushing into the offside. No run.
Might just be a little less rotation of some of the players. We think Curran might have been in and out a little bit.
Yeah, well, Curran came straight in for Stokes
Mm.
as that, extra option with the ball. Not saying that Curran's the same aptitude as Stokes with the bat, but just bolstering that side of it. And then it might necessitate an extra specialist bat, so 2 batsmen coming in effectively.
Well, I wonder if this is an opportunity for Stokes to come in.
And Butler.
Alongside Butler.
Yeah. That might be one configuration as Helm bowls, and North East leaves, getting his bat out of the way in the nick of time. Bit quicker that delivery, 159 for 3. Hampshire, of course, in pursuit of Middlesex's 252. The use of Folkes' interesting debate, of course, whether he should be given another opportunity as the stumper, and where Butler fits into that. Of course, the fact that Butler was instrumental in this victory, and he's been England's second highest scorer in the last 3 innings he's played. I mean, he's not going to be left out. So the question is whether, much as it was when Bairstow was playing, whether 2 wicketkeepers can coexist. And they've done so in the past, of course, in Sri Lanka. Helm here to North East to defence. No run.
Or whether it's an opportunity to bolster the batting and get Zach Crawley back in.
Well, Crawley would almost certainly play, you'd think. I mean, if you're losing Stokes as your number 4, remember that Stokes is playing extensively as a batsman this week. He only bowled one spell.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a straight swap and Crawley comes in, and they have to find room for Curran by omitting one of the other frontline seamers. So Anderson, Broad, Wokes and Archer, who are the 4 that played this week. There's no easy answer, which is probably a good thing for English cricket, as Helm arrives at the crease and bowls, and driving nicely through cover is North East, out towards the rope and trickles into the boundary to raise his half century. He's there in 136 deliveries. A most important partnership alongside Weatherly. They've taken Hampshire from 28 for 3 to 163 for 3. North East, of course, had an excellent season in 2019. The captain of this side, and passing 50 and putting them in a very strong position in the midway part of day 2. Just 4 boundaries for North East. Look, call them South East for North East along the way. It's mostly been an exercise in accumulation from the captain. Souter continues, bowling here to Weatherly, who pushes out towards Silly Point, now in position. Sam Robson doing the job there under the lid.
I think that makes a lot of sense, considering there's a low-scoring last match. Both of these batters arguably sort of got in one innings at least, didn't go on to score any runs. Watchful, careful.
Souter to Weatherly, who pushes the mid on, no run. Yeah, as we said before, North East was quick out of the blocks, but really happy just to turn the strike over and put Hampshire in a position now where they can put the foot down. Will they, though? That's a nice drive. Weatherly out towards extra cover and into the rope for 4. Well, he struck that nicely. That might be a sign that they are willing to now go up the gears a little bit to punch the bruise that they've been developing over the last few hours. 167 for 3. We've still got 37 and a half overs remaining in the day, so plenty of time to advance to a healthy first innings lead by the close. Middlesex really scrapping to stay in this one here. Can Souter get the breakthrough? Right arm leg break over the wicket. Nice stop by Gubbins at short cover.
Yeah, really athletic stop there. Just try and put some pressure on these batters, do something to make them uncomfortable.
Slipping a short leg. Bowls here. Ooh, off the gloves, not far away from creating an opportunity there, Souter, with a bit of extra bounce, unsurprisingly, from the pavilion end, where we've seen more bounce from the seamers that whacked him on the gloves, but didn't bob up on the leg side where Robertson could have come into play. Bowls again here, driving, Weatherly, into the offside. Wallaluita collects it. No run. End of the over.
You know,
so we've actually only got 5 overs until tea, because the tea break is to be taken with 32 overs to go, as I understand it. So, yes, they're not far away from this being a wicketless session.
I'm happy to report that North East has taken off his jumper.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
so
I was getting worried.
So it wasn't a sort of a sartorial decision then? If he's taking it off, I mean, he would have had to have gone.
Or maybe somebody forced him because, I don't know, maybe his temperature was too high, because you have to take your temperature all the time here to make sure you're...
What was your temperature when you came in this morning?
Why?
Well, only because mine was an odd number, a number that I thought was too low.
Mine was 36.7.
Mine was 35.2.
You're a cold-blooded creature, Adam.
Well, I didn't think I was. I mean, I had the aircon on, sure, but I didn't think
yeah, maybe that's got something to do with it. I don't know. I've been 36 point something every day.
Right, so it's going to be spin, left arm orthodox spin. Wallaluita, who we've been looking forward to seeing bowl an extended spell. Didn't get through many before lunch, but now he gets his chance that he's been looking for. Signalling to the captain, I should say, time and time again, that he wanted the ball. Bowled 3 overs from the Salters Field end before the long break. He's got a slip and a leg slip. Bowls here, it's 2 full. Taken down the ground, can he beat mid off? He can't. That should have been 4 for North East, really. Full toss, but the stop was made at mid on. Excellent work there by Martin Anderson. Keeping it to a dot ball. They didn't take the single. Okay. Wallaluita goes again. Around the wicket. Cut this time. Oh, caught at backward point. Against the trend of play, the captain North East is gone for 51. Middlesex at last get their breakthrough. The partnership ends with the score 167 now for 4. And Wallaluita is in the book. Second ball of his spell, Isabel Westbury.
Yeah, 139 run partnership. That was a really grinding one from Hampshire. Really frustrating Middlesex. But once again, it's that change to spin that seems to do the trick. It happened in the last match, a few Sam Robson deliveries, but Wallaluita, who's been warming up, as far as I'm concerned, the whole innings, trying to catch his captain's eye, have a bowl, something different. I think it was Souter that took it as well.
It was Souter taking the catch at backward point. Nothing particularly special at the delivery, by the way. I mean, he rocked onto the back foot, had plenty of time to have a look at it, but after not getting value for his shot down the ground from the first ball, perhaps trying to make amends there and picking out the man just a backward point. Relatively innocuous dismissal all told after a excellent partnership of 139, as you mentioned before. Gone for 51, so they've been at the crease together since the 3rd over of this morning, and we have 3 overs to go now until tea. So they've done the bulk of the work in the middle of the day, but the other side of the ledger, this now opens the door to Middlesex, a fresh batsman to look at nearing an interval. Always what you want as a fielding team. And Wallaluita, the confidence of getting himself in the book, second ball of his spell. Can they capitalise on this? Can they turn the screws or find a way to shift the balance of this second day and get themselves back into it?
Yeah, Liam Dawson, the man to the crease. Someone you think of in England colours as a bowler. Has a very good first-class batting average.
Dawson's first ball's driven back towards the bowler. It was in the air for a moment. On the front foot, pushing with hard hands. That's encouraging. So a slip and a leg slip. A shortish mid-wicket as well. Holden doing the work in there. Off the back foot goes Dawson, and he's going to get off the mark with a boundary. Off the outside edge of the bat. Wasn't in control of the stroke. It went through about where third slip or gully might be for a spinner. But this outfield is so quick, there was no doubting where that ball would ultimately end up. 1-7-1 for 4 the score. Couple of balls to go in this successful over. It's been a while since we've said that. Wallalawita around the wicket to Dawson. His third ball in the middle, taken out to the sweeper at deep point, or deep cover point maybe. 1-7-2 for 4. So now Weatherly, the responsibility on his shoulders as the set man to initially get this pair through to the next break.
Yeah, it's really good to see as well. If you think about Anderson, certainly a sort of junior part of the Middlesex squad, taking his opportunity in the first innings, and Weatherly, you could say similarly for Hampshire.
Not wrong. Wallalawita around the wicket. Last ball of his over. Mid-wicket, some confusion. Throw to the bowler's end. Made it through comfortably. Weatherly was coming, then he wasn't. Then Dawson called him through. So 1-7-2. 1-7-3 make that for 4 at the end of the over. So Weatherly's 76 and keeps the strike. And credit to Anderson as well for that diving stop first ball of that over at mid-on from the full toss, which for all money was going to the boundary. That kept Northeast on strike, and the wicket comes the next ball. So it's a reminder that
there's little incidents that you don't think much of.
That's right. It's 11 versus 2 out there as a fielding side. You've always got to remember that, even in the tough moments. Middlesex have had a few of those in the last hour and a half or so, but here they are with a little opportunity. Both spinners in operation. And as the old Shane Warne adage goes, if it seems, it spins. We've certainly seen it seem throughout the course of these 5 sessions so far. No concerns there. Souter, who took the catch, is bowling to Weatherly, who's driving, nearly a second chance in quick succession for Middlesex, falling just short of Gubbins, I think. Judging by the replay, I don't think it made it to his right hand. It ended up being quite a good stop.
Parried it round the goalpost more than anything.
Yeah. Do you think he got a hand to it? Next ball here, Souter. Pushing into the onside Weatherly. Another good stop at mid-wicket, and indeed mid-on. It was a 2-man effort, that. So the Middlesex fielding is, which we rightly scrutinised before lunch, a couple of drop catches, has been important in turning this around just a tad in the last 10 minutes. Souter goes again. It's full and defended. No run.
Just wonder whether that was a chance for Gubbins. It was low and had to really reach. He's tall, athletic, and did well to get there, but I just wonder whether it may well be put down as a dropped catch.
Souter to Weatherly, who defends. He had to make plenty of ground there on the square before making his dive. Was struck hard. Souter clipping through mid-wicket is Weatherly. If he's timed it well enough, he'll get full value for the shot. Runs out towards the rope, and it makes it.
That's a lovely bit of timing. Really elegant clip off the legs.
Moves into the 80s, 80 even. Weatherly 1-7-7 for 4 now the score, with 1 ball to come in this, the 69th over. But as you say, the timing was immaculate there. Just a flick of the wrist. We've seen him play a few of those in this middle session. No protection in front of square on the rope, on the leg side. Robson coming out from under the lid to short cover. Weatherly's faced 208 deliveries for his 80. Facing Souter here, back in the crease, cutting, but straight to the man at conventional cover. Gubbins, who's been in the play over the last couple of overs. So that's the end of the Souter set. 1-7-7 for 4. 35 overs remaining in the day, so The expectation is that they'll go to tee in 3 overs from now. And of course, no second new ball at the 80 over mark in this competition. You see, one of the requirements is that they play the whole way through to 90 overs, which means that Middlesex will get a second new ball later, but not when you normally get it in county championship cricket. Wallaluita around the wicket to Dawson, who defends on the front foot, knows the call. Another one of those measures, Isabel, the new ball being delayed to keep spinners in the contest.
I love it when that happens.
Spin to win. That's the Middlesex approach here. Wallaluita around the wicket, carving off the back foot to Dawson, nicely played. His second boundary in that direction. He's only been out there for a brief while, but he's using the width of the crease, and that was a more convincing stroke as well, trickling out towards the pavilion. The ball picking up pace as it raced across this rapid outfield. 181 for 4 Hampshire.
I just
Dawson now 9.
wonder whether that will induce a change in the field, because it's twice now that he's done, as you say, exactly the same area. He really likes to use the width of the crease, step really far back into it.
Wallaluita sweeping this time is Dawson. Well, I say sweeping, an attempted sweep shot, but didn't make contact. Struck him on the pad, might have just clipped him on the pad before ending up with Simpson. Goes again, the spinner. On the front foot now, Dawson. So, pushing him back, then bringing him forward. That's good cricket. Can he slip one past the inside edge? Take advantage of the angle, indeed the slope, which would help with that. He bowls again. Sweeping, this time making contact. That's a second boundary in the over. No concerns there. Missed it a couple of balls ago, but picked it up nice and early, got down, saw the length, executed the shot perfectly. Dawson's got 3 boundaries in the space of 8 balls in the middle, and Hampshire a 185 for 4. They've been busy, haven't they, since losing that 4th wicket. They've responded by, instead of going into their shell and looking for tea, they've responded by actually going for the Middlesex spinners.
Yeah, I think that's what Dawson definitely decided. He strode to the crease. He was going to play attackingly to the spinners. But that doesn't necessarily mean, playing with high risk, going over the top, etc. He's used the crease well. Just late cuts, guiding it down to third man. And then that nice sweep shot as well.
Yeah, of course, an accomplished batsman, Dawson, at first class level. Averaged 51 last year. Been around for a long time. Facing Wallaluita here, defending. Back to the bowler. End of the over. 185 for 4. 70 gone. So we've got a couple until tea. That's our expectation. Izzy, do you want to get us one more wicket before tea?
Absolutely.
Let's do this.
Let's see what happens. So yes, 2 overs before tea. Or at least 2 overs before there's 32 overs left. I think we probably will stop at that time.
Yeah, that's what we're assuming. Well, I suppose time will tell whether they still go through until 22. But we're still feeling our way a bit here as to
the ways and means.
Yes, Bob Trophy. Yep. That's a good thing. Keeps us on our toes.
Souter from the pavilion end. Over the wicket. Use of feet there by Wesley, throwing down the ground. That's 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot. Just to the pitch of the ball. Didn't have to overhit it. Just nicely down to the boundary's edge. And some COVID secure ball fetching going on down there. $189 for 4. Dawson at the non-striker's end, but he's come in and he's been busy. 13 already. 84 has Weatherly.
Yeah, 5 boundaries since this pair came together. They've only been together for 3 overs, so they know what they're doing here, making the most of these fantastic conditions.
Souter again and full, pulling forward. top of his mark once more. A few shouts from the outfield. Slip in place. He only catches round the bat for the spin at the moment. Souter, right arm over. Big stride forward, pushing it back towards the bowler. No run. Comes again, movement of the feet and into the onside. That's a lovely time shot. Holden starts the chase and ends pretty abruptly because it's reached boundary edge pretty quickly indeed. And that's been a real hallmark of this innings by Weatherly. Not having to overhit anything, just help the ball on its way. Slightly overpitched there from South to 193 for 4. Brings Weatherly to 88. Into the penultimate over before tea. Souter again, and again Weatherly using his feet, drives it only so far as extra cover this time. Sam Robson in a wide-brimmed sun hat does the fielding. Souter again. Another big stride from Weatherly, almost at double stride. And that's the end of the Souter over. So 193. A flurry of boundaries really since Dawson came in, since we saw that 4th wicket fall. Has a Sam northeast of 51, falling to the bowling of Walla Lawita.
If this is our last over before tea, which it may be, I think if I've got my calculations correct, it's 33 overs remaining before the close of play. Make sure at the tea break you get your photos in. Middlesex at home is the hashtag for the Middlesex County Cricket Club Twitter account. That's of course thanks to Perfect Smile. Photograph yourself watching the stream, or just the stream if you fancy. Where are you watching? In the pool? On the banana lounge? Yeah. At a cricket game, at a club game, in the park?
Pool includes paddling pool.
Paddling pool,
kind of
absolutely. Pool. Yeah, got a beer in your hand or a glass of wine or whatever it is that you're doing on this hot midsummer afternoon. Let us know via the Middlesex at home hashtag. Thanks to Perfect Smile, who have been fantastic supporters of what we're doing this week in the first iteration of the Middlesex stream.
Murter, right arm over the wicket, and down the track comes Dawson. Soft hand plays that edge that trickles down to a gully position. So it looks like Murter's going to finish off the session for Middlesex.
Yeah, I sort of see. But on the other hand, I suppose Walla Lawita and Souter have combined to just change the flow of the game a little bit. I wonder whether they should have stuck with that attack all the way to the finish line before tea. But on the other hand, he's the attack leader for a reason, and he wants to get a look at Dawson before he's set, as he is here.
Mercer again. Staunchly forward comes Dawson. Mercer tries a few football tricks, doesn't quite pull it off. Here he comes again. Dawson on strike. And misses an aborted appeal for caught behind, because it's definitely hit some sort of pad. Didn't hear anything woody at all.
Yeah, nearly yorked him, didn't it? A bit of shape in the air away from the right-hander, judging by our screen. Which has been a feature of the entire innings, really, even though we're into the 72nd over. There's always been movement. Off a short run now.
Mercer again. This is turned into the onside only so far as mid-on. Yes, that's the short run thrown in to the Mercer overs.
Yeah, I like that. Just keep them honest.
Here he goes again. Right arm over, and this is brings the batter forward. Dawson just playing watchfully after having had a bit of fun with the spinners.
That's what Murder does, isn't it? He commands respect. He's bowled 1 ball shy of 19 overs, just none for 30, so economical, as we've remarked upon quite a lot, that it's a very tough place to bowl quick here due to the outfield. No room to stray, and he doesn't.
Here he goes again, Dawson forward, high in his crease. Punches the ball down into the turf, and it's a dot ball to end the over, and a dot ball not quite to end the
Not
session.
quite to end the session, so it must
we are
be...
going to carry on till 3:40.
It would seem that way, so they'll get at least one more in. You'd hope they'd get 2 in.
I don't think I've ever commentated, or it's very rare that I've commentated on county championship matches where you've been quicker than you're supposed to be.
Yeah, well, I suppose they're not... Technically, if there's 90 overs in the day, if they've got 30 to go at sea would be the right place to be. Maybe 32 so when they're running late, like they were yesterday. That's just a cut-off mark to encourage you to get through the overs, so you get to have a... whatever it is they have at tea now these days,
His
a muesli
character
bar.
and return to the onside. Just for a single.
I wonder what it is at tea these days. I mean, I know certainly the expectation is you get a piece of cake and
Ooh,
maybe
I don't know.
some biscuits.
Also,
I don't
would
think
you want
it is
cake
any...
in this weather. The last thing I want to eat is cake.
I think I would, yeah, if I was
Okay,
playing, but
okay.
that might say more about me than it
I
does
want some
about
jelly
professional
babies or-
players.
Jelly babies and a sort of energy drink.
Yeah. I mean, afternoon tea, it's an institution, isn't it? No matter
It
what
is, but
grade you're
afternoon
playing
tea
in.
in 30 degrees is a sort of wholly different proposition in my mind. Or my
Yeah, maybe that's more about my country of origin, and having most weeks, this is as cool as it would be, as you
Yeah,
know, having
quite.
played there as well. In midsummer, it's always 30-something when you're playing on a Saturday afternoon in the summer.
Bit of an interruption as Souter takes his mark. Right arm over. Pushes Dawson back into the crease.
Big puff of dust, I should say, there, as ball made contact with bat, which will excite the spinners for days 3 and 4.
Loopy, full toss, and there's an attempt at a diving catch there from Nick Gubbins. Don't know if he was anywhere near it, really, but
Oh.
he caught some airtime.
I'll tell you what, he wasn't far away at all. That's the second time today we've seen incredible diving efforts, one from Souter
Yeah.
early in the day, and watching that back,
Souter again, another full toss, and this time it's punched into the onside. A tumbling stop at wide mid-on.
so consecutive full tosses after getting one to puff out of the dust. I mean, that's not great bowling, but it did nearly net a wicket, that attempt from
Sometimes
Gubbins.
that's what it takes.
Yeah, well, that's part of the psychology of bowling wrist spin, isn't it? Knowing that a lot of your wickets will come from deliveries that...
The unexpected delivery, I
Yeah.
like to think.
Yeah, it's part of the psyche, and kind of coming to terms with that.
Souter again, one slip. This is slightly shorter and pushes Weatherly onto his back foot. No run. Robson stops at an extra cover. Here he comes again, another short one, turns to the onside. Easy single there for Weatherly. Brings him nicely into the 90s.
So one more over before 2, they're going off now.
I think we should get another over.
We should, but it looks like they're gesturing towards the pavilion, doesn't it?
It does.
Yep, they
From
are.
a clock perspective, I'd have suggested another over, but from a wandering of bodies off the field perspective, I don't think we are.
Well, it may be a fraction arbitrary given we're a couple of minutes before the allotted time, but it is the end of the session where Hampshire went from 101 for 3 to 196 for 4. So they've added 95 runs and lost just the one wicket, that of the captain Sam Northeast, who fell about 15 minutes before the break. He was caught by Souter at backward point from the bowling of Wallaluita, who was brought back into the attack late, just for a couple of overs, but it was long enough to get that breakthrough. That pair took Hampshire from 28 for 3 in the opening exchanges this morning until 167 for 4. The main man out of that pairing, Weatherly, remains there on 89. Joe Weatherly has been out there for 297 minutes and 216 deliveries. He's struck 14 boundaries along the way, and he will get a chance after the tea break to bring up his second first-class 100. Liam Dawson, the experienced England international, is with him on 14. They came together with the score at 167, and they've put on quite quickly 29 unbroken for this 5th wicket. We'll leave it there on the Middlesex stream for the tea break. Enjoy a cold drink, a bite to eat, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Lucy was the morning when they came to Middlesex. I saw her at the Oval last week. I went, hi, I've never met her before, but she did in fairness have long blonde hair before.
We're back up at the Willis Club session, second day of this Bob Willis Trophy between Middlesex and the Hampshire. Had 1 wicket and added 95 runs through the middle 2 hours of the weather. So there they go on 9 at the innings, and he's also head to the South. Middlesex made 252 in all after yesterday. They are 73 ending that. As this third session begins, third all hand baseball on way. First ball who pushed a lovely shot down around. On drive, crashes to the outside board, the perfect way station to an even 200. Weatherly has 94 of them. Isabel Westbury, beautiful cricket.
I think we've seen that in the opening ball of both sessions of the afternoon session and the evening session. Just a full delivery plugged back down the ground. I think it may have been Weatherly on both occasions, in fact.
Yep.
Absolutely beautiful. No loss of concentration there.
Yeah, good delivery to get a look at early too. Nice and full from Murtagh. He's gone for very few boundaries through the course of his stint so far. 10 maidens out of his 19 overs. On the way here, bowls again. Weatherly on 94. Comes forward and hooks. Out towards backward square for 4 more. Well, that's one way to advance through the 90s. First 2 balls of the session, both going to the rope. He moves to 98. Hampshire 204 for 4. Bang, bang.
I like this approach. It's very much that if I'm going to have to be nervous in my 90s, I'm going to make it as short as possible.
Joe Weatherly. It's batted so nicely. 220 balls in the middle, but going up the gears now. 2 slips. Murtagh, 3rd ball of the session. Will he go 3 in a row? He won't. He'll defend down the track.
The hint of excitement, the hope in your voice, Adam.
Oh, you know, a century brought up with 3 fours on the bounce is nothing to sneeze at.
3 balls after tea, I like that as well.
Yeah, yeah. Can Tim Murtagh get the blood pumping as well here? I see Chris Simpson's coming up to the sticks. Just to give Weatherly something else to think about on 98. Can he find a way through, Murtagh? The veteran turned 39 last week. Bowls here to Weatherly, who defends. At the point, yes, no. And the no is the right call there from Dawson, sending Weatherly back.
You can
that would
see
have been calamitous.
Eager he is to get those last few runs
yes,
in
certainly.
quick fashion, because that would have been a suicidal run. And well done to the endorsement for sending him back.
Yeah, run out for 98 is not the way he wants this to end. He's faced 222 balls. Murtagh here, Weatherly, for the 3rd time in succession, knocking it on the head. Nice high elbow into the offside.
Do you see how I refrained from saying that number of balls faced in a particularly Australian accent and a particularly Australian way?
Yeah, I saw that as well, and there's always that temptation, but best to not indulge it. There's enough people in my original part of the world to dress up like Richie Benno and have 30 beers at the cricket. Don't need to be doing it on commentary as well.
Struggle for the second bit.
Yeah. So last ball of this Murtagh over, an eventful one as far as Hampshire are concerned. Weatherly on strike. Driving. Does he beat the fielder at mid-off? He does not. Struck it well. End of the over. So 2 boundaries to start the session. 204 for 4. Joe Weatherly's 98. Liam Dawson's 14. Adam Collins and Isabel Westbury with you on the call here at Radlett Cricket Club, Cobden Hill. It's a scorching hot day. Haven't checked my thermometer, or by that I mean the temperature gauge that my phone picks up in a couple of hours. I might do that between overs because it does certainly feel as though it's no cooler now than it was in the very middle of the day. Yeah, 31 degrees it says at the moment, so... And there's no respite for the field. Trickles on the opposite side of the field to us, but mostly exposed. The session, Harris clips Dawson into mid-on, collects, no run. Harris, who's been used at the start of each session today, is he the Middlesex mainstay? Picking up the 2 wickets to fall last night as well, of course.
He bowled from the pavilion end last night, the Salton Field end earlier today, and the pavilion end.
He's got 2 slips. Harris bowls here.
You can see already, even these 2 dots, they're playing their shots, these Hampshire batters, and I think we were discussing it in the tea break, whether they have an eye on the fact that they can only play 120 overs per innings. The fact that the new ball comes at 90 overs.
Yeah, and last week the fact that Surrey didn't take that second new ball when it was available, when Middlesex batted through the first day. Harris, Dawson, who defends, collected by the bowler. So on that occasion, because of course 90 days constitutes a full day, the working logic there from Surrey was that, well, if Middlesex want to make quick runs before their 120 compulsory closure, we'll make it as tough as possible by bowling with the old ball. So it was about run preservation more than wicket taking. But a bit different here because it's the second innings of the game, not the first. So they already know what they've made first time around. 2-5-2 is Harris. Defending again is Dawson out towards cover. So they can't really afford to just absorb runs until over 120. On the contrary, they're going to have to bowl Hampshire out to stay in this contest. So the second new ball, that'll be an important moment in 15 overs time. So halfway through this session just about. But they're a long way away from bowling them out yet. Need to get at least a couple with the old one first, you'd fancy. Here comes Harris. Dawson responds with a straight bat out to mid-wicket, no run. Surprising, we've only seen 5 overs of left-arm orthodox spin from Willis. He's been successful in that pre-tea spell.
I wondered whether that's part of the success, is the surprise element to bring him on for a little bit, but you're right. He hasn't bowled as much as you might expect.
Well, as a spinner, you need a few overs to get into your groove anyway, find your range, I suppose, as Harris approaches the crease from the pavilion end and bowls. He's defended by Dawson. The end of the set, it's a maiden. 204 for 4. Hampshire. Weatherly now on 98. He'll be on strike from the next Murtagh over. Presumably he'll get another opportunity. He does. So yeah, the management, I suppose, around these playing provisions, of course in ordinary times it would be second new balls due in 5 overs and look, everything would open up again, as the game tends to with a second new ball, but just delayed that 10 overs does mean spin will be important. Bowling the up to the dumps to Weatherly on 98. He delivers here. And Weatherly steers to backward point. No run for a moment there. I thought he might have got just enough angle on it. So this partnership's now 37, better than a run a minute. 31 minutes they've been out there for. 46 balls.
Yeah, it's interesting with the spinners. It's not as though they need to conserve energy, really. Or they're worried about bowling them for long spells. You just want to throw them in.
Murtagh right arm over, passes the umpire and Willis. Out the leg before Kevin Johnny. Murtagh got break for after tea. The ever reliable veteran, 39 years of age. He's bowled tidily throughout the course of today. He now gets his reward. Hampshire 204 for 5, and Weatherly, after batting through 4 separate sessions, falls 2 runs short of 3 figures, gone for 98 from 225 deliveries. Isabel Westbury, a fantastic innings. He raced through the 90s to that point. Boundaries from consecutive balls to start the session to go to 98, but Murtagh, 2 straight, too good.
Well, I think from the moment that Weatherly strode to the crease after tea, those 2 consecutive boundaries, first 2 ones after tea, in fact, you kind of knew that he wasn't going to die trying. He was playing his shots, he wanted it, he wanted to sail through the 90s. And he did up until 98. Just finding it difficult, that line, that canny little away swing from Tim Murtagh. He's a wily campaigner. He trapped him in front. Made the likes of Anderson from set. 2 batters are supposed to bring their innings, their side's innings. Anderson for 92, Willie 98. That will bolster them in the future. And batter would have the chance. In the first 11 round, he's king of it.
They now have 5 down, 40 runs at black, if you like, after the 2-5-2 they made yesterday. And we saw how quickly it gets in a minute. And they'll know that new ball is but 14 and a half overs away. Ball into the offside by Ian Holland, the new man to the crease.
Collar up, as it was when he was fielding.
Yep.
Long sleeves on.
Yeah, no concerns with that. The full beard as well, of course. Holland, who was in good touch last year, but also good touch over the winter for the USA, for whom he now plays international cricket. Originally from Australia, of course, former Victorian Sheffield Shield player. Facing back to the bowler. Holland has won first-class 100 in his 27 games. Half a dozen scores above 50.
I was in Victoria playing Premier League cricket in the year that he won the club medal.
Oh, is he a Paran?
No, the Premier League medal.
Oh, the Premier League medal.
The
what's that medal called? Here comes Murtagh again to Holland, who defends into the onside. No run. Yeah, 478 runs at 32 in 9 games last year, Holland. So.
Yeah, he was the top performing player throughout the whole of Victorian club cricket, or Premier League cricket. I think it was both his batting and his bowling that...
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what that medal's called. Is it the Hatch medal?
Nope, it's going to annoy me.
The Jack Ryder medal, I reckon it might be, come to think of it. The best and fairest in the Victorian Premier competition. Very famous district teams that play in that. Murtagh here, Holland defending. At the end of the over, so Tim Murtagh gets his first wicket, gets the all-important breakthrough. Joe Weatherly gone for 98. A wicket maiden, 204 for 5 Hampshire. Dawson's 14, ticking over quite nicely before the break.
That's right, Jack Ryder medal.
There you go. Of course, won by another England international just before having a big international career. Indeed, he was coaching England last week, Paul Collingwood, when he was playing at Richmond in 2001, 2002. So, James Harris continuing from the pavilion end on his approach here, bowls outside edge from Dawson down to third man. Well, I stumbled on that. For 2 days I've been absolutely spot on, but there you go.
You've just got to dive in head
204 for 5.
I think it's a lovely name.
It's a gorgeous name.
It really rolls off the tongue.
Yes, absolutely.
Apart from until the time you stumble.
Yes. Wallalawita, just for the sake of clarity. Of course, playing his second game in the book just before tea. So 2 slips for Harris on his approach. Bowls. Holland digging it out of the block hole. No run. Yeah, I feel as though I should go back and look at the reality TV show episodes where Holland became a professional cricketer, Australian superstar. You may have heard us talking about this when he was bowling yesterday, but in 2012, that's how Ian Holland got his start.
It does seem like
TV show in Australia.
Extraordinary concepts.
Yeah, we had one for football and one for cricket back home.
But was it only one season long then?
Yeah, I think it only had the one season, if I recall correctly. Harris to Holland. Oh, that's beaten the outside edge. Zip off that length, which has been problematic for batsmen throughout. Just gives it a pat, as is the custom.
I could have sworn I heard something as it passed the bat's edge, but I think it's very much only me. No reaction whatsoever around the ground.
Yep. Harris charging in 2 wickets earlier in the innings. Oh, Holland just pulls his bat inside the line.
Lots of encouragement from around the field.
Yeah, another Australian accent there, Sam Robson. I couldn't quite hear what he was saying. Is that something? Eat and stick? Something like that? Was that a... Couldn't quite...
It felt like some sort of a dig, but I'm not quite sure what.
Here is Harris. Left alone by Holland. So it stays 205 for 5. Two slips, a point, or a backward point I should say. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. mid-wicket, a long leg and a third man. The setup. So 2 back. Will he take on the short ball? When will it come? Not here. That's full and left alone by Holland, as he's able to do for the second half of the over. 205 for 5 with Dawson 15, Holland yet to score.
A very wide delivery, that final one. So Middlesex really want to make sure that Hampshire don't run away with it, because this is where they can score quick runs, where they've already got the platform, where the ball's starting to soften. Just thrash at it. Middlesex, remember, scored 252.
Yeah, just how they'll approach this, don't you? As we work towards the second new ball, will they try the boot now? They play conservatively on the second new ball, probably go a bit more mobile here to buy into the side. Indeed, will Middlesex even take the second new ball? I expect they will, as we mentioned before. They need to take these 10 wickets, and that should help them in doing so. They've got 4 seamers they can rotate through and so on. The pitch is still giving them plenty. But yes, the tactics are just a bit different to a normal first-class game, given compulsory closure at 120 overs and the new ball being pushed back to 90. They basically went through for the first run. I thought they were happy with a single, but it's in my corner, which I can't quite see from my position in the tent. A boundary there for Dawson, his 4th. He moves to 19.
I can almost see all of it, but not quite. And I was just wondering if someone would pop out into my vision and field the ball. They didn't.
I was deceived by the body language more than the shot, to be perfectly honest with you. I thought they were happy with 1. 209 for 5, so Dawson going nicely. Murtagh goes again. Dawson defends. Oh, brilliant footwork from Murtagh. 1, 2, 3 keepy uppies with his boot before catching it with his right hand. Used to love watching Kirtley Ambrose do that as a kid. In his follow through, used to try and imitate it in the nets all the time.
His bowling or his keepy uppies?
Well, his keepy uppies. When the ball used to roll back, Ambrose would kick it up with his foot a couple of times and take the catch, and it's very impressive. One of his party tricks. A great West Indian quick. And Tim Murtagh, the man bowling here, using his feet again. He's Dawson. So it's pretty clear that Dawson, with all his experience, is going to try and set the running here. He's not going to let the fact that he's just lost Weatherly slow him down at all. What he's done by coming down the track a couple of times in this over is prompted Simpson to don the helmet again, walk up to the stumps. Murtagh bowls and Dawson defends. Looks like such a lovely pavilion on the other side of the ground, Isabel.
It is actually.
I wish we could spend some time over there, but that's part of the reason why we're commentating here and not over there, or not behind the bowler, of course, is due to the COVID zoning restrictions, but so close yet so far. Murtagh off the short run with the keeper up to the stumps. To Gully on the bounce, end of the over. So, just mixing it up, the veteran. As I said, 39 he turned last week. 209 for 5, the boundary coming from that set. Dawson's 19. But yes, unfortunately, I don't know when we'll get the chance to be in a pavilion like that again.
Oh, we've just got something popped up on the live stream. If you tweet in at or hashtag Middlesex at home, brought to you by Perfect Smile, we've got Margaret Newson has shown us a picture of the Specsavers County Championship 2016 winning mug, and Gary Helm 30 seems to be watching the cricket while doing a handstand. And
great stuff. Start of a new over, pushed into the offside by Holland.
Is this in relation to Tom Helm, do we think?
Oh yes, I suppose it could be.
It does seem to be wearing
Can you work it out from the... I just saw over your shoulder there that he's wearing a Middlesex kit.
He was wearing a Helm shirt.
Oh, well, I mean...
But I wonder if he, you know, if I had a player that was playing with the same name as me, I'd get that shirt.
True. Probably missed a trick not getting a Pedro Collins top when he was playing international cricket on reflection. So here's Harris, 2 wickets in his column last night. Can he get a third here? Bowling to Holland, swing and a miss outside the off stump. He's trying to carve him through backward point, but no contact made.
I'm going to say a relation to Tom Helm.
Excellent. Well,
Not quite
thanks
sure.
for being with us on the coverage. Anyone that wants to send in their photo and have themselves appear on the feed, of course, thanks to Perfect Smile. It's the hashtag Middlesex at home. We'll be running that promotion thanks to Perfect Smile throughout the 2 home games here at Radlett this week and then the week after next against Sussex. Harris again, defending on the front foot with soft hands, Holland, into the offside. No concerns there.
Okay, so my detective skills have taken me to the Twitter page of Gary Helm, which in turn have taken me to an extraordinary video which must have been tweeted in the height of lockdown of what appears to be Tom Helm and possibly members of his family doing an incredible dance.
Oh yeah, I recognise that dance. I don't know the music to it, but that's a TikTok thing, isn't it?
Yes.
We're both too old now to be on TikTok, I
Right.
Here's Harris, who bowls. And Holland, struck on the pad, going down the leg side, no real appeal.
You just admitted that you've seen this dance.
No, I'm familiar with the a lot of sports stars in Australia. You would have seen the Australian cricket team doing a lot of this on TikTok. So it came into my my feed. But yeah, I think that given that we've both got a 3 in front of our age, we're not allowed constitutionally. We're banned from TikTok.
Quite. I mean, I think I know TikTok more for its involvement in proxy wars involving the United States and China. But apart from that.
Here's Harris, passing the umpire and delivering. Holland on the front foot, pushing. Just to cover though, no run. Gubbins doing the work in there. He'll be looking forward to that second innings, won't he, Gubbins? In fantastic nick last week. Century in the first innings, half century in the second. Fell early yesterday, hold out just in front of the pavilion there. But he'll get a decent crack at it the second time around, provided, of course, Middlesex can get the job done and race through the lower order of Hampshire. Harris striving towards that goal. He approaches the crease and delivers, and Holland on the front foot pushing, again in the direction of Gubbins, who stops it well with his right hand down low. End of the over. That might be time, Izzy, to pass to you. Can you get us a wicket or 3? Can you be the catalyst for a late order collapse? Who knows, maybe all of the wickets could fall in the next 20 wickets and Middlesex will take a first innings lead. It's up to you. I'm putting it in your hands.
It's a funny topic, isn't it, the idea of putting the mockers on or helping a team get the wicket, because a lot of people that watch commentary or listen to commentary and hear someone talk about this prospect of someone getting 100 or, I don't know, 5 for or whatever, get very, very annoyed when that tune comes. I think it's quite a presumption, isn't it, to think that you have any influence whatsoever on the
You'd ask me about the big comment and info was always he gets more money when he bowling happens contrary to subsidy, but he's pretty. Yeah, I think I've been responsible for most of the ticket and feel about that. But yes, to think that it actually exists
has an
is
effect.
a bit
Anderson,
odd.
right arm over, and this is past the outside edge of Dawson's bat. It's a lovely looking ball. Flies through to the keeper. You can almost build any argument then, can't you? That if you're on air when anything happens, I was on air during the Sandpaper. It was you. Yes,
when Cameron Bancroft got called over by the umpires in Cape Town, I was calling that moment on radio, and yes, I mean, I don't think anyone was asserting that was my fault. It only happens to be when players get out in the 90s or something like that. Anderson to Dawson. He plays that into the onside. Just pushes it in there. There's going to be a race in the boundary. They're thinking about the 2. They've decided to settle for the single. We've got another Middlesex at home contribution here from Anna Forsyth on Twitter, who's watching Prince Harry streaming into, stinging into going into James Harris. So thanks, Anna. Is it Faith Harry in the UK? No, I don't. Plan the question. Anderson in and then pushed into the other Anderson's doing a press conference tomorrow morning. Anderson James, which will be interesting. I wonder, it kind of suggests he's probably playing this test match. I mean, you don't normally put up a player to talk to the media if they're going to be omitted. It's not usually the way it runs. Well, considering the match starts on Thursday. Yeah, so if he's up on Monday, it kind of points towards that outcome. Anderson in, played on high, just by his elbow there. Dawson. But who knows? All media rules seemingly are out the window these days, aren't they? So it might be that he's just speaking because he's going to be rested, rotated, whatever, and wants to get ahead of that story and talk about it. And he obviously didn't have a great test match last week, although he did pick up Barbara's arm in the first innings, which was absolutely crucial.
Anderson again, and this is wide thrash outside off stump. Holland still yet to get off the mark, and he's faced now 19 deliveries. I don't think it's for lack of trying. He has really thrown his hands at a few of these balls. Here comes Anderson again, and this one Holland plays into the onside, just in front of mid wicket, and again another dot ball. I think it is now 19 dot balls he's faced. Still on naught. Trying to help his partner at the other end, Liam Dawson. 210 for 5, 80 overs bowled. Just looking at the Middlesex scorecard. So yes, they went at a rather faster rate than Hampshire. Middlesex's total of 252 came in just under 74 overs. So something to pay attention to well in terms of the toll it takes on the fielding side. Here's Harris, and this is Dawson rocking the back foot, thinking about a single. Helm there at mid-off stops him. Yeah, certainly when you think that if Middlesex come out to bat, it'd have been quite a long break for the Hampshire bowlers. They'll be ready and raring to go, whereas Middlesex will have, by now, every extra over they spend in the field is an extra over of rest for Hampshire, an extra over of sunshine.
Oh, absolutely. For
the Middlesex boys. Here comes Harris, and this is plugged down the ground once more. Helm there at mid-off fielding.
And what a massive benefit it would be for, say, Keith Barker, who bowled that long spell off the top yesterday. If he isn't, I mean, I know he's already been dismissed in this innings, so he was the night watchman, who James Harris removed last night. But just the idea of the hottest day of the game, if he isn't required at all, if he can have his feet up all day and not need to turn out in the field, not have to warm up, not have to bowl, and so on, how much that will help tomorrow when they have to turn out in the heat and find 10 more wickets.
Dawson down the track, and there's a leading edge, and it's skirted in front of Max Holden there, a backward point, and they come back for 2. It certainly wasn't where he intended to hit it. Dawson, but he's picked up 2 for it.
I'm absolutely fascinated by this Ian Holland story, I've got to say.
Huh.
He did play one Sheffield Shield game for Victoria back in February 2016.
Yes, that would have been the back end of him winning that Victoria Club cricket.
Yeah, so he won that in the 15-16 season. So he won himself a berth in the state team at the end of the year.
Harris again, and this is full and turns into the onside, no run.
So he'd been on the rookie list for a couple of years before that, didn't get a game, but then did play in a game against Tasmania. Just having a look at how he went in it. In fact, he didn't get a bowl, surprisingly. I mean, a pretty strong attack. James Pattinson, Peter Siddle opening the bowling, Chris Tremaine, Marcus Stoinis, Farwad Ahmed and Dan Christian. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 internationals playing in that Victorian team.
Yeah,
very, very good side they were. And then he batted and made 24 in the first dig, coming in at number 5. Again, top batting lineup.
Here's Harris, and this one's just pushed Dawson back. He was trying to cut that, but I think it straightened up a little. Just looking back on the replay. Oh no, it stayed very, very low.
And then in the second innings, he picked up 1 for 13 from 9 overs with 5 maidens. So he picked up a wicket in that second innings effort. Didn't bat in the second, but that was it. Didn't play again. I know Victoria won the Sheffield Shield that year, didn't they? So he wasn't called upon for the final. And that was the end of his Victorian journey. And ever since, he's been over here playing county cricket.
Harris, Dawson, attempted to pull shot and taken above the head by Simpson. There was a lone appeal of how's that by Harris, just on the off chance that there may have been something through there, but I don't think anyone heard or saw anything deviate off the bat. 212 for 5, 81 overs gone. The fielders very weary now. Sort of trudge back to their positions. This really has been a long old day in the field for Middlesex.
Yep, sure has. Not a bad time for him to be playing for the USA either, is it, Isabel? When you consider.
Anderson in, and this is a pull shot up in the air. It's gone over the top of mid wicket, and I wonder if it will run away down to the boundary. I think it probably will.
Yep.
And Walla Luita can only chase it to the boundary edge. It went. Well, it was the right line for where he was standing, but it was about 10 or 15 metres above his head.
So he's off the mark with that boundary, Holland.
Yeah, so that's his 20th delivery? 20th delivery off the mark with a 4. Hampshire 212, 216 even for 5. Thinks about playing at that one. Lunges forward, decides against it.
So he's played 8 one-day internationals for the US starting December last year through to February this year, so in 2 series part of the ICC League 2, so the qualification teams that play just beneath the new, what's called the World Cup Super League. The USA are playing off for a position in the next World Cup qualifier.
Uppercut, and on the ground, 4 more runs. Ian Holland has got into his stride after having faced a huge number of dot balls. He got 4 to go off the mark, and then number 4 a few balls later through the covers. Lovely looking shot.
Yeah, well played. So that next league down, Oman, USA, Scotland, who of course beat England a couple of years ago, Namibia, who have played in a World Cup, UAE, who have played in a couple of World Cups, Nepal and Papua New Guinea. The teams, I think 3 teams from that will play against the bottom 5 from
Anderson into Holland, and this is down the leg side, no run.
Sorry, it'd be the bottom 6, won't it? So out of the ODI World Cup Super League, which started with England Ireland last week, 13 teams are in that. 7 automatically qualify for the next World Cup. The 5 beneath that play against, I think it is, 6 beneath that, the top 2 from this competition in another World Cup qualifier, a repechage if you like. So it is within the realms of possibility that Ian Holland could end up playing in the World Cup if they get one of those 2 spots.
Anderson to Holland. Oh, and at the leading edge, he tried to turn that onto the onside, and it just flicked up in front of backward point.
I mean, a lot would need to go right, don't get me wrong, but
sure.
At the moment the USA have played 12 games and they've won 6 of them, putting them second on the ladder, albeit having played more games than the rest of their competition. But if they were to come, I think it's first or second, then they will progress to that broader World Cup qualifier. Anything's possible. Fascinating story.
Anderson, right arm over, left alone by Holland. 220 for 5, 82 overs gone. Creeping up on that Middlesex total. So one thing we've been doing throughout the day is Colo's question. Bit of alliteration there for you. Hashtag Colo's question on social media. And it's a tricky one today. I've had to make it a little bit trickier as a result of the one before being answered too easily. I think one thing to caveat before I'll just recap on the question is, if you are answering it, it's an honour system, and you're absolutely, it's like pub quizzing, you're absolutely not allowed to look on social media, on Wikipedia, on Google, on anything. This is you working it out. Anything that you have in your head. Here comes Harris, right arm over the wicket, and this is pushing Dawson. Yes, no use of electronic items. In 1947, of course, Middlesex won the county championship for the first time since 1921, I think. Most fondly remembered for the batting feats of Edrich and Compton, each of them scoring in excess of 3,000 runs each. But there were 2 other batters that surpassed 2,000 first-class runs in that season. So can you name them? A, as Harris is through, and this is an attempted pull shot from Dawson. Doesn't get much on it, bottom edge perhaps, and it rolls through to the keeper. So which other 2 batters each scored more than 2,000 first-class runs in the 1947 championship season, apart from Edrich and Compton? And collectively, those 4 batters between them, what did they achieve that no other top 4 had done before? Answers on a postcard. On a postcard to @Middlesex_CCC. Harris is in, this is a pull shot, and this is raced to the boundary edge. My goodness, that was like a bullet. You saw the dust kick up in front of Murray. The chance, it was so hard, it was ricocheted back onto the field. More the pace of the ball than anything else. Dawson got a little bit of a tickle to it.
Yeah, real authority there, wasn't there, from Dawson. So, having lost Weatherly, he's keen to knock off the, well, I wouldn't call it deficit, because obviously we're not into the second innings yet, but move Hampshire into the lead as quickly as possible and do so with plenty of overs to spare before the second new ball arrives.
Harris again, another pull shot, another one racing to the boundary. This one does really bisect the 2 fielders at backward square and fine leg. Hit the advertising hoarding, consecutive 4s, and a lot of hands, folded arms amongst the Middlesex players, because this is not a fun part of the day for them. 228.5. So yes, please do answer that College question, brought to you by Knight Frank, the real estate agents, kindly sponsoring Middlesex throughout this match, throughout the season.
So this partnership's now 24 between Dawson and Holland, and even though it took Holland a while to get going, Dawson's now 30.
Harris again, and forward, guided down to backward point, no run.
Harris picked up Organ and Barker last night in quick succession to leave the visitors 27 for 2 overnight, but they've added 201 further runs today, losing only 3 wickets along the way.
Dawson on strike. He waits, and this is tries to turn it away onto the onside. So end of that over, end of 83 overs for Middlesex. Walla Luita very visibly warming up in front of us. I think he's trying to catch the captain's eye again.
Yeah, he should be, I think. I mean, 83 gone, so 7 until the second new ball. He's bowled 5 overs in the innings so far. 3 last night and 2 this afternoon. And has a wicket to his name. And Souter bowled 13 overs, none for 44, so 18 overs of spin out of the 83. Feels a bit light on for me, even though the track has been offering plenty to the seamers throughout, and obviously with Murtagh, Helm, Harrison, Anderson at his disposal. That's been plan A for Stevie Eskenazi, but you would think that as we creep towards 90 overs, if they can just find a way to get rid of Dawson and have a look at the bowlers and how to break the concentration, well, changing it up and having a look at some spin might be a decent way of doing that.
Yeah, considering as well there's only 7 overs left until the new ball.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that Middlesex will take, considering their battery of fast bowlers. You really would want to give your spinners a bit of a go right now.
Yeah, in terms of how many overs are remaining today, we've got 21, isn't it? So,
yeah,
doing the sums there, they'll get 7 more here. They'll get 14 overs with the new ball, if I've got that lined up correctly, which is a decent shift if they elect to take it, that is. I expect they will, but they'll have that discretion.
Anderson continuing from Salter's field end.
Just drifting a bit, isn't it? We talked about that in the middle session where there was not a lot going on, and they were able to suck the life out of the Middlesex attack for half an hour, and it preceded a period of quite heavy scoring, and I'll be hoping that that doesn't repeat here. They need to find a way to get a look at these bowlers.
Anderson down the leg side, whipped away by Holland, down to fine leg, comes back for 2. It's like Misfield fumble in the field. And that's something I think we've seen throughout the course of this innings, is that Middlesex bowlers, there have been periods of sort of individual brilliance, haven't kept that line, that length, that persistent, nagging, annoying bowling that we saw from the likes of Barker and Stevenson for Hampshire. Here comes Anderson. This is pulled nicely, worked nicely into the onside. 4 runs beyond the dive of Walla Luita at mid-wicket. Really muscled its way to the boundary there, Holland. Two, 3, 4 for 5.
Yeah, that lethargy will be kicking in too, won't it? It's been a long, hot day. Maybe even from where we're sitting, we're pushed all the way back in our tent. The last tiny bit of shade that's left, well, there's been no shade for these fielders.
Anderson. Holland on his high, playing it above his shoulder. Yeah, the calls from the outfield now, sort of more encouraging, more trying to get some energy towards their bowler than anything else.
You can tell a lot by the sort of language being used by fielders, can't you?
Holland crouches down as one flies above his head.
I'm going to join you, Izzy, in your corner. Actually stand outside the tent.
I think we managed to go to cloud cover yesterday. That must have made it okay.
Yeah, I think we got a little bit of cloud this time of day. We were able to set back up again, but yes, my devices are all saying, please
get me out of here.
Get me away.
Anderson, full, driven, not timed by Holland. End of the 84th. 2, 3, 4 for 5. 30 to Dawson, 14 to Holland.
Right, time for me to burgle the wicket. What do you say? Maybe a change of bowling in our commentary box will be the spark.
We'd like to change of bowling on the field, wouldn't we? I think I'm right. I'm just not quite sure why you wouldn't use a spinners at this stage.
Yeah, it's a talking point. We are going to see spin now, courtesy of the leg spinner Souter, who got through 13 overs earlier. Right, so he's starting with a slip as his only catcher, backward point. A ring on the offside, a catching cover. Bowls here over the wicket. Dawson, straight back at him. Souter stops it. Whether it got to him on the full, hard to tell from our angle, but
I think, I don't know, I can't put that down as a drop chance.
No, that wouldn't be reasonable to call it a drop chance, yes, but still, it was a bit of encouragement. So Dawson's going to go after the spin. He's 30 from 46 balls, but he did well before tea sweeping. Will he try that again here? No, he's on the cut to point. Quick throw in from Gubbins, right over the bails to Simpson. Score advances 235 for 5. Dawson's 31. This will be the first time that Holland's seen spin since walking out. So, little opportunity. Souter bowls to Holland, who's defending on the front foot. Nice flight there, giving the ball a chance to turn. Man out at deep point, deep backward square. And long off about 3/4 of the way to the rope. And Souter approaches the crease and bowls. Defending is Holland. Back down the strip, no run. So 20 overs to go today, or 19.3 overs to be precise. As Souter reaches the crease and delivers, again defended by Holland. So it's Australian to Australian here with Souter and Holland. Fraction shorter, cutting off the back foot, only as far as helm at backward point, no run. End of the over, the first of spin in the session. Hampshire 235 for 5 after 85 overs. So perhaps the most important number on that scoreboard right now is that we're only 5 overs away from the second new ball being available to Stevie Eskenazi. Will they just try and race through these overs as quickly as possible with spin in order to get Helm back on? I expect Helm and Murta will get first crack with that new ball. Walla Luita is warming up at the pavilion end, just a little run through between overs, but Souter's the man bowling from that end. If he's going to get on, it'll have to be from the Salters field end. Indeed, that's exactly what's happening. So you got what you wanted here, Izzy. Spin from both ends. Walla Luita has bowled 5 overs and picked up 1 wicket, so 5 out of 85. He'll get this little window before the second new ball, presumably to send 3 down.
It does seem like the right move at this stage, more because of lack of other options, really.
So a lot of conversation around this young man. Did so well for the Middlesex second 11 last year. Led the wicket-taking tally. The bulk of that done here at Radlett. So he knows the conditions well. He's got a slip around the wicket. Push straight back to the bowler, collecting it in his follow-through. So he moved to England as a 12-year-old, and as you mentioned earlier, Isabel is on his way to becoming a citizen, which will change his classification. He pulls out at the crease here. Did that a couple of times in his previous spell as well, maybe just a grip on the ball.
I wonder if he pulled out on that occasion because of the train run, because it certainly does kind of...
A bit distracting. Well, all the way tap bowls here. Oh, backward point in play again. Oh, a bit of spin, nearly ever so close to it. Second wicket in that position. Souter was the man that took the catch last time around as well, but...
I thought he might just throw himself at it. Just too far forward.
Not the most convincing stroke from Dawson there. Goes again, straight back to the mark and delivers. Oh, defending. Nearly snuck through past the inside edge, judging by the response of the players. Spits out into the offside. No run, so a probing start here from the left arm orthodox. Goes once more. Well, a thrash there from Dawson. Doesn't make contact.
Doesn't look comfortable, does he, Dawson?
No, lands in the gloves of Simpson. I think I beat him on the inside edge, judging again by the way that Simpson collected it. He swept in really nicely before tee. I can't imagine it'll be long before we see that shot deployed. There's a man deep backward square exactly for that. He's on the front foot here though, defending back to the bowler. A slip and a catching mid-wicket. Walla Luita bowls. And Dawson tries to steer behind point, but ends up with Souter, who's fielding there. End of the over. 235 for 5. 4 overs to go until the second new ball is due. Hampshire were 196 for 4 at tee. They got off to a fantastic start. This final session began with 2 boundaries to Joe Weatherly. He went from 90 to 98 in a flash, but that's the score it ultimately brought his departure. He was leg before wicket to Tim Murdoch, 98 from 220 deliveries. It brought this pair together. Holland facing Souter, clipping through square leg. He's timed it quite well. They'll only get a couple. Holden doing the fielding out there. He moves to 16. It's 237 for 5. Feels like we've said a few times today, Isabel, if they find a way to get a couple of wickets in a hurry, it can change the complexion entirely. I mean, it's a bit of a cliche, but that's how it feels with this game as well because of the way it's set up after the first innings. Down the track goes Holland, but can't beat mid-off. But that's been the issue, isn't it? There have been consistent partnerships through the day. The 3 wickets that have been taken have been
very dispersed.
Yes. Over the wicket, down the leg side. That might have been the wrong one. Holland misses out. So 1 man out on the leg side when Holland's on strike. He's at deep backward square. the opposite corner of the ground to where we're situated at deep backward point. Souter to Holland. Place forward of point, out towards cover, where Gubbins does the fielding. No run.
Slightly uppishly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just felt as though there was a hint of something there.
Has the slip. Can he bring him into play? Forward, down, slapping through mid-wicket. Doesn't beat mid-on. Didn't get all of that, Holland. Moves him to 17 with a single. 2, 3, 8 for 5. But again, we're seeing evidence of this Hampshire pair now trying to put the foot down a bit, mindful that the new ball is coming. Can they make the most of this mini period? A lap and a good one from Dawson. Down towards deep backward square. They will come back for a couple comfortably.
A very full delivery, wasn't it, from Souter? Premeditated perhaps, but
yep,
good option to that one.
Well, we saw yesterday in the Test match, didn't we, how white ball batting can influence what we see in red ball cricket. 240 for 5, end of the Souter over. 33 of those for Dawson, 17 for Ian Holland. Wallalawita to get another over from, I call it our end, but only just our end. The Salters Field end of this Radlett Cricket Club ground. Beautiful venue to be hosting Middlesex in this Bob Willis Trophy. Of course, Lord's out of action at the moment.
For non-COVID related reasons, which is unusual in these days.
Wallalawita around the wicket. On the front foot is Holland, extra cover. Yes, a lot of construction going on there at the moment.
Yeah.
I was there not long before the COVID shutdown. I think January we were there doing some work before the Women's World Cup, and it was quite odd seeing the former Compton and Ebdrich dance, which we've been talking about those two men today, of course. Wallalawita here bowling on the back foot. Carving is Holland, but only as far as Souter at backward point, no run. And obviously the new grandstand's going to be quite magnificent with the press bubble in the middle under the eaves of that new bigger stand. Defending here is Holland on the front foot, no run. But of course with COVID there was understandable delays and no test match there this summer and so on.
Time to push on with the building work, I guess.
I guess so, yeah. Wallalawita bowls again. Back foot, Holland does get it into the gap this time. Strikes it really nicely. A lot of work to do for deep cover. Too much work. Moves into the 20s with that boundary. 21 is Holland. 244 for 5 Hampshire. So just 8 runs away from pulling level with Middlesex, who are all out for 252.
Yeah, that was a really accomplished shot, wasn't it? Full control. A little bit short from Wallalawita.
Passes the umpire, bowls. Defended by the all-rounder. So we're seeing a couple of fast bowlers do some warming up exercises in front of us. Tim Murder, not far away from seeing him again. Wallalawita bowls. He's defended once more by Holland. End of his over. Just the boundary from it. 244 for 5, the Hampshire score, with Holland 21, Dawson 33. Adam Collins and Isabel Westbury with you here. And wherever you are around the world, drop us a photo. Indeed, the social media team working hard, pulling them together from the Middlesex at Home campaign, of course brought to you by Perfect Smile. Middlesex at Home's the hashtag. Perfect Smile are supporting that part of the show each day. You send us a photo wherever you're watching, whatever you're doing, wherever you're enjoying Middlesex going through their paces this week, and that'll end up on the live stream. And also College Question, the other hashtag we've been pushing through the social media channel as the day's gone on, which is the question of the day. A bit of Middlesex history we'll go into each afternoon. Today it's related around the 1947 season, where of course Middlesex had their drought-breaking win, where they were champions. Souter starts a new over the wicket, defended by Dawson, into the onside, no run. The question today, Compton and Edrich, we know it was their golden summer, 1947, but 2 other Middlesex batsmen worked with them in setting a record. What was the record that the 4 of them set together, and who were the 2 other batsmen? Compton, Edrich, +1, +2, and what did they achieve together as Souter bowls here? Oh, shout for leg before, past the inside edge, no real support from anyone other than the wicket-keeper Simpson, turned down.
So I haven't got my handy live stream available at the moment, but it'd be interesting to watch that again.
Souter again, off the back foot, punching is Dawson, out towards deep point. Harris does the work out there, 2 4 5 for 5, and I should add on Colo's question, thanks tonight Frank, the winner, as assessed by, well, maybe us, maybe the social media team, we'll see, haven't quite dealt with that yet, gets a pair of tickets to Lord's for next year's Vitality Blast. So if you want to head along to Lord's next year as Souter bowls again over the wicket, back foot, play and a miss, that did a bit in terms of bounce.
It's quite short, wasn't it? You felt it when we cut through the offside.
You can see why he wanted to cut it, but the bounce from that end's always been considerable, no matter who's bowled throughout the 2 days so far. Yes, that Colo's question. Net yourself a couple of tickets for next year at Lord's for the Vitality Blast by sending in the answer. Holland on the front foot, pushing to extra cover, no run. Robson doing the fielding, racing around. This is the 89th over, so probably Souter's last of the spell if they take the new ball. A push into the onside by Holland. And that is the end of 89 overs, so 2 4 5 for 5. They are 7 runs behind Middlesex's 252, which they made across 74 overs yesterday. So they batted for an hour longer, 15 overs longer than the home side did yesterday, and made fewer runs. But that speaks to the application, especially today from Sam Northeast and Joe Weatherly, who added 139 for the 4th wicket. Of course, they lost their 3rd wicket when the score was 28, so it's quite the fight back when you consider where they are to where they have advanced.
Yeah, they were just quite happy to accumulate, weren't they? No qualms, no hurry. Weren't going to be rushed.
We're seeing a couple of those Middlesex at home photos between overs on the screen, including that of is it Gary Helm, is it, the relative of Tom?
That's right.
Yes. So while the wait's at, last ball before the new one is due. The new ball is due. Defended first delivery into the onside, no run. So we have men out at, well, 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Long on and long off. Murtagh, Helm respectively, I think it is out there. Bowls again. While the wait's off the back foot, carving towards Souter, who does the fielding. No run. Bowls again, defended. So really pushing through this over. Done a decent job of stemming the runs in the last 4 or 5 overs. Dawson, oh, big shout for leg before wicket, but it's turned down. Past the inside edge. The bowler liked it a lot, as did Simpson, but if anything, height looked to be the main concern from where we were. What did you see on the stream, Izzy?
Yeah, I think a big stride forward more than anything else.
Yep.
It just means, as you say, sailing over the stumps perhaps.
Slipping and catching mid-wicket, Holden's there. On the cut shot though is Dawson. It's a backward point. Again, no run. That's been his favoured stroke so far. Almost in defence, Dawson likes to just get on top of it and cut it when he can, using the depth of the crease. He bowls the spinner. Ooh, they look for a quick single. Holden sent back. That is the end of 90 overs. So the second new ball is due at Radlett. Hampshire 2 4 5 for 5. Will they take it? We will see in a moment, because we're going to have one of the prescribed breaks in this final session. Looks like it might be the formal drinks break as the batsmen take their helmets off and their gloves off and so forth. So
you just feel they are going to take it. If you look at the bowlers that have been warming up, Murtagh's been warming up, Helm's been warming up, and with their sort of their arsenal, that's the ones they turn to time after time.
So 1 hour in this final session gone. Hampshire were 196 for 4. They're now 245 for 5. So they've gone at a decent clip, even though they lost Weatherly early on. 50 runs an hour or thereabouts is perfectly fine from where they're positioned right now.
Yeah,
but a new little challenge ahead of them.
They've upped it to about 2.8 runs per over in that last 10-15 overs. Might have been hovering in the low 2s beforehand. Noticeably slower rate than Middlesex, but of course just far few wickets really.
Well, that was it, wasn't it? So Middlesex went aggressively through the middle section of the day yesterday, but as you remarked upon then, it was just those 3 wickets either side of tee that stopped them in their tracks really, and it didn't matter that they were finding the boundary with regularity. It was the wickets they were losing after being sent in. But Hampshire have taken a different approach, and so far it's reaped dividends, especially on this second day. So early wickets lost, much as it was when Middlesex were batting, but they found a way to dig in and accumulate, and that's worked out in the long run to be to their benefit as they start this new stanza, the second new ball. 245 for 5, 7 runs behind Middlesex's first innings tally of 252.
Just take you around a few scores around the ground. Surrey are 165 for 8 in reply to Essex's 262. So I wonder, is that kid defeats for Surrey? Could that be on the cards? Kent 285 for 1 against Sussex, who made 332.
285 for 1, did you say?
Yeah.
Who's making the runs there?
Jordan Cox is not out on 145. Jack Leaning 82 not out. Daniel Bell Drummond having made 43 in the first wicket to fall. So that's the Southern Group. The other match in the Southern Group is Central Group. Now Somerset having skittled Northants for 67. Northants are 128 for 4 in their 4th innings.
So what are they chasing? I've kind of lost track.
They need 194 runs.
To win, or 194 further runs?
Further runs.
Right.
So they've got 6 wickets and 194 further runs they require.
Okay, well, they'll probably go and win it based on what we've seen. So the second new ball has been taken. Tim Murtagh.
So that's a really interesting game. Somerset made 1-6, Northants 67 in reply. Somerset then compiled 2-2-2. And
from 60 for 6 or something like that as well.
Yeah, yeah. So Northants are 194 runs behind with 6 wickets in hand. She stays still very much in Somerset's favour, but you never know.
Yeah, fantastically volatile game down there at Taunton. As they often are. As Murtagh bowls here to Holland. He wants one, but Dawson astutely sends him back.
Warwickshire 178 for 5 in reply to Gloucestershire's 210. A slow scoring match, it feels like. I feel as though I'm missing one other from the Central Group. Yes, Worcestershire 455 for 8 they made. Glamorgan 141 for 2. Decent track over in Worcester.
Yep. So Murtagh now from the pavilion end. He's been spun around for the second new ball. Clipping off the hip is Holland. Getting 1. Moving himself on to 22.
In the North,
246 for 5.
North Group, Yorkshire made 264 and Notts are about to overtake them. They're 263 for 6. Leicestershire were bowled out for 199 and Derbyshire, in reply, 351 for 7. Absolutely run fest for Derbyshire this season so far.
Yeah, Murtagh. Quick single taken by Dawson. Running hard is Holland. They've made their ground comfortably indeed. Wallaluita didn't take a ping at the stumps as they'd already made it through. That's really good batting. You can see the support staff and the players in the tent on the other side of the ground enjoyed that. Still taking quick singles in the heat, deep into the day. Just trying to break up the field, of course. Runs can come quickly off a second new ball.
Wayne Madsen, the man with the century for Derbyshire.
3 slips, Murtagh bowls, driving is Holland to mid-on. Wallawaita does the fielding.
And finally, Durham having been bowled out for 180, Lancashire are 234 for 6 in reply. So some interestingly poised games around the grounds.
Yeah, just fantastic having all 9 games running side by side, isn't it? Nice feature of this Bob Willis Trophy tournament. Murtagh to the crease and bowls. Pushing from the crease is Holland to mid-wicket, no run again. So the end of the first over with the second new ball. It doesn't bring Middlesex to the wicket they so sorely require. It's 247 for 5 with Dawson 35, Holland 22. Adam Collins, Isabel Westbury with you on the call here at Radlett, with the train running behind us here for the umpteenth time today. Obviously it's a quite regular service between King's Cross and Sheffield, and vice versa. We're seeing it whiz past at least 4 or 5 times an hour.
Yeah, it's partnership now. 43 runs.
Yeah. Wickets in a cluster, in a clump.
That's what,
Can be Tom Helm. Can he be the man to do that? I mean, he's looked dangerous enough, even if his radar at times not being quite as close to the off stump as he might need to be to bring the batsman into a shot. Let's see if he can here. First ball on the stumps, flicked away. Nice shot, great timing, 4 runs. Really well played by Dawson. The ball coming almost into our commentary tent. Indeed, it's into our colleague's tent next door.
I think it's hit the bin.
Hit a bin even, so we can't touch that, of course. That's against the rules, but hopefully Nathan Souter makes his way over and does the retrieval. So they're 1 run behind Middlesex after that lovely clip through mid-wicket by Dawson, who's 39. He's got a couple of slips. Can he bring them into play? Helm. His long approach. The tall man delivers here. Shot again, but straight to a fielder at mid-off. On the off drive there was Dawson. Just a reminder with these new specifications, 120 overs compulsory closure. So no matter what happens from here, Isabel, they've only got 28 and a half overs to bat. So at some stage we will more than likely see them flick the switch into white ball mode. I mean, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
And they may hold off a little while, given that they wouldn't want to lose wickets in a cluster, having done all this hard work. But it'll come at some stage, I'm sure. It must. Helm here, bowls to Dawson, tries to again get it through mid-wicket. Big puff of dust, which again will bring the spinners into the game at some stage. We just haven't seen much of them. That brief spell from Wallawaita, a couple of overs from Souter, but they haven't been a major feature of what we've seen here today.
Yeah, I wonder whether these two just face off the first couple of overs with the new ball, just to get their eye in and then have a go. Because of course, with the harder ball, it's much easier to get those boundaries.
Yeah, it could fly
as much as it is easy to get wickets.
Yeah, easier to get wickets, easier to get boundaries, and the ball is flying around, and there'll be some tired boys out there. Helm to the crease and bowls, defending into the offside. It's Dawson, no run there. Yeah, it's kind of how they structure this last 30 overs. Do they try and get themselves into a situation where they really have got the chance to exert some real scoreboard pressure on Middlesex in the second innings, say if they're 400 odd, which you'd expect is a reasonable goal from here, 150 or so runs in 30 overs, so if they go at 5s, let's say, as Helm reaches the crease and delivers, and Dawson's happy to let this one sail through at a good height through to Simpson. See, if they go at 5s or thereabouts, that's 400, and suddenly that's a lead of about 150 odd. That would be a very bad situation for Middlesex to be in. By contrast, if the new ball can level things up a wee bit, then we have a different kind of game ahead of us on day 3 and day 4. Let's hope so. 1 overs remaining. Helm to the crease. Bowls. Dawson clipping through mid-wicket again. Really nice shot.
Lovely ball.
He started the over with a clip in this direction, and he ends it with one as well as it trickles over the rope right in front of our commentary position. That takes Hampshire into the lead. 255 for 5 at the end of the 92nd over. Dawson's into the 40s. He's 43. Holland's 22. Isabel Westbury, I'll pass the baton to you with Middlesex again in dire need of wickets, really.
I was unsure whether to take preventative action with regards to one's laptop as the ball raced towards us, but it slowed up nicely up the hill. But over the boundary edge, nonetheless. Yes, 255 beyond that Middlesex total. I wonder whether that's a psychological little click for the Hampshire batters. Holland on strike, long sleeve collar up, forwards to Murtagh. Certainly two very in batters. 43 to Dawson, 22 to Holland. That partnership, I think it's just reached their 15th. Here comes Murtagh in and full. Yeah, 50 partnership between these two. Holland took an age to get off the mark. 20 dot balls. And he's been enjoying himself since. Run rate's gone up. New ball's been taken. Hasn't looked altogether threatening so far from a Middlesex perspective. You worry with a new ball it'll be easier to up that run rate once more. All over green now, Hampshire of course, Murtagh in. And there's a catch a second slip. Taken by Souter. He seems to be like a ball magnet. Oh no, I think we've got a change in the slips. It's Sam Robson there at second slip. Big sun hat on. That did the trick. So Ian Holland departs.
Well, a couple of points from there, isn't it? One, extra bounce from that end, which Murtagh wasn't getting from down the hill, if you like, but up the hill, for counterintuitively, the way the pitch has been playing. That extra elevation was enough to draw the false stroke. So great carry.
Yeah,
and
that's Murtagh.
like, it's just, this is where it could get really ugly for the home side, but because of that wicket, I mean, the timing of it, Murtagh, the veteran, this is what experience brings, the capacity to bring your best stuff when you need it. And now, I mean, sure, they're going to be in deficit. It still might be a considerable deficit, but they've given themselves an opportunity. They've given themselves a window through this tough period when it's hot to make this final hour of the day, let's call it, their hour of the day. They need to win an hour. They haven't won an hour today. Hampshire have won all of them. But if they can win this last hour and win it convincingly, well, they're back in the game.
Yeah, that's Murtagh's first wicket as well. After coming off the back of 5 for a stellar bowling performance in the previous match.
I know he picked up Weatherly as well, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Sorry, so he late in the game.
Yeah,
he's taken 2 wickets, or late in the innings at least.
Both the wickets in this session, unsurprisingly.
And he's been rewarded for that discipline that he showed. Right arm over the wickets. New batter in. Harry came to the crease. Dawson there at the other end on 43.
Another youngster, Harry Kane, just his 3rd match, professional cricket. Debuted last August against Surrey. Mentioned yesterday, funny old debut as well. His first game, yeah. That's right, his first game of county cricket was as a concussion sub.
down the wicket immediately, and this is down the leg side. I wonder if it's helped on his way. Just have a look at the umpire signal. Leg byes for 4. So not off the mark for Kane, but runs on the board for Hampshire. Score plugs up to 260.
Important hand dish from Dawson, hasn't it? When he came in just before tea, after the big partnership, just kept the foot down, didn't he? Just timed it well. Good balanced innings. He's recoiled after tea, let Wesley set the running, and now he's going up the gears again. Like he's kind of can push and pull as required.
Murtagh into Dawson. He's defending that. You can see how much of an attacking threat the Middlesex filly is. They just pulled Souter out of that third slip, almost gully-esque position in front of the bat to mid-wicket. And we haven't seen Middlesex get wickets in clusters, but this is where they sorely need them. 260 for 6. New batter at the crease. And that's the 5-10 from London King's Cross. Going up towards Sheffield. Left by the new batter. Just gives a bit more life, more energy with those quick wickets. New ball in, anything's possible.
And that's the job of Eskenazi, isn't it? Just to remind his charges that this is not a lost cause, anything but. However, his bowlers need to keep pushing here.
Helm came, pushing forward, no run.
And you can't question their effort, incidentally, but as far as getting to the finish line today, and ideally knocking off the rest of the Hampshire wickets in the process, that will give them something tomorrow, something to work with. They will have just seen England win after conceding a 107-run deficit in Manchester, of course. Take what you can get.
Helm came, leaves that one through to the keeper, sharpish delivery. Just looking at the fall of the wickets, I mean, yes, since those last two yesterday evening and the early one this morning, they've built good partnerships, and that's just what Middlesex couldn't really do. Apart from that innings involving Anderson, cameo with Simpson as well. You always think of wickets falling in clusters, but that hasn't happened so far for Middlesex today. Here he goes again. It's down the leg side, helped on its way. Walla Luita is down there at fine leg. Picks it up, comes through for a single.
Little pocket rocket came, isn't he? We saw him run down into our corner of the ground a couple of times yesterday. Racing between the wickets there. Another of these, I suppose, I don't want to say fringe players, but not necessarily first choice players last season, who, because of COVID and thus the rearrangement of the squads, that are getting this opportunity in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Hellman. Oh, and this was just hit him on the shoulder with the bat there. Came.
Yeah, I'd like that. That's off a length. One hand off the bat. That could have gone just about anywhere, but I suppose well played ultimately. If he was not controlling the stroke, at least it went to ground.
Helm just pushing out a fielder to deep mid-wicket. Just manoeuvring his field a bit. It's a kite flying to our Dawson takes a tumble. I wonder, is he alright?
Ooh.
He looks as though he may have just pulled
Oh, hang
something
on.
as he just tried to...
No, he's not in a good way here. He looked to turn.
Is it his ankle or is it
Yeah,
his
he looked to turn on his ankle. Well, he's just thrown his gloves away. This is no good. This is a major concern for
He looks in a lot of pain.
the England player. That medical staff are immediately being called on. We'll see if we get a replay of that. This is a major concern, not only for Hampshire, but indeed for England. He looks in a considerable amount of pain out there. Hands on his head, he threw his gloves away.
Oh, he
Gee,
looks, yeah.
you just hope that it's... You just hope that, I mean, I suppose if you're weighing up, is it the ankle or is it the knee? Let's hope it's the former. He's smacking the ground. This is not pleasant. He's in a lot of strife. Liam Dawson on 43. He's played an excellent hand today. Not sure if we can see it again, but the way he responded, so he hit the deck immediately. And I think we thought he'd just fallen over in his stroke, but the way that his body contorted as he hit the ground and then immediately threw the lid off and the gloves thereafter and smacked the ground, that would suggest that this is a little bit more than, say, a sprained ankle or something like that. We're seeing the Hampshire team medico out there with him at the moment, and no one else. Got his hands on his head, and indeed they've called for a stretcher, I believe, judging by the body language.
Yeah, it just looked as though as Dawson was just setting off.
Yeah, here it comes.
Awkwardly.
The stretcher's now on the field, so this is dreadful news for Liam Dawson and for the England team as well. Of course, he was in that bubble for over 3 weeks with the England Ireland one day, as of course the period of isolation they needed to be in before those games. And I mentioned yesterday that he spent a lot of time on that exercise bike when he wasn't playing, and you felt for him being in the squad, and you felt for him not getting an opportunity to show his wares. And back to the Bob Willis Trophy straight away. Didn't take a break, as James Vince did. He jumped straight back in this week after that time away from his friends and family and so on. And
he's been going well.
And he's been going so well. Bowled really nicely yesterday.
43 not out. This is hugely frustrating on many levels for the Hampshire all-rounder. And just the physio and the medical staff just tending to him. There's a stretcher out there as well. I wonder whether it's ankle or it's knee, but it was the way in which he set off for that run. Dawson certainly in contention for an England spot with the white ball squad. It's not particularly happy sight out there in the middle. The medical staff doing what they can. A lot of hand on hips from Middlesex players. The good thing is nothing near the head, nothing like that. But certainly a lot of pain. Middlesex players taking the opportunity for a drinks break, and that'll certainly be a new batter to the crease at some point this afternoon, you'd have thought.
It looks like they're preparing to pop him onto that stretcher. They've just removed his pads. But they're taking their time. Hard to see from our vantage point what precautions they're taking, but they're being very careful. A lot of hands on hips around him from his colleagues, and indeed the Middlesex players as well. .261 for 6 is the score, with Dawson the injured man on 43 and Harry Kane on 2. They've got a lead of 9, but at the moment, all eyes on Liam Dawson and the medical staff after taking this tumble. The way he immediately reached for his leg, whether it was the ankle or the knee, hard to tell, but that's how it appeared when he completed his stroke. The gloves and the helmet were thrown away straight away. Well, the helmet initially, and then when he was on the floor, the gloves almost an exasperated throw, wasn't it? It was like, you can't believe his luck. The England all-rounder, of course, part of the World Cup winning squad last year. He's played a dozen times for his country. He's in the white ball squad at the moment, and yes, there's every precaution being taken before they remove him from the field with this leg injury. Looks like his boot's also off now. They've elevated his leg. I'm looking at it through my lens to see whether I can get a better sense of what's going on here, but they've got his leg elevated and shoes off. Now he's on the stretcher.
Yeah, they're just helping him on. He's lying down with his hands on his head. It's very uncomfortable. But he's being well attended to. A lot of medical staff around, just working out how to stretcher him away. Yeah, as they lift up the stretcher, bring him off the field. It's not a particularly nice sight at all to see on the sports pitch. He's guided off the pitch now with that medical cohort. It's quite a somber mood around. That's really horrible to see. It's obviously in a lot of pain and it looks more serious than not. Something at first you think is quite innocuous, little turn, little twist. Surely he'll pop back up, but not this time. Dawson, having been on 43, is stretchered off the field. A lot of Hampshire physios, medical staff around the ground, many in place with COVID-19 precautions, but helpful at this particular junction in time as well. What it does mean is there's a new batter to the crease. It's the wicketkeeper, Lewis McManus. Well, Tim Mert is going to resume things from the pavilion end, right arm over. Through to the keeper.
Yeah, looking at it through that cricket prism, I mean, the scoreboard itself hasn't adjusted yet. Now, Dawson's score of 43 has been just taken off as I talk, but it's essentially 261 for 7. I can't imagine Dawson being able to bat again. Judging by the pain he was clearly in as he hit the turf.
Harry Kane, the man on strike, pushing the ball back down the ground, while Aloita tumbling stop to his left, and there is no run. Yeah, a lot to take in really. horrible sight on the field. No one's quite sure. A lot of players in here discussing what, didn't quite see what happened, because again, it just looks so simple, so harmless. It'll turn and run. Murta came on strike. Bit of footwork, and he turns on the onside. Thinks of the single. Wait for the call.
It'll be tough for Middlesex to regroup from that as well. It's never nice. I mean, of course, they're their opponents this week, but there's a strong collegiality between these teams. Of course, so many of them play together, whether it's in other teams, T20 cricket, the international caper as well. They're all mates. And seeing one of them go down like that with what looks to be, on the face value, a fairly serious leg injury.
Murta came, going down the wicket, and then just turned it onto the onside.
It's only natural it'll take some adjusting to for them as well, but I'm sure the captain Eskenazi will have them focus on their job at hand. I mean, effectively 7 down, the deficit is only 9. They've got the chance here to get right back into this game over the next half an hour or so.
Came forward, full delivery from one of the Murta 3-set run-ups. Trademarks. Murta again came forward. Both sides regrouping really after that. It's the end of the 95th over. 5 overs of the new ball so far. 261. 261 for 6 on the scoreboard, but with Dawson now, well, it looks very much like he's out of this game. It's more like 261 for 7. Just think about how that will affect the. I know perhaps Dawson might be thinking sort of more long-term effects, but the state of this game, I mean, he was really going along nicely with the bat. He was probably going to start up the run rate, and of course his bowling as well.
Yeah, he had just about the perfect game, hadn't he?
Yeah.
Did his bit with the ball. Was making an important contribution with the bat. Pushed them into the lead across a couple of partnerships. Either side of the tea break. And also just that anguish from a broader perspective of having been in that bubble, having watched his teammates go through their paces for England over the last few weeks, but not being able to get amongst it himself.
Finally got his chance. It's Helmin, right arm over, and this is forward from McManus, no run.
Yeah, having missed so much cricket through 2020 to not be able to play in the first round of the Bob Willis Trophy as essentially a substitute fielder, broader responsibilities around the group, but and you'd want to be there not to be there. You wouldn't want to not be in that squad. Don't get me wrong, but nonetheless, not playing and now getting on the field at long last, only to suffer an injury on the second afternoon.
Helm again into McManus, and he leaves this one, fly through to the keeper, no run. Well, with that, I think Middlesex will really want to try and get these last few wickets pretty quickly.
Yeah, McManus, another one of these England under-19s products. He's been on the pathway, wicket-keeper. Hasn't quite made the runs that his reputation at that level promised. Well, not yet in any case. He averages 28 with the bat. He's made 1 century and 6 other scores above 50, but obviously can play.
Helm again. Man, ducks underneath it.
Quite a few players in this game that have been through that pathway, that official kind of England pathway in one form or another.
Big streak of red down the left thigh of Helm. Doing some proper work on that ball. Trying to extract something out of it. Here he goes again. Forward, pushing from McManus. no run.
Wonder whether they might be tempted to throw the ball to Harris, given that from this end, with a relatively new ball last night, he was successful twice in quick succession. Obviously so much experience to draw upon. Helm, that really long approach, isn't it? 2/3 of the way back to the rope when he starts his run up.
Bounding in, McManus tries to turn that onto the onside, but it's flung down to the left of keeper Simpson.
Yep, we can see Harris warming up just there at extra cover, touching his toes, a few arm windmills. Shouldn't take long for them to warm up, given how long they've been in the field today. More about not being stiff than getting warm.
Helm again pushes McManus onto his back foot for his first runs, pushing it into the offside. Helm, of course, got the first run of today's play, relatively early on. Have Tom Alsop.
Yeah, what a delivery that was. At that point of the day, third over of the morning, a ball that really trampolined off a great length. It was almost impossible for Alsop to play, and after collecting the edge, wonderfully taken by Simpson, having to jump to take it, which is always a great sign for a fast bowler, but complete the catch he did, the wicket keeper. Larry, great nick, but only one other wicket between then and the tea break. Had given Hampshire the chance to go into the lead and now advance that lead before we get to stumps.
Murta.
Oh,
That's a lovely little pull shot down into square leg. Fine leg comes up, just cuts it off before it runs away.
We've seen that shot played a lot today, that check pull rather than the full-blooded version of the stroke. Most of the time it's gone all the way due to the outfield here at Radlett, which is, well, it looks quick when you just see it, given how, not burnt, but almost golden the grass is. A little bit burnt, perhaps. Dry, that's right.
Hot, fast. Willis McManus moves to 3 with that pair. And again, another whip off the hips there. This one does go straight down to fine leg. There comes the cajoling from the Middlesex players, trying to get behind pretty drained, tired bowlers out there, especially with their long run-ups. Murta again, and this one again just throwing a little bit straight, down to fine leg.
Done a lot of work today, Murta. He's been turned to at the start of each session, often rounding out the sessions as well. Understandably, that faith that a number of Middlesex captains have shown in Murta over a long period of time now. Well over 800 first-class wickets.
In again, played down into the ground, ricocheting back towards third slips out of there.
I've got to say, I love the fact that in this modern age of cricket where, you know, pace and power such an important part of certainly short-form cricket, but Test cricket as well to a major extent, that there's still room for a player like Tim Murta.
Murta again, full and thick outside edge there.
Just a very skillful operator where pace has never been a huge consideration. You think of other bowlers like Vernon Philander and Mohamed Abbas, who of course in the Test match this week at Old Trafford, and
Murta off his 3 pace run up. Manus turns it into the onside, no run. And it also just to have the longevity.
Yeah.
in county cricket, I think of Darren Stevens as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um,
We're going to see that change from this end? I don't think so. I think Helm might be going again. He's having a chat to the skipper. Harris is very much warming up, but maybe Helm will be asked for one more big effort. How about I get us a wicket now, Izzy?
all yours.
Let's do it. Every time I've said that today, it's not worked out, but...
Yeah, sorry Middlesex fans.
But I'm going to back myself in this time. The Middlesex support staff there on the balcony of the pavilion, watching Helm race in. Bowls here to Kame. Ooh, good bouncer. That's right on the button. Had to sway and duck and get out the way of that. We've not seen much short stuff today.
Michael Hogan, that's what else I think about when I think about still going, 39 years old, still bounding in, tall figure, right arm fast medium, Glamorgan bowler, well, Australian Glamorgan bowler, of course.
Yep. We were talking about Steve McGoffin before. He was quick when he was younger, I assure you, but by the time that he was playing year after year for Sussex, it was less about pace and more about skill. Here's Helm on the approach to Kame, defending. Ooh, not far away from the stumps from our angle anyway. Down into the cordon, no concern. 266, 4-6, effectively 266 for 7 though, because of the Liam Dawson injury. If you're just joining the stream, the England all-rounder hit the ground with a leg injury. We're not sure what it is exactly yet. We're waiting for word through from the pavilion side of the field, but it was enough to see him in considerable pain, about a 12-minute delay to play as he was stretched off the ground. Helm, 3 slips, bowling here. Can he get a wicket with his second new ball? Not with that he won't. On the back foot, Harry Kame is able to defend with both feet off the ground. Good pace. He's pushed him back a couple of times in this over. One very good bouncer, and that as well, causing Kane to get up on the toes. Will he now look to target the stumps or give him something, a fraction outside the off stump and prompt a drive? Eskenazi and Robson. He bowls. Turned around the corner. But no run to be had there. Gubbins doing the fielding. 2 balls to come in this Helm over. I suspect this will be his last regardless. Just judging by the body language of Harris warming up and what we saw last night, we're not far away from the close of play. 6.2 overs, so there'll be 3 more from this end after this. Over.
Turned spin already, so
It's true. Helm bowls, Kame defends from the crease. So one more chance. Again, that was just a fraction short of a length, so he's banged it in there this over. Will he just try and tempt him here to finish? Or will he stay the course? Helm. Such an athletically gifted bowler. That long run up we talked about before. Nice tall upright action. You can see why they like him in terms of national considerations and why he's been selected in that broader England squad during COVID. This may well be his final ball today. Helm on the way in, bowls to Kame. Does prop the drive outside the off stump, but it's a play and a miss. He did set him up well though. That's what he was going for. It's a good over. It's a clever over. It's a maiden over as well. 266, 4-6. So 6 overs left in the day. Watching that back. He set it out there at about 4th stump. Nice shape away from the right-hander. And the drive is what he was going for. Unlucky not to draw the outside edge and get himself in the book for the second time to bookend his day, but that wasn't to be. We're seeing a change at the pavilion end. It's going to be Anderson, who we've seen bowl a number of short spells today, Isabel. How have you seen his work overall?
I really like watching him actually. I haven't seen much of him. I haven't seen much of him at all at the battle ball. I mean, we've been very impressed with him batting in that first innings, He's got a nice repeatable action. Tall man, good build. He gets some pace down there as well. I mean, if you think about the battery of specialist fast bowlers, what an all-rounder he is.
That's handy, having him as your fourth seam up. Anderson starts his spell. That is on the hip of McManus. He's able to get off strike first ball to backward square. The wicketkeeper McManus is now on to 4. 267. Sorry, it's 5. 267 for 6. Lots of chatter out there from the Middlesex fielders. They know how important these last few overs will be. Anderson for Kane, who repeats the stroke from the ball before, gets a bit more on it so they're able to come back for a second. It's a good shot, well timed. Souter does the tidying up, running around from mid-on. We're seeing Harris just in front of our tent here, really going through his paces. He's ready to roll for these last couple of overs of the day, or last 3 overs of the day, I reckon, from the Salter field end. Anderson delivers down the leg side, so 2 on the leg stump and 1 down the leg side from Anderson to start. Bit of a waste so far. Five and a half overs remaining on this second afternoon. That might be the last train we hear today as well. Anderson bowls and Kane defends. Nice tidy technique from the Hampshire number 7. I suppose he would have been number 6, but Keith Barker, of course, was brought up to be the night watchman last night. Anderson to the crease and bowls. Came pushing again just into the offside. Squared up a fraction. No concerns really there, playing with soft hands.
Yeah, that was a good delivery there from Anderson. That first one that really makes him play at it. That's it, get the batter uncomfortable.
Couple of go in this over, Anderson. That's wasted as well down the leg side. That'll be frustrating. Indeed, that is the over. So Anderson doesn't make the most of his opportunity with the second new ball. Not in that over at least. 3 runs coming from it. Hampshire 269 for 6. Effectively 7 with Dawson retired hurt, injured. Presumably not to bat again in this innings. I'll be very surprised if he did. One last COVID squeeze of hand sanitizer from the substitute fielders who've been diligent with that all day. Every 6 overs they're scheduled to get their hands cleaned. Who would have thought we'd be talking about that 6 months ago or so?
Goodness, it's going to be a 90 over day in the field for Middlesex, looks like.
So before the close, we need an answer to Collier's question. I'm just waiting to hear from next door whether we've got a winner.
Yes, Collier's question brought to you by Knight Frank. I think this one was a good one today.
To win a pair of Vitality Blast tickets at Lord's next year. 1947, Compton, Edridge, we know about their golden summer. Who are the other 2 batsmen that combined with them to set a record that year which has never been beaten? Harris starts the first of what will almost certainly be 3 overs from him to finish from the Salter field end. The first ball let go safely through to Simpson.
Yes, so identify those 2 batters alongside Edridge and Compton, and then tell us how they all combined. What did they do? What did they achieve that no top 4 had done before or has done since? 1947 County Championship.
Harris has got 2 slips, right arm over. He bowls here, and pushing into the offside is the keeper McManus. No run.
So Edridge and Compton each got more than 3,000 runs in that 47 victorious championship run. There were 2 other Middlesex batters who each made over 2,000 runs. Who were they? As a top 4, what did they achieve that no other top 4 had done before or has done since?
Harris to the crease, he bowls, and McManus plays through square leg, does it nicely. He'll get a couple. It's well played. Keeping the board ticking. Indeed, they come back for a third. Good bit of fielding out there. 272 for 6. That moves McManus on to 8. Colo's question, of course, brought to you each day by Knight Frank, who are supporting the stream, supporting Middlesex Cricket Club. Thank you to them. Send all of your correspondence through to us at Middlesex_CCC, as many of you have done through the day, and thank you for that. Most appreciated. Harris bowls here. Pushing with firm hands is Kame, but the deflection goes straight to Holden at backward point along the ground. No run. James Harris, the veteran, bowls. Dug out of the block hole there. You can see they thought that was close to sneaking through. I keep referring to Harris as a veteran because I feel like he's been around forever, and I suppose he has, but just consulting how old he is. He's only 30, so there's no reason to suggest that he's only about halfway through his career, but veteran all the same.
But I think once you get to 30, you're allowed to call it.
Yes.
Been around for a little while.
489 first-class wickets.
Yeah.
He's done the yards, that's for sure. Bowls and defended rather by Kame out into the offside. The end of Harris's over. 272 for 6. So the lead is 20 for Hampshire. Middlesex require 3 further wickets to end this first innings. Alternatively, it will end in 21 overs regardless. Or should I say 20 overs? 100 gone. 100 overs gone in this Hampshire reply. So they've gone at 2.72 runs an over. That's maths even I can do. But in the Bob Willis Trophy playing conditions, it permits 120 overs to be faced before the compulsory closure. Wonder if they'll get that far. We'll see. Anderson, first ball down the leg side again. So we've seen 4 deliveries down there from him already in this short spell.
And
something not quite right.
It does seem to be a difference between the Middlesex bowlers today and some of the Hampshire bowlers yesterday, likes of Barker, Stevenson certainly. Just get their lines right, really trouble the batters, make them think, make them play.
Anderson in. Nicely played through mid-wicket by McManus. He's timed it well. It's racing out towards the rope. It'll be man versus ball. Man wins. They come back for a third. That's the furthest point away from us at the ground, so I'm not even going to attempt at guessing who that is before I see it come up on our stream.
I think it's Souter up there, is it? With his big floppy sun hat.
Could well be.
He's got one of the better fielding positions right now because he's nicely in the shade of those trees.
Yeah, stationed at deep square leg, did well there. Kept it to 3. 275 for 6. Anderson bowls, carving or attempting to carve off the back foot is Kane, but he can't beat Gubbins at cover point. So again, each time Hampshire have lost a wicket, or in the case of Dawson, lost the player to injury, they've been able to avoid losing 2 in a hurry, and I think that's just been so important today. It's been the secret of their success. As Anderson bowls and Kame leaves. To now at least. It could all change, of course. We've still got 3.5 overs remaining. We saw 2 wickets fall in the last 4 overs last night. If Middlesex can pull that off.
I feel it was a Groundhog Day.
Yes.
Middlesex bowling then as well.
Well, if they can find a way to get a couple late here, well, it won't be quite Honour's shed, but they'd take that for sure. Bowling here to Kame again is Anderson. This is better length as well, making him play, inviting the drive. It's miscued out towards mid-on, no run. One delivery remaining from Anderson in this over. I wonder whether they will be tempted. Wallaluita, 1 over, just to mix it up before the close with his left arm orthodox, finger spin, bit of extra bounce, we'll see. Anderson, last ball. Plenty of carry, but didn't need to be played at by Kame. Left through the wicketkeeper Simpson. End of the over, 2-7, 5-4-6. That leads now 23. McManus is 11, Kame's 5.
3 overs left as the train rattles past. Closing stages of the second day here.
Maybe something from left field here. If Robson for 1 over. Just
I'm surprised we haven't seen the genius spin of Sam Robson yet.
Two wickets and no runs conceded this year. I wonder whether there'll be a temptation just to see what happens. I mean, you just got to keep them thinking, don't you? Break the concentration. Maybe Harris can do that here. He bowls. And driving to cover.
Oh,
or is that a drop catch?
I think so.
McManus has played on the up. What has been put down?
I think that was Gubbins there at extra cover, diving forwards. There's been a few of those throughout this match.
There has, and Gubbins has been great today in there as well, hasn't he? He saved a number of runs from well-struck drives, but on this occasion a catch low to the ground. McManus gets the chance. Of course, we've had a couple of chances put down in the cordon as well. Harris goes once more, and defending is McManus. Yep, that hurts at this late stage of the day, no doubt. We saw how much it affected Souto, really, didn't we, when he put down a relatively straightforward chance off Weatherly before lunch, and he was so disappointed with himself. And it happens, of course. No one tries to put a catch down. It just happens in the cordon from time to time, but he was very frustrated. Would have been a different day for Middlesex had that been held, that's for sure. Can Harris do it on his own? He bowls. Oh, it's gone down towards third man off the outside edge through the cordon. Through about fifth slip. So more runs, only one though, 2-7-6 for 6. Harris working hard on McManus. He gets a chance to bowl at Kane here. The less experienced of the two men. He has 9 balls left tonight. Can he create another opportunity? He's done so already in this over. He has a couple of slips to the crease. Bowls came on the back foot defending. Backward point, no run. As the day slowly winds to a close. Thank you to all of you for your messages from home, Middlesex at home on the hashtag. We'll do that all again tomorrow. Of course, you'll get your face up on the screen, which is a bit of fun. We've enjoyed your company on Twitter through the day. Thanks to Lucy next door who's been monitoring that, and Fletch who's running the show here. Right arm over. Harris bowls, and he's defended up to mid-off by Kame, no run. We've got a Collo's question winner. Derek Rebel, you've done well.
Just recap that question.
Let's recap the question. We're about to... I might have jumped the gun by formally announcing it, but oh well, we've come this far. Harris to the crease. Last ball of the over. Arms shouldered there by Kame. End of. So 2-7-6 for 6 is the score. 2 to go today. McManus is 12. Kame is 5. Harris, unfortunately, not getting the wicket he deserved there. The chance put down off McManus. So the Collo's question answer has been found by Derek Rebel. He is the winner. And Izzy, do you want to reveal what the answers are?
The question was, just a quick recap, in 1947 when Middlesex won the county championship. Compton and Edrich scoring a whole host of runs, more than 3,000 each. there were two other batters who also surpassed individually 2,000 runs. And they were, of course, Jack Robinson, who won the Wisden Cricket, who was one of the 5 Wisden Cricketers of the Year that season, and Sid Brown. And a few people, I think, got this right. But it's our winner has been chosen at random from the series of right answers. It was Derek Ravel.
And the second part of the question, what did the 4 of them do?
Which wasn't answered correctly, was what did the 4 of them do that no one had done before and no one has done since in county championship cricket or first class matches, and they scored more than 12,000 runs between them.
Incredible. 4
people. It's ridiculous.
We're going to see spin, as we foreshadowed, courtesy of Souter before the close. First ball here on leg stump, turned around the corner by McManus. So he's off strike, 11 balls to go on the day. He's on 13. 277 for 6, or 7 if you want to consider the fact that Dawson probably won't bat again. The lead is now 25, another little milestone along the way. It might be near the close, but the other way of interpreting this is they've got 11 deliveries to face while these Middlesex bowlers are tired, and they are nearing that compulsory closure of 120 overs. I'm sure they'll go hard tomorrow. Souter bowls, and Kame defends, knocking this on the head to short leg, where Robson does the fielding. One last train for the afternoon running behind us here. We've got a slip and a short leg, Eskenazi and Robson respectively. Oh, shout for leg before, and it's given! How they needed that. Harry Kame is leg before wicket for 5. They get the late breakthrough. A nagging little partnership has been broken by the leg spin of Nathan Souter. Gets himself in the book. Hampshire, 277 for 7. Essentially 277 for 8. We've got 10 balls left in the day, Isabel Westbury. And the door's just left open again for Middlesex. Every time it feels as though the game's drifting away, they find a way just to do something. And that's what they've done here, courtesy of Nathan Souter.
Oh, absolutely. Souter there, his first wicket of this match. He hasn't bowled badly at all, often in tandem with the spinner at the other end, Walla Luita. He hadn't made the breakthrough. He had a series of irritating drop catches. It's been a long old day in the field. The leg breaks of Nathan Souter trapped in front. Harry Kame, and that's a well-earned Middlesex wicket, and one that, well, I think they would have felt it was just reward after a day of toil in the dirt.
It's just relief, isn't it? Having spent so many overs chasing leather, or more to the point, watching balls sail through the wicketkeeper's gloves, or the accumulation phase that seemed to last for at least a few hours in the middle of the day, that they're 2 wickets away from having the chance to, well, almost be at parity. The lead's 25, but that's a sturdy opening partnership away from even Stevens, and they'll know that. But they have this chance, don't they? 9 balls to go on the day. I said 10, 9 to come. 3 from Souter, and then 3 from the Salter field end. So 3 more from the pavilion end. Men around the bat, we've got a slip, a short leg. Originally Anderson was coming into leg slip. He's around the corner on the 45. Wonder if they might consider throwing another fielder in there. Fuller's the new man. Coming in at number 10. This first ball, pushed straight to cover on the bounce. Gubbins takes it cleanly. Fuller, of course, no mug. Half a dozen half-centuries, first-class level. Souter's penultimate delivery is just pushed into the offside. That wasn't far away from maybe a leading edge.
Yeah, that's what it looked like, didn't it?
Yeah.
Drawing him into the shot.
No catcher in there at short cover in any case. Just the 2 men in close. Eskenazi and Robson, slip and short leg. Here goes Souter. Last ball from him from the day on the back foot defending. An effective over there for Souter. That'll feel good. A wicket in his final set of the evening session and of the day. So he completes his work. 1 for 52 from 17 overs. Harris looks like he will bowl the final over. Throws his cap and his sunglasses over the rope, untucks his shirt, slowly makes his way to his bowling mark, ready for one last big effort. Can Middlesex, can the home side get a look at the number 11 tonight? Yes, Hampshire is 7 down, but Dawson, as we mentioned before, retired hurt on 43 when falling very awkwardly after playing a shot behind square and was stretchered off. Last over of the day, Harris to start it. Bowling here to McManus, beating the outside edge. How many times have we said that today? I think he might have pulled his bat inside the line at the last moment, actually, McManus, but all the same, that generous movement away from the right-hander.
Just trying to work out who's on top. I think Hampshire on top come the end of the day's play. Pretty reasonably on top, but equally, you wouldn't say they've definitely got the win in the bag. Oh
no, not even close. I mean, the push-pull has been
fantastic.
Due to those early wickets last night, really, that have helped Middlesex here. Defending here is McManus to cover, and indeed the breakthrough this morning. You've got to remember, 28-3, Hampshire were in a world of pain. It was that big partnership of 139 for the 4th wicket which turned the tables. And other nagging stands that they spent the majority of the afternoon compiling. But after tea, Middlesex were able to pick up 3 wickets and the aforementioned retired hurt, which means they have kept the scoreboard ticking in their favour. Hampshire are in the lead though. Can Harris get one before stumps? Again, past the outside edge of McManus.
I think that was what's really let Middlesex down, is not being able to capitalise on one wicket, bringing another.
Yeah.
It's all been sort of isolated incidents.
Yeah, but something to work with here. And they'll know that. The lead's 25. They'll just know that it's all about keeping their cool here. Suddenly we're no longer talking about Hampshire teeing off for 16, 17 overs. Maybe they will anyway. With a bit of cricket to be played yet, but in all probability, as Harris starts from his run and bowls, push to mid on, in all probability, the Middlesex should dictate terms from here, given that they've basically got the 8 down. The question is, can they use one of these last 2 deliveries on the second evening to get that last wicket? Harris has 2 slips. He's racing away towards McManus. Bowls here. Edge! Put down at second slip. One-handed effort there from Robson in the cordon there at second slip. So they've created the opportunity. I mean, as we've said a couple of times today, it's a chance on the basis that he got a hand to it. Had to move a long way to his right, but it just didn't stick.
Yeah, just flying away to his right. Again, yeah, good to get a hand to it, but it's one of those you just think, oh, what might have been. It's happened a couple of times in Middlesex. Good efforts, but...
Yes, McManus has been put down twice in the last 3 overs, once by Gubbins at extra score from it, at least one. They might take a couple. No, they'll be happy with one. So Hampshire are going to close at 279 for 7 with McManus on 14 and Fuller, the new man to the crease, on 1. Their lead is 27. So across the course of the day, Middlesex picked up 5 wickets. Dawson retired hurt along the way as well. 1 of those wickets came in the first session, 1 in the second, and 3 in the final stanza. So Hampshire advanced their score from 196 for 4 as they started the final session, and they finished at 279 for 7, as well as losing Dawson with that leg injury on 43. So Hampshire take the honours, having started the day at 27 for 2. They've got the lead. But Middlesex, especially in that final session, Isabel Westbury, have done well to make sure that whatever the lead will be in the first innings, it should be relatively contained.
I think so, and I'm just thinking about now that the arc build moment of the match and just some of the key components of today. And to me, I don't know if we're allowed to do this. Whether it would be to eat each break of the day after lunch and after tea, the first ball of the day, Joe Weatherly plugging the ball down the ground before. And to me, it's just the fact that it happened sort of almost symmetrically. It was really quite gorgeous, and I know it's maybe not a Middlesex perspective, but it was very good cricket, and that's got my plug for today, is the arc build moment of the match.
Yeah, Weatherly 2 boundary, first position, 100 on the. Yes, looking through the data for an arc build moment, I think it's catch. So we saw the ball really whizzing through. It's the spirit in Tim's 30 years of age, and that's his time of doing the ball before it. And he took off Helm the next edge, and he had to do it. Did reject a 23 before they were able to capitalise on that particularly moment. It also to make a book at times. Went way. Also, it was Murta. 2 or 3 win the finals. We had 9-year-old league before 98, 286 balls, and 300 minutes in Middlesex injuries. 2 getting to at 46 piece. 51 boy picked up by back. This is brought. We say back to who'd South Harry came before. Only across 5 overs bounty. I thought they put a more than that when 2 of them. 3 of them, 1 for 23. So said there's 1 for the. For today came key spinners.
Indeed, perhaps in this innings, I feel like tomorrow Middlesex will come in and want to chop in at the remaining wickets. But what happens is you just put second evening and on the line more then.